Peasants into farmers. The transformation of rural economy and society in the Low Countries in light of the Brenner debate. Edited by Peter Hoppenbrouwers and Jan Lutten van Zanden. Contents. Editor's Preface. In June 1994, the two of us organized a conference at the University of Utrecht on the question of how to interpret the social and economic history of the Low Countries in the late Middle Ages and early modern period within the framework of what has become known as the Brenner debate. Most oft contributions to this volume were presented as papers at that conference. At our express wish, the updating after the written versions had trickled in has been largely limited to literature references. Readers should be aware that, as a result, most of the articles presented here reflect stages of research that go back 4 or 5 years in time. Several authors have published major books or articles since which cover the same issues in more detail. But none of these are in English, nor is there much other literature on the subjects treated available in English. Therefore, this publication definitely will serve its purpose. But there is more to find in the volume. At the Utrecht conference, Robert Brenner himself was present as an invited expert. At the end of the conference, he gave an extensive preliminary comment on the papers that had been presented. Fortunately, Brenner did find the time to spin out his notes into a magnificent, typically Brennerian essay on the Low Countries in the transition to capitalism to top off the volume. One other article, by Jan de Vries, has been written for the volume at the special request of both Brenner and the editors, without its author having been present in Utrecht. What has been brought together in the volume, almost inevitably surveys the Low Countries' history in a highly incomplete and biased way. This is largely due to the program of the Utrecht Conference, which on purpose focused on the highly urbanized coastal areas and aimed at comparing Holland, Flanders, and Brabant, rather than trying to survey the entire present-day Netherlands and Belgium in their proverbial regional diversity. The presupposition was that this strategy would add most value to the Brenner debate as such. Ironically, it was Brenner who in the end has exerted himself most of all authors to reach further, and take the inland areas into his historical considerations. Also, he did hold on firmly to his prerogative, agreed with him from the start, that in this volume the last word would be his. Consequently, Brenner has till the end justly insisted on seeing all articles that were either added or substantially changed after Utrecht, before submitting the final version of his own contribution. The long delay before this volume was finally ready to be published did yield at least one advantage, and that was its connection to Corn and its publication series. At the time of the Utrecht Conference, Corn may already have been conceived, but it had not yet been born, let alone proven itself as a well-oiled scientific task force. Soon after Corn had started, it seemed logical to us, as active Corn members, and to the editorial board of the Corn series to accommodate the Brenner volume in the series. This prospect, and the financial backing by the Flemish Fund for Scientific Research as the prime subsidizer of the entire Corn project, has sped 11. up things in the end, and made a lot of attendant problems of publishing a book a lot easier. Also of great help was a generous grant of the Nederlandse Organisatie voor Wetenschappelijk Onderzoek, which made it possible to employ Amanda Pipkin for checking the English of all but the 2 American contributions. Amsterdam/Utrecht, December 2000. Peter Hoppenbrouwers, Amsterdam. Jan Lutten van Zanden, Utrecht. 12. 1. Introduction. The Brenner debate and its historiographical fate. I. Brenner's view of late medieval and early modern social history. In 1976, the American historian Robert P. Brenner tried to come to terms with an issue already raised 2 centuries ago: how should we explain the differences in growth patterns that French and English agriculture displayed since the beginning of the modern period? In a frontal attack on both the demographic and commercialization models, Brenner traced the roots of the divergent evolutions back to the feudal social property system. This is not to say that he did not accept what he himself called the internal coherence, the logic of the Neo-Malthusian cum Ricardian models, encompassing the 2-phase grand agrarian cycles of non-development, bound up with demographic change, that prevailed in the economy of most of Europe in the later medieval and early modern periods. Only, as an explanatory scheme, he deemed the Malthusian-Ricardian models to be insufficient. It was my argument, so he declared in his 1982 reply to his critics, that changes in relative factor scarcities consequent upon demographic changes exerted an effect on the distribution of income in medieval Europe only as they were, so to speak, refracted through the prism of changing social property relations and fluctuating balances of class forces. In the heart of the latter stood the social distribution of land between the two main classes of feudal society, lords and peasants. For it was this prior allocation which determined the degree to which lords or peasants could potentially benefit from changes in the land/labor ratio. According to Brenner, the feudal economy itself was a dead-end street that could never have led to expanded reproduction. This had two main reasons, both entangled in feudal social property structures. On the one hand, medieval peasants had direct, that is non-market, access to their means of subsistence. They held a firm possessory grip on the land, guaranteed by both strong customary rights and weak state powers. On the other hand, the lords had direct access to agrarian surplus, guaranteed by coercive arrangements surrounding its extraction. Both these structural features were incompatible with the requirements of growth. For they provided a shield from competition and in that way thwarted the commodification of land and labor respectively and, therefore, failed to impose that relentless pressure on the individual producers to improve and precluded any widespread tendencies to thorough specialization of productive units, systematic reinvestment of surpluses, or to regular technical innovation. Brenner's conviction that feudal surplus extraction necessarily had a coercive character deserves a short comment. Given the strong rights of peasants to the possession of 13. Land, feudal lords simply had to apply some form of non-economic coercion or force, via legally based serfdom or otherwise, in order to secure enough surplus. To Brenner, the changing manner in which and degree to which the lords, as individuals and as a class, were able to apply power in the rent relationship was central to their formation as a ruling class and, in turn, profoundly marked the development of the whole system of production. In short, the Marxist concept of surplus extraction by extra-economic compulsion is central to Brenner's viewpoint that in feudal society the economic and the political were fused. According to Brenner, a breakthrough to a system of more or less self-sustaining growth could eventually have taken place only after the collapse of the feudal order, without, at the same time, offering the peasantry too much opportunity to tighten its grip to the land within new legal definitions of exclusive ownership or property. Where this happened all the same, as in France, peasant land ownership was liable to endless subdivision, while surplus extraction took on the typical forms of heavy state taxation and rent squeezing. In England, on the other hand, the lords came out of the struggle for control over the land as victors. Here an entirely new social property system emerged, that of agrarian capitalism. It was characterized by the three-tiered hierarchy already described by Karl Marx, at the top large landowning lords, in between their tenant farmers as capitalist organizers of production and at the bottom wage laborers, the direct producers, now separated from the means of production. To Brenner only this type of class formation opened the gateway to economic advance. Brenner's model clearly places him in the Marxist current of politico-economic interpretation of late medieval and early modern history, the tradition of Maurice Dobb and Rodney Hilton. What these writers have in common is their focus on property relations instead of exchange relations. It leads to a definition of capitalism in terms of wage labor and processes of capital accumulation dependent on the commodification of labor power. Apart from this common ground, the three differ on a number of essential points as well, especially with regard to Brenner's emphasis on producers' separation from the means of subsistence leading to their subjection to competition in production, as well as his redressing Dobbs' neglect of political factors in explaining the transition from feudalism to capitalism. 14. Introduction. To the historiographical fate of the Brenner thesis. In the brand new Encyclopedia of Historians and Historical Writing, Robert Brenner is praised as the man who has intervened decisively in two classic historiographical debates, on the transition from feudalism to capitalism, and on the bourgeois revolution, and perhaps we should add a third one considering the lively response to Brenner's recent work on the dynamics of post-war capitalism. This places Brenner, together with Hobsbawm, Kiernan, and Anderson, among the most original and accomplished historians still at work in the Marxist tradition. Since 1976, Brenner has re-examined his position in the transition debate on several occasions. His contribution to this volume is only the last segment in a continuous series. This may make us wonder how influential Brenner's thesis has been over the last 20 years outside the American West Coast's new left avant-garde. During the first 5 years after the appearance of the first Past and Present article, Brenner has been in the center of hot debate, in which some of the world's leading historians, such as Michael Poston, Emmanuel Leroy Lagery, Guy Bois, and Rodney Hilton have participated. The main output was brought together in a special volume, published in 1985 by Cambridge University Press in the Past and Present publication series. With the appearance of this volume, the Brenner debate was silently considered to have run its course. This does not mean that Brenner's main articles were not quoted, since in numerous footnotes, but they have only rarely been the subject of solid historiographical treatment. William Hagen's essay on rural capitalism in Agricultural History of 1988, and Richard Hoyle's postscript to the Brenner debate in the Economic History Review of 1990 are among the few exceptions. One sometimes wonders whether precisely in England, whose history is so much in the heart of Brenner's matter, there has always been a certain reluctance to the Brenner thesis. In the same Economic History Review, the main publishing forum for economic historians who have something to say on English economic history, Brenner's articles on the transition issue were quoted only 5 times in all articles, surveys and comments that appeared in the 22 issues from 1977 up to and including 1998.5. When the Brenner thesis is tested or referred to, it often is in a rejecting, dismissive or passing way. See for example Barbara Harvey's introduction, and Richard Smith's article on demography in the volume Before the Black Death, or Mark Overton's remarks in his recent Agricultural Revolution in England. Equally typical, although not English, is a recent paper by one of the leading economic historians of today, Patrick O'Brien, which despite comparing England and France just once mentions only one of Brenner's articles. What is more, Brenner's publications did receive even less attention in the other major target of his thesis, France. There, the most excellent monographs on rural history, such as Jean-Marc Morisot's awe-inspiring These de Doctorat les Fermiers de l'Isle de France of 1994, have at its best obligatory references to Brenner's past and present articles. This neglect did find only slight compensation in Anglo-American books on the rural history of France, such as Philip Hoffman's. A recent attempt to redress the balance a bit was undertaken in a volume edited by Gerard Beaur, in which Brenner's 1976 article has finally been made available in French. Outside the sphere of English and French agricultural or rural history, Brenner's thesis on transition has been looked upon more favorably. We could point out a wide range of recent monographs, in which Brenner's ideas play a leading role, or are seriously considered. Rather offhand, and primarily to show the variety, we mention R.J. Holton's historical theoretical book on the transition debate, Richard Lachman's theoretical book on structural change in early modern England, Colin Muir's book on bourgeois revolutions, Wally Seccom's on the feudal capitalist transition from the family historical perspective, S.H. Rigby's social historical survey of late medieval England, and Bas van Bavel's recent in-depth study of the historical evolution of social property relations in the Dutch River area. More in general, it is our impression that some distinctive elements of the Brenner thesis have been toned down over the years. One of the explanations may be that in the writings of economic historians the language of Marxism has been replaced by the vocabulary of neo-institutional economics degree, as Jan de Vries has noticed in his contribution to this volume. There are nonetheless striking similarities between core issues raised in the Brenner debate and topics discussed by neo-institutionalists. In our own opening essay, we shall try to translate those issues into the neo-institutional idiom of the 1990s. At the same time, we are well aware that such a translation alters the contents of the debate. One could also say that Brenner himself, trained as a social historian by among others the great Lawrence Stone, has been quite responsive to this turn so far as over the years his historical argumentation has become less social political and more economic. His contribution to this volume is proof of it. 2. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Some critical reflections on the Brenner thesis. Peter Hopprens Rauwers, University of Amsterdam. Jan Lutten van Zanden, University of Utrecht. Path dependency. The Brenner thesis can be viewed as a strong case for path dependency. Brenner himself speaks of trajectories, paths taken, and strong system maintaining bias. The basic message is that institutions that evolved during the Middle Ages in different parts of Europe determined socio-economic development all along the later Middle Ages and early modern period. From Brenner's neo-Marxist perspective, these institutions coincide with the feudal, or more rarely with agrarian capitalist, social property and surplus extraction relations. This institutional setting and the interactions between the various social classes that then take shape, determined as it were the trajectory a region or a political unit would follow until somewhere into the 18th or even 19th century. Only at that point other forces, industrialization, for example, take over. The fact that during this long period of time regions such as Languedoc, England, Tuscany, Flanders, Holland, or Poland developed along very different lines, is in that view the result of different institutional settings at the outset of a formative phase in European history. Models like Brenner's leave little room for contingencies. The actors follow a script that was written somewhere around the beginning of the second millennium. In this volume, this striking thought is accepted in its most uncompromising version by Eric Thien and Bas van Bavel. Thien interprets the long-term historical evolution of what he has coined the commercial survival system in inland Flanders as the result of certain structural features: dense urban network, high population density, strong claims of peasants on the land, low feudal dues that were already in place in the 13th century. In a similar fashion, Van Bavel demonstrates how in the Guelders River area the rise of agrarian-capitalist relations can be traced back to a mono-real past. In regions where large demesnes, exploited directly by landlords, had predominated, a sudden transition to the leasing of these large estates took place after ca 1350. In the long run this stimulated the rise of agrarian capitalism. On the other hand, in those parts of the Dutch River area where small peasant land ownership remained strong, no such transformation occurred. As far as land was leased here, this only resulted in the exploitation of peasant households by driving up lease prices. Van Bavel has further elaborated this thought in his recent monograph. 19. To some extent the debate on the early development of Holland's economy is about the same issue. In his celebrated book of 1974, Jan de Vries suggested that Dutch peasants at the outset of the early modern period stood at the crossroads. Would they diverge and follow the glorious track of specialization, or continue on their dreary peasant path? At the same time he took away much of their choice by repeatedly carrying back the unique and new features of the development of the Dutch rural economy in the Golden Age to the absence of a truly feudal past. In that manner, Dutch peasants were almost destined to the specialization model by their peculiar medieval prehistory. Van Zanden's interpretation of the same phenomenon stresses that the Dutch countryside at the beginning of the 16th century was already highly modern, commercialist and market-oriented, and that terms like peasants and peasant economy should therefore better be avoided. According to Van Zanden, rural households in Holland during the 16th century did not have the choice to expand food production, which is essential to de Vries' peasant model, because from the middle of the 14th century onwards they were unable to grow sufficient basic foodstuffs, and had to rely on imports to feed their families. In addition, a typical proto-industrial structure evolved. So, if Dutch peasants were predestined to specialization, to Van Zanden this had a different medieval background from the one painted by de Vries. Thien and Van Bavel extend the logic of path dependency even further than do Brenner and de Vries, who, in the cases of France, England, and Holland at least, stick to territorial states as their units of analysis. 14 different feudal institutions brought about a very different rural structure in different parts of one and the same state-like principality, the county of Flanders, and the same sort of reasoning is implicit in Van Bavel's work. As we shall see in this volume, Brenner has to our surprise shown himself prepared to follow, despite the severe consequences for his original thesis, which owed a great part of its originality exactly to its suffusion of orthodox Marxist analysis of the relations of production with that of the social impact of feudal states. 2. Was England's road to agrarian capitalism unique? In the end, what Brenner really has to explain is why a certain system of agrarian production capable of sustained agroeconomic growth, that is to say agrarian capitalism, first emerged in England, and not anywhere else. The key to his answer is in the transformation of the structure of property relations. Only in England the feudal trajectory somewhere at the end of the Middle Ages flew into a set of property relations e.g. De Vries, 1974, 34. Already in De Vries, 1973 and repeated in De Vries and van der Woud, 1995, 160. In the last book mentioned, feudalism is equated with hierarchical and collective forces, which is not what understand by this term. E.g. De Vries, 1974, 69, the rural household's pursuit of numerous employments, agricultural and non-agricultural alike, reflected its non-specialist nature, which remained unchanged for centuries. De Vries, 1974, 72, the non-specialization of the peasant household. De Vries, 1974, 120, the peasant household of the 16th century was relatively self-contained. 20. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Already mentioned three-tiered hierarchy that was conducive to the development of capitalist relations of production. Several British historians have questioned the value of this picture. Overton summarized the objections by arguing that recent research has given only little support to the ideas that a. Landlords would have been all-powerful vis-a-vis their tenants all along the early modern period, b. Landlords would have been sincerely interested in promoting innovation, c. Large farms would have necessarily been a prerequisite for higher land productivity, and d. Capitalist relations in agriculture would have first developed in areas where peasant property rights to land were weak. Richard Hoyle aimed his bolts at the first and last of these points. From a meticulous study of copyholds, Hoyle inferred that Brenner misrepresented what happened in the 16th and early 17th century. Only after about 1650, when the economic climate turned against small farmers, the latter became easy prey for acquisitive landlords. Only then did a transformation of property rights take place, and even at that point it was never as radical as Brenner would have it. Especially the third item on Overton's list has been brought up repeatedly in the Brenner debate as well as outside. It has been pointed out that the belief that enlargement of farm sizes is a necessary precondition for expanded reproduction in agriculture is shared by neo-Marxist and neo-Smithian historians alike. For the former this process is as inevitable as it is objective, for the latter just a strategic necessity. The virtues Brenner ascribed to the large English farm enterprises, owned by benevolent landlords, made him sound to the ears of one of his critics like a Tory defender of the Corn Laws. Behind Brenner's conviction that only expropriation of the peasants could lead to capitalist development lies another one, namely that medieval peasants were risk-averse and lacked sufficient investment capital to accumulate and expand their business. In Brenner's view, medieval agriculture did not as such suffer from lack of technological development capable of raising productivity, as Poston and Hatcher in their comment on Brenner's first article had claimed. Rather, the problem was that levels of investment were far too low due to insufficient market incentives. For De Vries, as well representing the neo-Smithian side, only accumulation of land holding could have triggered off successful specialization in the early modern Netherlands and marked the watershed that took shape there between a highly productive agriculture of the coastal provinces and the lagging inland provinces. Though there is some confusion here between farm size and farm scale *, both Brenner and De Vries succumb, in the words of Crute and Parker, to the general unwillingness to believe that agricultural development could take place anywhere except on Jarge farms, which made large-scale capital investment possible and profitable. Rephrased by Cooper, the same criticism reads, "What hinders comparative analysis is. For the essential differences in economic terms are treated in Ellis, 1988, Chapter 10. J. The built-in assumption that small-scale peasant farming cannot achieve the increase in productivity necessary to support industrialization." Opposing the cases of Andalusia and Flanders in the 19th century, Cooper attacked Brenner with the latter's own most formidable weapon, comparative analysis. Whereas large-scale farming in Andalusia did not boost productivity, small-scale peasant farming in Flanders did. Even for the 19th century, evidence from Belgium and also Italy suggests that small farms could be more efficient in their use of labor than larger ones. Crute and Parker even go further. To them, Brenner's whole concept of capitalist relations may be too narrow. It does no justice to the perhaps decisive role played by the small capitalist farmer, at least from the early 16th to the mid-17th century. This is in total agreement with the findings of Robert Allen, who demonstrated that neither enclosure nor the creation by landlords of large farms dependent on wage labor have been responsible for the growth in yields and labor productivity in England between 1500 and 1800. Instead, the 17th century yeomen were the decisive contributors. The main contribution of the landlord's agricultural revolution was a further shedding of labor in the 18th century degree. The serious objections leveled against the English part of the Brenner thesis raises the question whether outside England, and particularly in the Low Countries, somewhere during the late medieval and early modern period, either non-capitalist social relations of agrarian production were generated that nonetheless were conducive to self-sustaining growth, or capitalist relations originated with the same effect, that however were differently structured from those in England. In order to get a clear picture of the questions related to any supposed alternative roads to sustained growth and its link to capitalism, we shall first deal with what in our view is a major general flaw in the Brenner thesis, its disregard of peasant behavior. Peasants could and still can rationally resist intensive market involvement. After that we shall delve into some key issues that can be regarded as touchstones of the Brenner thesis with regard to the Low Countries, commercialization of the rural economy, rural labor supply, proto-industrial development, and the influence of state formation on surplus extraction relations. 3. Peasant behavior, peasant strategies, and the limits to agrarian capitalism. The dramatic degree of path dependency that is hypothesized in the Brenner thesis suggests that strong forces which lock in a rural region into a certain development path must have been at work. Among these forces, the specific economic behavior of peasants is of primary importance. In Brenner's view, it was the peasants who, according to some inner logic, resisted the advance of the market economy. His implicit assumptions on traditional peasant societies are twofold. Peasants would always orient to subsistence and would always be willing to extreme self-exploitation. This logic would come to the well-known rule for reproduction safety first. It prescribes that traditional peasants diversify to make sure they secured what they needed to survive and market only physical surpluses, rather than specie-lease to maximize exchange value. In the same tradition, Eric Thien discusses the commercial survival strategy of Flemish households. Because self-sufficiency was the most important goal of peasants, they aimed at survival through the increase of labor input on increasingly smaller plots, and supplied their incomes with wage labor and / or non-agricultural activities, as well as with limited production for the market. Although neo-Smithians, such as De Vries, strongly disagree on this point, it is very well possible to underpin Brenner's and Thien's views with concepts borrowed from institutional economics. For one thing, it cannot be ruled out in advance that the subjective preferences of peasants had considerable effects on the process of making choices. Every analyst of the economic decisions of households will agree that preferences, which are the result of socio-cultural, economic, and perhaps even political influences, contribute to shaping consumption and production patterns today, and there is no reason why they should not have done so in the past. These preferences may result from regionally quite specific experiences which generations of peasants had with markets, with their own subsistence products, with the institutional framework governing market activity, etc. One good example is offered by the regulations made by peasant communities in many parts of Europe from the Central Middle Ages onwards with regard to the exploitation of common wastelands. In order to prevent over-exploitation, special institutions were created which governed their management, such as the so-called Markgenootschappen or Marken in the eastern Netherlands. Among the rules adopted by many of these Marken were restrictions on the number of cattle that a household was allowed to graze. Moreover, almost all bylaws forbade the grazing of cows and sheep of outside owners out of fear that this commercialization of the grazing rights would lead to over-exploitation. Also, the use made of heathlands and woodlands was restricted to the needs of the village households. Again, one was certain that a commercial exploitation of the commons would in the long run result in their disappearance. This example clearly shows that some attempts to keep the market at an arm's length may have been rational in view of the long-term conservation of the resources of village communities. A second element, which De Vries seems altogether to ignore, are transaction costs. In a perfect, Pareto-optimal world there are no costs involved in market transactions. Every producer and consumer has perfect information about both the actual and future state of the market. If even in modern economies transaction costs are real enough, buyers and sellers have to spend time and money to acquire information, to negotiate about prices, and to get their commodities to the marketplace. In the pre-industrial world they could easily get prohibitive. Transaction bottlenecks were further aggravated by the inelasticity of local demand, impeding the realization of scale economies as soon as alternative markets were distant. All this either meant 23. That no market would come into existence, or that a large slice of the pie of the seller was taken away while commodities were on their way to the market. So it could very well be rational for peasants to eat the rye and potatoes that they grew themselves instead of offering them for sale and buy other food or other commodities in return. In fact, in a world of strong fluctuations in market prices and of regular debasements of money by princes, agricultural commodities, such as grain or cattle, may have been like land itself, a means to store value and to save up that which was superior to money. Whereas high transaction costs could reinforce peasant strategies in favor of subsistence production and of limited contacts with markets, costs associated with the risks and uncertainties of the switch from subsistence to market production worked as a discouragement to commercialization as well. These transition costs became more important when participation in the market was considered to be risky. Peasants giving up subsistence always had to consider the vital question whether markets would be able to supply their households with food. Early modern Holland was an exceptional case in that respect, because it could count on a more or less stable supply of bread grains from the Baltic. This facilitated the final stage of the large transformation of Holland's rural economy, during which under the force of circumstances subsistence farming was virtually ended. Outside Holland, however, any switch over to total market production accompanied by the termination of subsistence would have revived old forms of dependence while creating new forms on the side. In pre-industrial Europe, peasant smallholders were hid from such costs as mentioned in a different way than were peasants capable of generating regular surpluses. To begin with, subsistence production was relatively labor-intensive. The many and diverse tasks involved in subsistence production demanded large amounts of labor time of household members. Again, this did not mean that peasant smallholders were by definition excluded from markets. Both in Flanders and the northern Low Countries we know of very successful types of small-scale commercial agriculture. In particular, some industrial crops, tobacco, hemp, hop, flax, require a high labor input and for that reason could be grown with a profit by small peasant producers on tiny plots of land. But, apart from the high risks of crop failure and strongly fluctuating market prices, the transition costs involved in growing this type of crops must have been relatively large. They required specialized know-how, special seeds, working capital and marketing networks, which means that the barriers to entry were probably high degree. This goes even more for peasant smallholders who did not specialize. Their limited contacts with markets, and the small amounts of produce sold or commodities bought on these markets assured high transaction costs per unit, as can be illustrated with a typical story written down around the middle of the 19th century by the Dutch agronomist J. Zeeuwissen. He ended a panegyric of the peasant economy of the province of Overijssel with a critical note on small peasants who sometimes exaggerated in their efforts to grab market opportunities. Well known is the anecdote of the peasant from Den Ham, who with a cock under his arm, walked to the market in Zwolle, and for the difference of a dime walked back to Den Ham with the patient, half-unconscious animal still under his arm. Anyone who has visited a third world country nowadays, will have observed comparable situations. Many small peasants, women in particular, invest large amounts of time in trying to sell minuscule amounts of cash crops. Wealthy peasants, on the other hand, can divide transaction costs over large quantities of commodities offered for sale. In addition, they profit from various other benefits. They will, for example, have easier access to credit as well as to information about market supply and prices, and their chances to become dependent on middlemen will be smaller. In short, from the perspective of peasant production, commercialization is not by definition a superior strategy. Perhaps commercialization is a process characterized by multiple equilibria. When surpluses increase, and market contacts become more frequent and voluminous, the costs of selling products will fall almost automatically, and reveal the productivity-enhancing effects of specialization. Peasants with a large surplus, therefore, will in general face lower transaction costs per unit sold, and be more prone to further market involvement than smallholders. Commercialization and specialization may therefore be self-reinforcing processes. At the same time, sticking to low levels of commercialization themes, commercial survival strategy may have been a low equilibrium trap from which certain regions could not easily escape. To these institutionalist objections against oversimplistic liberal views of peasant behavior that under the right historical circumstances would have led, as it were, automatically to ever greater market involvement, and thus to agrarian capitalist development, we could add other ones. They stem from a different research tradition, the neo-Marxist approach of rural sociology behind the so-called Mann-Dickinson thesis. This thesis formulates a number of natural obstacles that resist against fully capitalist production in agriculture, or, from another angle, that explain why to this day agriculture is dominated by relatively small-scale family enterprises. The four main obstacles, as defined by the main protagonist of the Mann-Dickinson thesis, Susan Archer Mann, are the non-identity of production time and labor time in agriculture, the long turnover time of capital, the peculiar features of agricultural marketing because of the perishable nature of agrarian produce, and the relatively inefficient use of farm equipment leading to unfavorable depreciation. Mann and Dickinson have pointed out that all four of these impediments weighed more heavily in the past than they do now, because under pre-industrial conditions there was hardly any danger for either appropriationism, i.e. attempts to reduce the importance of nature in agricultural production, or substitutionalism, i.e. the actual elimination of nature either by using non-agricultural, synthetic materials or by creating industrial substitutes for food or fibers. Again, there is no reason to discredit the existence of some internal logic in peasant societies, which is not entirely sustained or defined by market relations, and which moreover operates independently from any historical set of social property relations. 4. The role of markets and commercialization. In addition to their similar views on the relationship between size enlargement and agrarian capitalism, neo-Marxist and neo-Smithian analysts agree in their appreciation of the commercialization of late medieval and early modern rural economy. One could consider this appreciation stagnationist as far as it is forcefully downplaying the extent and influence of commercial activity. On the other hand, when markets eventually come into the picture, they are always perfectly functioning and completely open. Capitalist relations in agriculture seem to imply total commodification of land and labor, leading automatically and quickly to most of the labor being proletarized, and most of the land being commercialized. Wallerstein, among other, has warned us that such a Smithian paradise has never existed in historical reality. The hypothetical free market is an intellectual construct which serves the same intellectual function as frictionless movement, as a standard from which to measure the degree of deviation. And, if total availability of labor and land as commodities are typical features of capitalism, this does not mean that they have in fact been exclusive features. They have to be sure become steadily more predominant, but it is the combination of free and unfree labor and land that in fact characterizes the capitalist world economy. In our view, Brenner has overreacted in his rejection of the trade-centered approach. His obvious fear to step into the Smithian trap which links the birth of capitalism to the emergence and expansion of markets makes Brenner shun the use of the concept of market in his description of the earlier stages of the feudal economy. It made Sr. Epstein wonder whether Brenner does not center on the wrong analytical concept. For Epstein, as an institutionalist economic historian, economic development in any society is determined primarily by market structures and the institutional arrangements facilitating or discouraging them. Social property relations are only one determinant of those. Most important in Brenner's view is that within a feudal setting neither lords nor peasants were compelled to respond to market opportunities because they had direct, non-market access to peasants' surplus and means of subsistence respectively. 8 Archer Mann, Agrarian Capitalism, 0.c. 42-46. The concepts of appropriationism and substitutionalism were taken from the work of Goodman, Sorge, and Wilkinson. 26. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. So, Brenner in no way denies that lords and peasants could be active in terms of markets, but he insists in distinguishing between involvement in and dependence on markets. Thus specified, and although the distinction Brenner has made can easily lead to squabbling over where one ends and the other starts, we can get along with Brenner a long way. Certainly, many commentators, Marxist as well as other, have exposed a potentially virtuous link between the market and the conflictive relations of feudal lords and their peasants. Rodney Hilton, Georges Duby, Witold Kula, Arnost Klima, J.P. Cooper, and, more recently, Richard Britnell, Bruce Campbell and James Maschel have each stressed that growing demands on the peasants within an increasingly monetarist economy have contributed far more to the commercialization of agriculture after the year 1000 than did increased technical efficiency. To quote Hilton, although lords participated in market production in their demecennies, it would seem that the bulk of the agricultural commodities which were offered for sale in village markets, in country towns and in cities were produced by peasants in search of money to pay for rents, taxes, judicial fines and industrial products. This increased use of markets was concomitant to the increasing economic sophistication of feudal society, which, unlike Brenner and other Marxist historians have been prepared to accept, was capable of limited sustained growth. The best sign is overall levels of urbanization which in many parts of Europe easily doubled between ca 950 and ca 1250, and the figures reached by the end of that period would not decline drastically anywhere during the following centuries. Degree. The point to be made here is that peasants had no choice as to the moment they entered the market. They were indeed driven, compelled in Brenner's words, by the requirement to raise cash for rents, fines, and taxes, rather than for profit or efficiency gains it might bring them. And insofar as peasants were indeed forced to make use of the market, and this to an ever-growing extent, one could argue with Moers that in the later phases of feudalism the struggle was in large measure a struggle over which class was to have greater access to the market. Where peasants got the upper hand, this sooner or later led to petty capitalist accumulation and to social polarization within the peasantry. In this way the rise of at least one class may be explained that in Brenner's work seems to come out of the blue, the yeomanry and its continental equivalents. Brenner would certainly riposte that being forced to the market does not imply being driven out of subsistence. As far as the later medieval period is concerned, he seems to get support from Mark Bailey, who concluded from a survey of recent literature on commercialization of the English countryside that, no matter how much peasants were exposed to commerce, at least by 1300 no significant numbers could yet have been tempted out of subsistence agriculture by urban demand. The whole point, of course, is to determine when and under what historical circumstances this tempting did take place and peasants were forced into dependence upon the market. It also makes sense to distinguish between coercive forces that drove peasants to markets on the one hand and the constraints of the working of those markets on the other hand. Finally, it would be wrong to look only at output markets. Labor markets and, even more so, tenancy i.e. leasehold markets were at least as important for the subjection of peasants to economic competition. Markets in tenancies and land leases, according to Moers, were critical exactly because they implied a necessity to enter the market for the conditions of subsistence. So, instead of a sharp dichotomy between subsistence and market, subsistence could very well be, albeit partially, delivered to market forces as well. It takes us back to the theme of this volume, and in particular to Robert Brenner's contribution, because the possibility or non-possibility to stick to subsistence within a highly commercialized environment is exactly where the rural societies of later medieval Flanders and Holland, according to Brenner's argument, diverged. It is also the point on which the neo-Marxist analysis of Brenner differs from the neo-Smithian one of de Vries. Whereas the latter's primary interest in his book of 1974, as well as in his contribution to this volume, seems to be in the results of the working of a market economy, the Brenner debate, on the other hand, is basically about the creation of a market economy or of merchant capitalism, to use the 1970s phrase. Once this market economy is in place, once producers are subjected to market forces, one may expect the systematic, continuous, and quasi-universal drive on the part of the individual producers to cut costs and to maximize profitability via increasing efficiency and the movement of means of production from line to line in response to price signals, which is the precondition for modern economic growth. This still leaves the question unanswered why a seemingly strong economy such as the Flemish one, in which markets were so important, was not able to generate so much growth as to drive the peasantry out of subsistence agriculture. V. Rural labor supply and proto-industrialization. Closely related to the expansion of the market economy during the later phase of the transformation to capitalism are supposedly changes in rural labor supply and the expansion of so-called proto-industrial rural activities. Of great relevance to the Brenner debate is the distinction between wage labor contracted by capitalist farmers and family labor used by peasants. On the surface, peasant labor is cheaper and therefore peasant farming does tend to be more labor-intensive than capitalist farming. First, peasants face lower transaction costs, because the unit of production is the same as the unit of 28. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Labor supply. The costs of hiring labor in an underdeveloped and imperfectly functioning labor market may be substantial. Second, monitoring costs are substantially lower or even absent when we assume with Gary Becker that the interests of household members involved are identical. In a capitalist wage relation, on the other hand, the objectives of laborers clearly diverge from those of the capitalist farmer. Third and final, opportunity costs for peasants working extra time, for example for the weeding of their crops, is in many cases the utility of the leisure foregone, which may be very small when the consumption of the household is dependent on this extra work. For capitalist farmers, on the other hand, opportunity costs of labor amount to the sum of the wages paid, the transaction costs for hiring workers, and the additional costs for monitoring. It is true that capitalist farmers can make up for a part of the gap. They can vary the amount of hired labor through the year, attuning it to seasonal needs, and they can hire laborers with specific skills for specific labor tasks, thus having those tasks performed more efficiently. But in the end, this is not enough to beat the flexible use of cheap labor on small peasant farms. The question of rural labor supply is further complicated by non-agrarian employment. According to the classical hypothesis formulated by Chayanov, peasant households will increase their labor input until the resulting marginal production/consumption equalizes the marginal effort necessary, regardless of the nature of this labor. The problem with Chayanov's model is that it hardly fits rural society of medieval and early modern Western Europe. In Chayanov's model there is no real labor market, and the access to land of peasant families is regulated in a highly flexible but non-market manner by the so-called Mir system, which was totally unknown in the West. A better fitting approach, therefore, is offered by certain farm household models designed to analyze modern peasant economies in developing countries, such as Alan Lowe's. It is based on the assumption of semi-subsistence farming on small holdings within the wider context of an active labor market and flexible access to land by land leasing. Its predictive power is in calculating the point where wage work has a comparative advantage over labor committed to subsistence food production. According to Lowe's model, this point the opportunity cost of peasant labor is determined by the ratio of wages to the retail prices of purchased food, two data types that are within reach for economic historians of the later medieval and early modern period. Lowe's message is that in an environment with rather rigid wages like the later medieval and early modern period, the moment at which it would be economically opportune to switch from farm to off-farm work is mainly determined by falls in food prices. According to Lowe, this mechanism would explain agricultural stagnation, the more so, because able-bodied male members of peasant households are always the first to switch to off-farm work. 11. Although it is fair to say that this part of Chayanov's model is often misrepresented. In fact, it does provide for wage labor of household members outside the household, but curiously enough not for wage labor from outside added to the household workforce. See Schmidt, 1988. 191 to 192. 29. Lowe's model, rather than Chayanov's, may help to explain the emergence of what has been called a proto-industrial structure during the late medieval agrarian slump in those parts of the European countryside where capitalist relations of production in agriculture had made the least headway and where peasants had best succeeded in sticking to ownership of their land. The irony is that once a proto-industrial trajectory had taken off, it more often than not promoted capitalist relations of production, although of a different nature. This is a point on which Brenner firmly disagrees. As far as inland Flanders the classical case of proto-industrial development is concerned, proto-industry does seem to have expanded more or less indefinitely, involving an ever-growing population of peasants ever more profoundly. But far from having underpinned a development trajectory that was more positive or self-sustaining than that of the Dutch, its main accomplishment and main raison d'être appears to have been to make possible the survival of those ever more numerous peasants, who could offer neither the surpluses nor the domestic market to support ongoing industrialization. This was in sharp contrast to the case of Holland, where peasants were forced to the market, but certainly not within a proto-industrial context by Brenner's definition. Brenner has made strikingly clear that what really mattered was the relationship between proto-industrialization processes on the one hand, and peasant subsistence farming on the other hand, for it was exactly in that respect that the rural economies of two of the most densely populated and urbanized regions of early modern Europe, inland Flanders and Holland, differed. Brenner's critique of Van Zanden clearly neglects two essential features of proto-industrial development in Mendel's original model that, according to Van Zanden, were present in late medieval and early modern Holland: the production for external markets and the emergence of a specific demographic reproduction regime that was closely related to proto-industrial development. However, since the more recent literature on proto-industrialization has questioned both of these features, we are again prepared to go along with Brenner. In particular, with regard to the second, demographic feature, we have to be cautious, because until now little is known in detail about demographic behavior, marriage patterns, fertility rates, etc. in Holland during the 15th and 16th centuries. Therefore, we should be extremely reluctant in making easy assumptions on the presence or absence of Hagenel's European marriage pattern or rules such as Homan's no land no marriage as a consequence of proto-industrialization. For Flanders in a much later period, the 18th and early 19th centuries, Van den Broek did in fact corroborate that proto-industry and population growth were unmistakably positively correlated, but for very different reasons than Mendel's assumed. The crucial factor was not rising fertility within a context of a seemingly endless self-propelling process of pauperization, but declining infant mortality combined with modest fertility within a context of relative economic prosperity. But apart from that, we are convinced that the development that took place on the later medieval Dutch countryside, and we stick to the label of proto-industrial for it did in some way pave the road for the breakthrough of capitalist relations in agriculture after circa 1580, when the growth of towns was taken up again and when the bourgeoisie began to buy land on a large scale, the leasing of land expanded rapidly and 30. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Enterprising farmers used these new opportunities to consolidate and enlarge their holdings. So as far as we can see, capitalist development in agriculture could take various forms, some linked to proto-industry, some to the enlargement of farms, some to specific developments within core areas, etc. An important point is that those regions in the Low Countries in which some form of agrarian capitalism developed earliest, the maritime rim of Flanders, the river clay areas of Guelders, and the later province of Zeeland, do not appear to have been breeding grounds of merchant capitalism, in any case much less so than the proto-industrial zones of Holland and inland Flanders. The towns of the Guelders River area remained relatively small and did not witness the rise of urban merchant elites. In fact, the rise of the Guelders type of labor-extensive capitalist farming in peripheral regions seems, rather according to a von Thienen pattern, to have been related to urbanization elsewhere with the increased demand for foodstuffs that resulted from it. Apparently, this type of agrarian capitalism did not in itself create a viable structure for merchant capitalist development in the longer run. 6. Social property relations, surplus extraction, lordship and state formation. In Brenner's famous Prisma metaphor of 1982 that we quoted at the outset, social property relations are defined as the relative amounts of land held outright by lords and by peasants. As several contributions to this volume will show, this cornerstone of the Brenner thesis proves not easy to tackle for the Low Countries. Clearly, a lot of work in this field remains to be done. The limited picture we get from often painstakingly detailed in-depth studies of regional property relations is inconclusive in two ways. First, regional variety makes it impossible to decide whether the Low Countries as a whole followed the French or the English track. More in general, does the story of early modern state formation only to a certain extent coincide with socio-economic development on a sub-state level? Too often states were composed of a wide variety of highly different economic regions, each with their own institutional heritage and their own sets of social property relations upon which the state could only to a very limited degree encroach. The early modern Low Countries are a fine case in point, but regional variety was characteristic for early modern France and England as well. So the entire question may be a wrong one. Apparently, as we already said, it makes more sense to develop path dependency reasoning from the perspective of agrarian regions than from territorial states. Second, the lack of adequate sources makes it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to establish whether one could anyhow speak of the kind of transformative shifts in property relations which Brenner had in mind when he compared England, France, and East Albion Germany. An extra complicating factor for the Dutch case is the burgeoning bourgeoisie. If any major shift in the social distribution of landed property took place, it was in their direction. But the Dutch bourgeoisie was quite a different social category than were the English lords, so competition for land was more subtle and small-scale, and is therefore more difficult to trace in primary sources. Whereas the accumulation of land and the consolidation of landed property in large estates was central to the English nobility's reproduction strategy, operations of countless Dutch burghers on many land markets were but a sideline of their urban commercial economic activities, and not in general aimed at the formation of larger farms with conjoined plots of land. This situation helps to explain two major features of early modern rural Holland: the resilience of small-sized peasant property and the overall small sizes of landed property as compared to England. Problems of a different nature surround the analysis of the surplus extraction relationship, defined in Brenner's first past and present article as the inherently conflictive relations of property by which an unpaid-for part of the product is extracted from the direct producers by a class of non-producers. To start with, we do not agree with Brenner's assimilation of this concept to the social property relationship. The two can only be seen as coinciding when the lord's surplus would under all circumstances have taken some form of land rent. This was certainly not the case. Brenner's assumption that it did, is connected with a too vague conception of medieval lordship. In his second past and present article, Brenner duly distinguished between domestic lordship and banal lordship, the former founded in large land ownership and the possession of serfs, the latter in the exercise of decentralist rights of jurisdiction. 4. Brenner could be no more right in his classifying banal lordship as a critical gateway to surplus extraction by extra economic means, the more so because its proliferation occurred at a moment when domestic lordship in many parts of Europe lost much of its original coercive traits. But linking new, banal lordship to rent payments is less compelling than Brenner suggests. Many banal lords received the bulk of their income from other sources, whereas, on the other hand, not all large landowners in the later Middle Ages had banal rights, so that not all payments of land rents could be extorted under the threat of banal force. This is one of the whole points of the Dutch case in the Brenner debate. The assimilation was criticized in the Brenner debate by Wunder, 1985-97. Apart from that, medievalists cannot make much of an unspecified ownership or holding of land. In order not to make things unnecessarily technical, we shall keep using these terms too, but only after expressly stating that ownership in the Roman law sense of exclusive ownership was unknown in large parts of medieval Europe. This in its turn probably owes to the unjustified generalization of the type of lordship that came into existence in post-conquest England. In his use of terms, Brenner follows Dubé. More precisely, Dubé distinguishes three types of lordship: domestic, land and banal lordship. The best reference would be Dubé, 1974, 174-177. Brenner in a way contaminates the first two, but with due reason, because they are difficult to differentiate. 2. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Brenner's discussion of feudal lordship has another, equally important focus, namely the narrow relationship between feudal surplus extraction and feudal state building. Given the limited possibilities of enlarging income by colonization or by the intensified use of already cultivated land, the only alternative to raise income for feudal lords was, sooner or later, to take it from one another. This tendency toward intra-lordly competition and conflict made political accumulation a real necessity. Now, the outcome of this process alone was completely different in England than it was in France. In England, the monarchy regained its strength within a century after the Norman conquest. This meant that the fate of the high aristocracy, the baronial class, was from early on narrowly tied to the emerging state. In its turn, the crown, while denying banal rights to lords, had to recognize their private property rights to their manors, inclusive of a strong grip on their unfree tenants, which was quite untypical for what was happening elsewhere in Western Europe at that time. In that way, successful decentralist feudal surplus extraction, that is, serfdom, was ensured. In France, on the other hand, where lordly disorganization led to peasant freedom and to free peasant property backed up by the monarchy, centralist surplus extraction from the 13th century onwards got the upper hand over decentralist extraction by lords. This whole development served to reorganize the aristocracy. It brought the lesser lords into dependence on royal office and induced the greater ones to come to court to ally themselves with the monarchy. What seems most relevant to this volume is that things change when the state is introduced in the debate, because state boundaries alter both unit and scale of analysis. Whereas the story of path dependency thus far was bound up with socio-economic structures and the institutional arrangements surrounding them, fitting those to the Procrustean bed of territorial states could easily frustrate any attempt at generalizations. To what extent could late medieval and early modern states indeed, by rallying the support of specific groups or backing up specific legal statuses, interfere with often deeply embedded structural features of rural society? And was military competition between states indeed capable, as De Vries states, of weeding out inefficient economic institutions? No, says Brenner, who argues the other way round, that states based on more backward economies might easily defeat, or at least badly damage, those rooted in more advanced economies, as with absolutist France vis-a-vis Republican and progressive Holland. One of the reasons was the sheer difference in territorial scale, another was given by Tilly, who modeled out that the better early modern states succeeded in concentrating capital, the lower their concentration of coercive means was, and vice versa. We fully agree with Brenner on this point, but, on the other hand, subscribe to de Vries' conviction that interstate competition during the early modern period did stimulate, certainly since the rise of mercantilist thought and practice in the 16th century, the search for more efficient institutions. That is why the social and economic history of early modern Europe reveals traces of both path dependency, the medieval institutional legacy that governed the superstructure of Ancien Regime society, and structural change. The competition between the European states is anyhow regarded as one of the defining features of early modern economic development. It placed a dilemma before rulers inclined toward absolutist power: any violations of private property rights dictated by short-term considerations of raison d'etat weakened the economy, but creating institutions that would safeguard property rights, and thereby strengthen long-term economic development, limited the degree to which they could exploit the economy at their own will. Since most rulers most of the time were only focused on the short-term results of their policies, how to raise sufficient men of war, horses, and cannons to fight the next war, irrespective of the economic interests at stake, there seems to be broad agreement between Marxists, institutional economists, and Smithian economic historians that such predator states posed a serious threat to economic development. To prevent states from becoming predatory, they had to be restructured so as to serve the private interests of the dominant owning classes. This happened in England and the Dutch Republic, but not in France. In England, the monarchy from early on became the agent of the landowning nobility, even if the kings during some periods, as in the 1630s and 1670s 1680s, tried to regain absolutist preponderance. In Holland, the struggle for dominance over the state had already been decided around 1575, but in favor of the merchant class. Once the owning class, whether landowning or merchant, was in control, the possibilities of the state to levy taxes, and borrow money at low interest rates increased significantly. By implication, it was not so much the level of taxation in itself that mattered in England, and the Republic taxes in the 18th century were much higher than in France, but the commitment of the state to transparent rules of political play as well as to the upholding of property rights. The reason why this whole development contributed to a much further lowering of transaction costs in England than it did in the Dutch Republic, and so only in England helped to pave the road to sustained economic growth, has to be sought in the English state's superior efficiency in implementing its decisions, certainly from the end of the 17th century onwards. The working of the English state was not thwarted by a towering pyramid of inherited and newly established powers and jurisdictions, which gave local and regional authorities and corporative bodies vast margins of political maneuver and, indeed, independence in their dealings with the political center, as was the case in both the Republic and absolutist France. From that institutionalist point of view, France succeeded in exploiting its large scale and high degree of centralism only to a limited degree. It may have reached some reduction of transaction costs and promoted some expansion of regional trade by creating larger units for exchange in which common rules were applied and communications within larger territories enhanced. It also may have given a more adequate military and political backing to its merchants and industrial entrepreneurs, needed because the differences between trade and war were often only marginal, and all large merchant empires were built as much on military power as on economic superiority. 34. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. But, as suggested above, it proves to be extremely difficult to link such changes in surplus extraction systems following from state policies directly to shifts in social property relations answering as much to regional as to national institutions. 7. Conclusion. The Brenner thesis tries to explain the absence of sustained economic growth narrowed down by Brenner in his contribution to this volume to the sustained growth of agricultural labor productivity in Europe between ca 1300 and 1800, that is to say in a pre-industrial world where markets, towns, and commercialization were not lacking. Without denying their merits, Brenner's main goal has always been to supplement the two most authoritative explanatory models in post-war historiography, the neo-Smithian commercialization model and the neo-Malthusian demographic homeostasis model, with an analysis of social property relations from the Marxist perspective of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. From this perspective, the two main research targets are the struggle between lords and peasants over property rights to land, and the transformation of the feudal surplus extraction system under the impact of demographic, economic, and political changes during the waning of the Middle Ages. For only after the peasants had been dispossessed of their main means of production, and their labor commodified by destroying serfdom, and with it the classical feudal regime of non-economic surplus extraction, a breeding ground for capitalism was created. In various articles, Brenner has made it clear that although everywhere in Europe both transformative processes were set in motion even before 1300, only in England was the final goal reached. Brenner's logical explanation was that elsewhere the road to capitalism was blocked by either features of peasant economies that kept peasants in possession of their land, or by changes in the surplus extraction regime that, instead of removing mechanisms of non-economic or political pressure, replaced them by others. Our article was first of all meant as an attempt to rephrase the Brenner thesis in the neo-institutionalist vocabulary that is more palatable to the recent economic historical taste. At the same time, however, it must be clear that the quintessential questions on social and economic change in late medieval and early modern Europe that Brenner has raised, are still valid and alive. Updating them does not mean throwing them carelessly into history's dustbin. On the contrary, by translating them we have tried to show how closely these questions are related to the tenets of institutionalism. Our second objective was to critically discuss four elements of the Brenner thesis that seem to us to be most relevant to the case of the Low Countries. First, the strong degree of path dependency inherent to the Brenner thesis and to the other models just mentioned, for that matter. Besides the warning that path-dependent reasoning should not make us turn a blind eye to contingent development, it may help us understand why the meso or regional level of economic historical analysis has proved to be so rewarding, as can be inferred from the impressive output of regional historical monographs by the so-called Wageningen school and others in post-war Dutch historiography. It has lent, we think, strong empirical support for the view that Europe in the late medieval and early modern period was very much 35. Regionalist. Each region was characterized by an interlocking set of institutions that, within a broader context of demographic evolution, social property structure, and dynamics of state formation, gave shape to a specific developmental trajectory between the Middle Ages and the 19th century. The nature and working of these institutions, in their turn, determined to a larger or lesser extent the advance of commercialization and the growth of a rural labor market, may be the two most fundamental agents of change in the rural economy and society of pre-industrial Europe. Where commercialization did not make headway, as in large parts of Western Europe during the late medieval and early modern periods, this was probably due to the continued existence of inefficient institutions, related to feudal surplus extraction based on extra-economic coercion. The second element regards our criticism of Brenner's contention that the English road to agrarian capitalism has been the only successful one. We pointed out that other varieties of agrarian capitalism, some of them, as we shall see in more detail in several contributions to this volume, particularly flourishing in early modern Holland, had the same potential, and there were certain impediments to the full deployment of agrarian capitalism, arising partly from the logic of peasant economies, partly from the nature of agriculture as a production process itself. As for labor supply, the third element, the case of the Low Countries, seems again to have been more complicated than Brenner was until now willing to admit. However, we think that Brenner's comparative analysis of the importance of non-agrarian wage labor to rural incomes in his contribution to our volume is of great interest. Especially Brenner's proposal to distinguish the means of subsistence from the orthodox Marxist concept of means of production has proved to be illuminating for the comparison between Flanders and Holland. Where, as in Holland, peasants got separated from their full means of subsistence, this did not mean they were at the same time dispossessed of all their land, or their labor and capital, for that matter. On the one hand, it made Dutch peasants dependent on the market, but at the same time it did not turn them into proletarians, obliged to sell their labor power. Finally, we paid some serious attention to an element that is quite pivotal to the Brenner thesis, the role of states as central surplus extractors, and consequently, in promoting or blocking agrarian capitalist development. Our approach was centered around the concept of institutional efficiency, and our line of reasoning was that in early modern Holland a high concentration of capital and political dominance of the merchant class kept state rapacity in check and fostered institutional efficiency far more than could be the case in Flanders and Brabant. On the other hand, due to its particularistic tradition, Holland never reached the level of institutional efficiency that England was able to attain from the late 17th century onwards. We doubted, however, whether this would have made the difference in productivity growth in agriculture in connection with changed, capitalist social property relations. We have stressed repeatedly that long-term shifts in social property relations must be seen at least as much against a regional agrarian institutional background as within the setting of territorial state formation. 36. Restyling the transition from feudalism to capitalism. In the end, therefore, this volume offers only a beginning. Each and every of its contributions make us realize how limited our knowledge of the main variables of the Brenner thesis for the late medieval and early modern history of the Low Countries remains. What we know about social property relations has as many gaps as what we know about the nature of economic versus non-economic pressure behind surplus extraction, or, put differently, about the pressure as well as social redistribution of land rents and taxes. 3. Mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland. Peter Hoppens Rauwers, University of Amsterdam. Introduction. Since the appearance of Brenner's first article, many pages have been filled with critical discussions of its content, but the remarkable economic and social history of the Low Countries during the later medieval and early modern period has as yet been consigned to scattered remarks in footnotes. Unjustly so, because central to it are exactly the kind of questions of socio-economic transformation related to urbanization that constitute, according to S.R. Epstein, the underbelly in Brenner's argument. Shortly considering the Dutch case, Brenner brushed it aside as the exception that proved the rule. In Holland there would never have been a strongly rooted lordly class capable of extracting a surplus by means of extra economic compulsion, nor b. a traditional, possessing peasantry with direct, non-market access to its means of subsistence. The Dutch social property structure at the start of the early modern period would have had a fundamentally non-feudal and non-peasant character, lying thus open to urban market pressures. Nevertheless, in the end, when the English economy took a definitive lead of the continent, even its most advanced region, the United Provinces showed a constricted developmental path, dependent as its industrial and transport sectors remained upon the general growth of the European economy during the 16th and into the 17th centuries. Enmeshed in what remained an essentially feudal circuit of production, the Dutch economy was slowly strangled, as that circuit gradually constricted with the onset of Phase B. What is of the most interest here, is the first part, in fact Brenner's summary of Jan de Vries' The Dutch Rural Economy in the Golden Age. Rather ironically, Brenner's interpretation of the survey Jan de Vries gave of Dutch social structure around 1500 is diametrically opposed to what some of de Vries' critics, like Noordegraaff and Van Zanden, made of it. While Brenner assumed from his reading of the Dutch rural economy that rural society in early modern Holland was fundamentally non-peasant, both Dutch historians precisely objected to de Vries' representation of rural social structure in terms of a peasant society, and thus in fact endorsed Brenner's assumption. At least as surprising is Brenner's or anyone else's, for that matter, lack of criticism on the weak explanatory basis of the book. In the introductory chapter, de Vries sums up a number of factors that may affect the course of rural development, such as field patterns and village structure, soil qualities, legal systems and land tenure rights, attitudes and mentalities, etc. One would expect the author to at least 41. Have indicated at the end of his book, which of these factors had, in his view, been responsible for steering the rural economy of the Netherlands coastal areas to specialization during the Golden Age. Instead, he did not return to this basic issue at all. In my opinion, however, a large explanatory potential for the specialization model is given in De Vries' excellent outline of the class structure of rural society around 1500 in Chapter 2. A closing chapter, dedicated to the changes in class structure between 1500 and 1700 would have given the Dutch rural economy both a more logical and satisfactory finale. Now the chapter on class structure stands too isolated from the others and serves mainly to shade the Malthusian segment of the story. Brenner could have put his finger on this weakness, but he did not. Nevertheless, it will be clear that in order to view the later medieval and early modern history of Holland through a Brennerian looking glass, we must try to link the urban factor with the three historical preconditions Brenner pointed out as most fundamental to the restructuring of the social property and surplus extraction relations, or, in a broader perspective, to the transition from feudalism to capitalism, first the decline of serfdom, next the short-circuiting of the emerging predominance of small peasant property, and finally the obstruction of the substitution of a new mechanism of non-economic or political coercion for the old one. In between, where the argument, so to speak, demands, we will focus our attention to closely related phenomena such as the proletarization of peasant labor, the accumulation of land and capital, and the extension of expansive investment in agriculture. 2. The decline of serfdom and the expropriation of the peasantry. The Dutch case seems to strongly validate Brenner's view that the emancipation of the medieval European peasants hardly depended on urban support. The Dutch peasantry, on the assumption that there was one, shed its servile fetters almost completely even before urbanization was really getting on. Yet, this is by no means synonymous to saying that there had never been a strongly rooted lordly class, as did Brenner. Surely, enough remnants of serfdom and of the functioning of a monoreal system in Holland have been brought to light, especially on the sandy and loamy soils along the coast and the larger rivers, the oldest inhabited parts of Holland. We also know for sure that the 13th century counts of Holland had to rely on a strong regional nobility while expanding their power over new territory. We should therefore wonder why feudal class structure disintegrated so early and how this altered peasant property rights in the short as well as in the long run. One of the explanations traditionally put forward is the large-scale opening up of the vast peat and clay tracts of the coastal areas of the Low Countries during the medieval period of expansion. As far as the reclaimed lands were virgin territory to be newly colonized, serfdom and monoreal relations were absent from the beginning, and this probably promoted emancipation in the old land. It is, however, more difficult to link the emancipation of the peasantry to its expropriation. In addition to personal freedom, the reclamation movement. 42. Mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland provided the peasants in the end with very strong property rights to land. There is no evidence at all that in Holland the traditional lords have tried to participate in the expansion movement by retightening their hold on the land, old and reclaimed alike, and by rationalizing its exploitation, such as can be seen in Flanders and Brabant. According to a well-known theory of law historian H. van der Linden, the two main territorial princes of the region, the Counts of Holland and the Bishops of Utrecht, managed to control the reclamation and colonization of the vast peatbog wilderness of the western Netherlands to a large extent. The principal aim would not have been the formation of large landed demesnes, but to establish public and territorialized authority. In exchange for their recognition of the public authority and high justice of the Count and for the guarantee of their personal freedom, the peasant colonists paid a fixed fee for the possession of the new land. In the older peat settlements this fee represented from the start a negligible amount of money with only symbolic value. In the younger colonies the fees were higher and went to function as a general land tax. Gradually such signs of the new social order would have been transplanted to the old land as well. According to van der Linden, the colonists must have been regarded from the start as the virtual owners of the reclaimed land. In this way the reclamation movement can be justly described as a form of feudal development in the Marxian sense, as it offers an example of extensive economic growth and played a part in the feudal state-building process as well. but we should keep in mind that this is only one side of the story. Without wanting to ascribe magic qualities capable of explaining almost everything in which Holland differs from the rest of the world to the peat reclamations and their ecological, institutional, and economic consequences, we have to admit that at the same time they carried the seeds of some typically non-feudal evolutions. As a result of the early commodification of land in the wake of the peat reclamations, the peasantry of Holland was relatively early subject to polarization and peasant as well as non-peasant accumulation of land. Potentially, this situation paved the road to a specific type of rural capitalist development quite early, fostering specialization and employment of wage labor, as well as generating competitive land and land lease markets, and expansive investments in land. The question remains to what extent and in what direction this potential was drawn on during the later medieval and early modern period. In Brenner's terms, much depended on the evolution of first the social property relations, and second the surplus extraction structure. Therefore, we will have a successively closer look into the social distribution of landed property, its size structure and quite dissimilarly the size structure of farms, the accessibility of labor and capital, and finally some key factors underlying changes in the surplus extraction system. 43. Ely. The social distribution of landed property at the beginning of the early modern period. From the start of the 16th century we can follow in detail the development of the social struggle over what by then can be called land ownership. Jan de Vries summarized the most important data. According to the Informatie, a village-by-village survey ordered by the Habsburg government in 1514, the peasants owned little over 40% of all the cultivated land in the county of Holland. This number may have underestimated reality, as we can deduce from comparison with more complete statistics from the middle of the 16th century. For instance, peasant proprietorship in the core district of Holland, Rijnland, totals some 30% in the Informatie. The very detailed and reliable Morgenboeken of the High Drainage Board of Rijnland over the years 1540-1544, however, would indicate at least double this amount, which certainly cannot be entirely ascribed to a sudden peasant land hunger in the intermediate years. If on the whole peasant-owned land in the early modern period came to say half of the cultivated area, this would place Holland somewhere between England and France, though much closer to the former than to the latter. In that sense peasant land ownership seems to have been indeed short-circuited rather effectively. Other than in England, however, the beneficiaries of this development were certainly not the traditional feudal lords. According to estimates of de Vries and van Nierop, the nobility would have owned, around the middle of the 16th century, no more than about 5%, religious and charitable institutions somewhat over 10% and private townsmen somewhere between 20 and 30% of all cultivated land. Rough as these estimates may be, they unmistakably point to the townsmen as the victors and the feudal nobility as the loser of the struggle over land ownership. It remains difficult, however, to give a detailed chronological account of this struggle and to tell at whose expense urban land ownership had expanded during the late Middle Ages. Certainly, the nobility, not the towns and their burghers, paid the higher price for the political turmoil and the wars by which Holland was chronically scourged during the 14th and 15th centuries. But with regard to this period I agree with what van Nierop observed for a later one, that the theme of the declining nobility versus a rising bourgeoisie should not be emphasized too greatly. The core nobility of Holland, consisting of those noblemen belonging to the knighthood, may have even been revitalized considerably during the 15th century. From data recently collected by Jans we can infer that in the closing years of the 14th century the knighthood of Holland counted about 85 members. That would have been about 20 more than a century before, while van Nierop estimated the total number of. Note that this calculation leaves up to 15% uncovered. Cf. Brand, 1996, 211, who rather deftly pins down rural land ownership by townsmen at 30% around 1500. Personal communication of Anthony Jans, who is currently working on a comprehensive study of the medieval nobility of Holland. 44. Mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland. Male adult noblemen in Holland along the first half of the 16th century at on average 200, 150 of whom were of Old Dutch origin, making up with their families maybe 3 to 3.5 per thousand of the total population. By then they owned on average something near 150 acres per male adult, which is not very much when compared to noble large land ownership in other European countries. In relation to the possession of land, the Dutch nobility probably had a structurally weak position with quite a long history. A number of reasons can be produced. First, the possession of jurisdictional rights by noblemen generally was not coupled with land ownership within the same jurisdiction. This increased the danger of disintegration or loss of landed possessions. Second, the old noble estates seem to have lacked the large demesnes which provided the English lords with the perfect springboard to the expansion of their ownership to land from the 16th century onwards. A third point of relevance here may be that already in the 14th century many Dutch noblemen were not that dependent on rent income from land anymore. A good example is the income structure of the lordship of Putten and Strijgen, core possession of one of the leading noble families of Holland. Of a total revenue in 1379 of about £600 groats, little over a quarter came from land leases and other land rents, a further fifth from tithes, but more than 40% from banalites, from leases of fisheries, fowling and reed lands, and from rights to outdike waste lands. In the following years this ratio would be even higher, as the lords of Putten and Strijgen began to engage in the very profitable leasing of so-called peat dikes, used for the winning of salt by the burning of salt-impregnated peat. Much the same story could be told of the possessions of what was without a shadow of doubt the richest nobleman of Holland in the first half of the 14th century, William of Duvenvoorde, Lord of Oosterhout. There can be no mistake about Duvenvoorde being a large landowner, but his landed possessions were widely dispersed, each taken separately was relatively small. The total income from them must have been dwarfed by the money made from jurisdictional rights and peat digging concessions in the extensive waste peat grounds he owned in the border area between Holland and Brabant. Considering these cases, the income of the Dutch nobility must have been drastically restructured during the 15th century, as Van Nierop established that in the 16th century land was the most important source of income for the majority of the nobility. Even less solid than the position of the nobility in terms of large land ownership was that of the monasteries, the other important segment of what Marxism has coined the feudal lords. The Benedictine abbeys of Egmond and Regensburg, generally considered as the two most illustrious religious houses in the county of Holland, may have owned something like 2,500 and 1,500 hectares of land respectively, which made them large but not huge landowners, certainly not in comparison to their English counterparts. Still, with land ownership of this size, the two old monasteries stood out clearly in the county and were probably only rivaled by the Premonstratensian Abbey of Bern in the Land van Heusden. The latter owned some 3,000 hectares, but more than two-thirds were situated in the Duchy of Brabant. Also of the new orders, the Cistercian women convent called Leeuwenhorst, came close to Regensburg with approximately 1,300 hectares. But all others had much less. If most of the Dutch towns go back to the 13th century, the process of urbanization was sped up dramatically in the second half of the 14th century. De Boer has estimated the urban population of Holland around 1,350 at 60,000 persons, about 23% of the again estimated total population of the county. In 1514 the total population of close to 270,000 would have been hardly larger than it had supposedly been 1.5 centuries before. But the urban part had more than doubled to an ample 125,000 persons. Practically from the moment towns are mentioned in written sources, there are reports of townsmen buying land in the countryside. Of course it was first and foremost the urban elite that seized its opportunities on the land market. Van Ken has shown that already before 1330 about one-third of the area between the rivulets Old Vliet and Sveit near the village of Zuiderwoud was in the hands of leading families from Leiden. In the Heusden countryside I could trace, from the second half of the 14th century, landed possessions of 40% of all aldermen of Heusden town. In fact many more must have owned land, as the documentation was highly incomplete. Later, urban land ownership must have become far more widespread in social terms. Of the 280 citizens the small town of Houston counted in 1543, 37 owned 30% of the land in the neighboring village of Herpt alone. The same close correlation between scale of urban land ownership and distance to the town has been established for huge cities like Dordrecht, Delft, and Utrecht *. Whether the expansion of urban land ownership was accomplished chiefly at the expense of the peasantry remains to be seen. More research is needed on this point. For the land van Houston, it is plausible that peasant land ownership did not, on the whole, suffer substantial losses between the end of the 14th and the middle of the 16th century. All we can say for sure is that so far as peasant land ownership tended to advance with the peat reclamations and the clearing up of the last remnants of serfdom, this advance has been checked not by the feudal lords, nor by that other traditional large landowner, the old abbeys, but by urban capital, invested by private burghers, and not to be forgotten countless urban religious and charitable foundations of smaller dimensions. Dordrecht, Van Ries, St. 124, Utrecht, De Vries, 1974, 47, Table 2.3, Delft, see text below. According to a recent count by C. Dodiagens, who is preparing a PhD on monasteries in the Reuland district in the 15th and 16th centuries, there must have been over 220 religious houses in Holland in the decades around 1500. 46. Mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland. An important consequence of this popularization of urban land ownership was no doubt its small average size. The landed possessions of the aforementioned 37 Houston burghers owning land in Herpt in 1543, for instance, amounted to no more than an average of 10 acres. Slightly larger 13 to 14 acres was the average size of urban possessions found in the villages surrounding Delft, one of the largest towns of Holland, where in 1561 burghers of Delft, Schiedam, and The Hague owned over one-third of all the land. Doubtless, the Schenkpenninkoeuren of ca 1550 will provide many other examples. And because land ownership of the nobility and religious and charitable institutions proved to have been relatively small-sized and dispersed as well, this must have placed peasants in a favorable position for negotiation on various land markets. In that way plenty of opportunity for petty accumulation arose. This was only one of the inroads massive urban land ownership opened into feudal relations of production. Another, probably even more important track was the short-term leasing of land on competitive terms. It started to penetrate landlord-peasant relations on the continent from as early as the middle of the 13th century, a fact overlooked by Brenner as much in the wake of the dissolution of classical forms of monoreal exploitation as following the spread of urban land ownership. I shall get back to this point in due time. 4 Forms and scale of capitalist farming. If the main shift in social property relations in Holland were indeed the transference of considerable amounts of land from traditional feudal large landowners to urban investors, and richer peasants had ample opportunities to enlarge their holdings, the next question would be whether this generated or stimulated modern agrarian capitalist development. As far as we can see, it did, although not exclusively or not primarily in the typical, three-tiered form that came to prevail in early modern England. Rather, 4 distinct types emerge from a survey of the material available for the 16th century. They can be tabulated as follows. Table 3.1 Forms of agrarian capitalism in Holland. Type organization of production. Simple 2-tiered 1, farmer is full owner, 2, hired laborers. Semi 3-tiered /1-1, farmer is partly owner, partly tenant, 2, hired laborers. Semi 3-tiered /2-1, owner is agrarian entrepreneur, 2, farmer is hired manager, 3, hired laborers. Full 3-tiered 1, owner is provider of land and capital, 2, farmer is tenant and organizer of production, 3, hired laborers. In its simple 2-tiered version, commercially operating farmer owners of large farms regularly employ or hire farm laborers. The classical example has been produced for the coastal province of Friesland by B.H. Schleicher van Bath, Rank Hemema of Hitsum, whom we know so well thanks to the account book he kept during the enervating war years 1569 to 1573. Hemema owned about 25 hectares, 1/3 arable, 2/3 pasture, and only occasionally rented additional small plots. He produced wheat, barley, pulses, butter and cheese for the regional market of Franeker, employed on average 5 farm hands and maids, and continually tried to improve his business, among other by purchasing manure and by investing in improvements of the farm buildings. The second version is often found in early modern Holland, where commercial dairy farmers more often than not had to lease land in addition to the land they owned in order to build up large enough farms to attain some economies of scale. This was what happened in, for instance, the villages of Overschie, and in the relatively well-studied Delft area. In the 5 villages in the immediate surroundings of Delft there were, in 1561, about 40 local landowners with over 10 morgens of property who leased additional land, up to 65 morgen. This created farms, with lands that were partly owned, partly rented, of between about 25 and 70 hectares. Slightly larger sizes have been attested for 3 villages a bit further distanced from Delft, Zoutveen, Kethel, and Spaland. From a detailed study of the so-called Westland, the area west of Delft in the same period, it has appeared that farms of that size usually had several farm hands and maids who were living in the farmhouse. 8. From the same period emerges a third type of agrarian capitalism, which must have been relatively rare, but is nevertheless interesting because it implies an early conception of farms as business enterprises. A striking example can be found in the business papers of the Leiden merchant Daniel van der Meulen. They contain a very detailed bookkeeping of a large polder farm in southwest Holland. The accounts refer to the years 1584 to 1590. In that time, van der Meulen acted as a solicitor for his brother-in-law, the rich Antwerp merchant Lois Malapert, who had not long before purchased 2 lots of about 32.5 hectares each in the reclamations near the new fortress town Willemstad, bordering the Holland Sea deep to the southwest of Dordrecht. The 65 hectares were not leased to a tenant, but kept in direct exploitation. The business was run by a manager on the spot, who was in the pay of the absent owner and had to account yearly for all the work done. It goes without saying that this was a highly commercialized farm, in constant need of many farm hands and growing a wide mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland. AVF products for the markets of Middelburg and Iden. The fourth and final version is represented by the classical English type of THREAD or agrarian capitalism, where large landowners leased large farms to farmers who worked the farm mainly with rented labor, or contracted subtenants. The sources at our disposal not always allow us to make out which of these 2 possible solutions was chosen. An example from the land van Heusden are the leases concerning arables of 35 and 65 hectares respectively, plus additional meadows, awarded in 1426 by the abbot of the Benedictine Abbey of St. Truden to 2 farmers, who for the working of such large tracts of land must have contracted either laborers or subtenants. In the villages around Delft in 1561 there were some 20 farmers leasing more than 25 morgen who owned no land at all or, if they did, owned less than 5 hectares. The largest of their farms measured close to 40 hectares. On the newly endiked lands north of the Holland Sea deep the owners, often noble families from Guelders and Utrecht, created farms including farm buildings towards the end of the 16th century measuring between about 13 and 45 hectares. In my opinion, however, these early cases of agrarian capitalism were still rare in the 15th and even 16th centuries. As we shall see, even after processes of commercialization and urbanization had been sped up in late medieval Holland, small peasant property proved to be very resilient. The build-up of farms of considerable size, on the other hand, a slow and protracted process. By implication, a size structure of landed property in which small land ownership remained prevalent for the time being logically brought about a farm size structure dominated by small farms. Indeed, The evidence for farms and/or land holdings in all corners of 16th century Holland being on average small to tiny, is overwhelming. From a large sample of land leases, more than 70% was smaller than 4.4 hectares, around 1,500. In 1600 this percentage had risen to 79%. Only at a later stage, and allegedly under the impact of growing specialization, accumulation got on its way and relatively larger farms worked by hired labor became more common in the coastal regions of the Dutch Republic, a complex process, well analyzed by De Vries. Even then we should not exaggerate the pace and extent of farm size enlargement. In East Groningen, for instance, from the 18th century on, the area of agrarian capitalism par excellence in the Netherlands, the majority of land users in 1660 had less than 6 hectares at their disposal, and in many villages this had not changed more than half a century later. Between 1/3 and 2/3 of all private land users were other than those who would later be called gentleman farmers, i.e. the possessors of large specialized farms. And in those days the normal herd measured no more than between 10 and 20 hectares, not enough to make large numbers of hired farm hands necessary. So the question is, why this apparent delay in the formation of large farms, and why this resilience of small peasant property? In the following I have examined 5 possible causes: the elasticity of labor input, proto-industrial development, the labor-intensive nature of agrarian specialization in Holland, the equal profitability to large and small farmers of quality improvements in agrarian infrastructure, and the relatively easy access to capital. V. Factors contributing to the resilience of small peasant property. V.1. Elastic labor input and proto-proletarization. In every discussion of peasants' economics, the elasticity of peasant labor input is seen as an important asset because it shields peasant households from insecurities of the market. If necessary, peasant households make use of family labor at a marginal productivity level below the market wage. Thus, thanks to its capacity for self-exploitation, small family farms require relatively small quantities of additional non-labor resources to result in large gains in additional output. Large farms, in contrast, require large quantities of capital to achieve the same. Contributing to this elasticity of labor input on peasant holdings in late medieval and early modern Holland was another factor, put forward by Van Zanden in 1988. While accepting De Vries's representation of the rural economic structure of Holland around 1550 as fundamentally unspecialized, Van Zanden nevertheless rejected its supposed subsistence character. Rather, the mass of the peasants out of necessity combined small-scale agriculture functionally with various entirely market-oriented non-agricultural activities that were often performed as wage work. We should think here of a wide variety of things, such as reed and peat cutting, sea and sweet water fishing, fowling, salt making, shipbuilding, land and water transport, brick making, spinning and weaving, and, most of all, of incidental labor on the endless stretches of dikes and ditches that were so typical for the Dutch rural landscape. For this reason Van Zanden preferred to define the rural population of early modern Holland as proto-proletarian rather than as peasant. It would have been the long period of falling real wages starting in the last quarter of the 15th century that triggered off proto-industrial development in the Dutch countryside, while tendencies to scale enlargement, concentration, and proletarization in the urban industries somewhere between 1580 and 1650 brought it to an end. From that moment also, circumstances became more favorable to the enlargement of farms. In a recent article, De Vries clearly has adjusted his views and arrives at a comparable scenario. He observed a large and complex casual/unskilled labor market in the maritime zone until the 1620s, where wage labor fit into the agrarian economy. Then, the days of this labor market were numbered as both labor demand and supply fell, the latter as a consequence of the gradual disappearance of small farms. Van Zanden elaborated his ideas on the early proto-proletarization of the countryside in his book On the Rise and Decline of Holland's Economy. Central to its thesis is the assumption, grafted on Mokier's economic model of proto-industrialization, that under merchant capitalism the levels of reward for various sorts of labor were generally laying below the reproduction costs of labor? Only those forms of labor that had a basis in both production spheres, i.e. agriculture and proto-industry, could be sustained on their own. Oddly enough, although in itself not incompatible with Van Zanden's ideas, in early modern Holland there seem to have been no differences in wage levels between town and countryside to speak of. De Vries, sticking to the tenets of marginal analysis, attributed this to the high labor productivity in agriculture rather than to the absence of any demographic pressure in the countryside. Consequently, opportunity costs of labor in the rural and urban economies might have been roughly the same, and the same reasoning must then hold for agricultural when comparing it to non-agricultural labor in the rural economy alone. On the other hand, there were substantial interregional differences in wage payments, which must have affected relative cost prices of both agrarian and non-agrarian products and services. From that perspective, Dutch proto-industrialization was more likely linked with the elasticity of rural labor input and wage differences on an interregional than with demographic pressure or wage differences on the intraregional level. Even so, the factors stimulating proto-industrialization just mentioned only worked to a certain extent. They were not capable of driving small peasants from their land on a sufficiently massive scale as to make agrarian capitalism predominant. As for the elasticity of rural labor, Klepp has rightly articulated that the chronic occurrence of disguised rural unemployment in urbanist areas of pre-industrial societies, and we have ample proof that this occurred in Holland as well, indicates that an extension of non-agrarian employment did not necessarily lead to the clearance of all excess labor on peasant farms, not even if it was coupled with an increase in wages. He attributed this phenomenon among other things to certain peculiarities of farm work, such as its highly variable seasonally determined labor demand. In Klepp's view, this prevented a definite transition to full-time non-agrarian wage labor. The seasonal rhythms of agriculture must have worked to the same effect in other respects as well, leading to cyclical patterns of alternating agrarian and non-agrarian labor input, but also to a suboptimal use of capital. One final limiting factor on rural industrialization, namely legal barriers thrown up by town governments, will be discussed below. v.2. The nature of agrarian specialization and the equal profit of collective investments in infrastructure. As a third possible cause that may have promoted the resilience of small-scale peasant property, I mentioned the nature of specialization in Dutch agriculture. Since grain production in Holland on any substantial let alone commercial scale was foreclosed from about the middle of the 14th century onwards due to the subsidence of the drained peatlands, specialization leaned rather toward labor than capital-intensive lines. We should think here of dairy farming primarily, often combined with the growing of cash crops like hemp, flax, oilseed or hop, but also of all kinds of specialized horticulture. The decisive question we cannot answer is obviously that of the productivity of small-sized farms in comparison with large ones. But given late medieval and early modern techniques and limited possibilities to substitute labor with capital, size enlargement would in neither of the aforementioned lines have resulted in any increasing returns to scale to speak of. On the contrary, large farmers could easily be confronted with diseconomies of scale insofar as their arable land and their pasture was divided up in small plots, spread over a larger area, which as we saw was often enough the case in early modern Holland. So even if land and capital improved in quality, which may have well been the case, this needed not have induced automatically, as it were, enlargement of farm sizes. Registered. This was the more so, because large and small landholders and/or farmers could reap the benefits of the most substantial of these quality improvements rather indiscriminately. The gradual draining of the vast peat moors of Holland from the 10th century onwards and the cat-and-mouse game between the water and its drainers to which it led, compelled the latter to invest continually in infrastructure as well as to chronic technical improvement. Investment by non-economic coercion would in this context be an appropriate designation. This whole development had at least two benevolent side effects. First, the gradual, more or less organic growth of a very impressive network of waterways, largely facilitating regional commerce and peasants' access to markets, and fostering regional specialization. Second, the fact that small landholders/farmers profited to the same measure as large ones from improvements they could never have financed on their own. Also, in the financing of maintenance works and improvements, the profit principle was applied without acknowledging exceptions or privileges. All who profited paid in proportion to the size of their landed possessions. This kept the burden of expenses within limits, as I have shown for the Houston villages. During the second half of the 15th century, yearly expenses were on average slightly more than 10 Flemish groats per 2 acres, which was about 20% of the rental value. This was in accordance with the average burden in the heart of Holland, although variance was considerable, as we learn from the Informatie of 1514. Quality improvements in vital infrastructure such as mentioned leave the question of the extent and employment of urban investments in the countryside largely unanswered. In general, urban money came to the countryside in 3 forms: as payments for purchases of land, as payments for improvements of farms by urban landlords/lessors, and as supply of credits. All 3 forms may have induced productivity-boosting investments and the spread of this profit-maximizing, cost-cutting, and technologically inventive economic behavior, which Brenner placed, in a critique on Wallerstein, at the core of the rise of capitalism. But did they indeed have those effects? And, in particular, how did they affect social property relations? The present state of research leaves the Dutch picture on this point quite opaque. We know virtually nothing of how peasants used the proceeds of sales of land, and next to nothing of the investment behavior of capitalist landlords, urban or otherwise. As to the latter issue, there is some discussion on the harshness of non-peasant lessors in dealing with their tenant farmers. In late medieval Flanders, landlords/lessors would have applied non-economic pressure to force tenants to pay more than the market value of leases, especially during periods when they were short of cash. Thus, short-term leasing provided the lords with a formidable instrument to pursue income policy, enabling them to adjust income to financial needs. In Thiene's opinion, therefore, the financial needs of the lords, and not the market, determined lease prices in the last resort. Neither would landlords in this situation have been willing to invest in their farms when needed or when opportune. Speaking of the leasing of demesnes in later medieval England, Britnell has recently argued in a completely reverse direction, judging that many lords aimed to achieve stable rents from reliable tenants, rather than to bargain for the highest sum to be obtained at any given moment. He agrees with Thiene, however, in stressing the non-economic motives of lords/lessors. The Dutch evidence seems more supportive to Britnell's than to Thiene's line of reasoning. Although related to a period of continuous expansion, Van Nyerop's data on leases by noblemen do not show significant differences in the lease prices stipulated by different categories of lessors in Holland at the beginning of the modern period. Besides, in Holland large landowners and certainly the corporate ones used to lease by public bidding. From the beginning of the 16th century the drawing up of written contracts was prescribed, a measure, by the way, mainly directed against the many tenants claiming a right of prolongation. Likewise, van der Woud came to a generally favorable judgment on short-term land leases. From lease contracts he distilled an essentially farmer-friendly attitude among urban proprietors in late medieval Limburg and Brabant. Everywhere tenants were not only legally well protected, but also unforeseen misfortune forced their landlords/leasers to indulge their tenants, being left with the choice of either getting less than agreed or nothing at all. Thus, tenants could pass part of the damage on to the landlords, and this, according to van der Woud, may have been one of the reasons for the relative well-being of the peasantry in important parts of the Low Countries during long periods. Neither should we forget that short-term leases brought along definite advantages to peasant families who were short of capital or temporarily in need of additional land. All this points to the early presence of the sort of sensible, market-related economic behavior that Brenner ascribes to capitalist-minded landlords. We could add that non-peasant landlords seem on the whole to have been quite willing to put money into their farms. In a recent study of lease contracts in the Guelders River area, Van Bavel calculated that landlords around 1,550 reinvested as much as 20% of the total value of their income from leases in improvement of the farms and farmlands. A figure of this order of magnitude is totally in line with the only well-documented case on farm level, that is Renck Hemema's. Hemema plowed back 7 to 36% of his yearly gross revenue from agriculture into his farm, mostly to improve farm buildings and buy new equipment. To be sure, these indications of progressive, capitalist behavior have to be balanced against such sharp but also very traditional denouncements of the aristocratic aspirations of ambitious farmers as have been made by some of Hemema's contemporaries, such as Abel Eppens, a wealthy farmer from the Groningen degree. More in general, urban credit must have been fairly easily available to large groups of country dwellers in late medieval Holland, and this might have been another reason why small-scale peasant land ownership and agriculture proved to be so resilient. Thanks to the large and proportionally ever-expanding urban sector, and the lack of alternative possibilities for investment, plenty of capital was waiting to be laid out in the rural economy. It came to the peasants mainly by way of rent creation or rent constitution, that is by charging property with fixed annual payments in money or kind. As always, new credit facilities had a benevolent as well as a dark side. As for the dark side, rent creation established a new kind of economic domination of peasants by lords after serfdom and the manorial system had been dissolved. Like land ownership and personal and territorial lordships, it siphoned off a large part of the profits of the field. That rent charges were initially very heavy has been confirmed by the findings of Clark, who has argued, building on an article by Habakkuk, that interest rates before 1350 were, with surprisingly close agreement for all Northern Europe, too high to stimulate any large-scale investments in technical improvements. Rather, savings were invested at minimal risk in land and mortgage bonds or other types of annuities. According to Clark, the high relative costs of capital may have sharply reduced the price of labor. With the dramatic altering of the land-labor ratio after 1350, nominal rent charges were drastically reduced, probably something like halved. In the Low Countries, interest rates on created rents during the 15th and first half of the 16th centuries as calculated by Thien, Van Bavel and myself for Eastern Flanders, Guelders and Holland respectively, are closer to the higher ones Clark calculated for France and Germany in the same period than to those for England, where credit seems to have been cheapest. Still, by the end of the Middle Ages this type of rural credit does not seem to have been prohibitively expensive anymore, and in Holland its availability was undoubtedly facilitated by the still expanding urban sector. According to J.D. Tracy, the dramatic shift of the tax burden from town to countryside in Holland during the first half of the 16th century proved that it did, because the shift at least to some extent reflected an increase in the amount of capital invested in agriculture. Even then it remains to be questioned how far down the social ladder credits spread and for what ends they were contracted. Quite intriguing is Thien's finding that Flemish peasants in the Ghent-Dinard region used urban money primarily to enlarge their holdings as well as to improve them by buying equipment and draft animals or constructing better stables, etc. This interesting view deserves closer scrutiny for Holland, especially as the English and French evidence has left historians divided. Whereas the late J.P. Cooper maintained that most peasant borrowing was for consumption, even that on mortgages, rather than for productive investment, M. Mate placed mortgage loans at the center of her alternative hypothesis as to why the English and French economic development diverged from the late Middle Ages. In her view, relatively cheap credit and easy access to loans facilitated peasant participation in the land market, and thus to peasant accumulation of land in England. For Holland and for other parts of the Netherlands a lot of work remains to be done. In connection with the case of Abel Eppens, one could wonder whether urban investors acted differently from creditors from the traditional lordly class, since far into the early modern era it was the nobility that provided the role model every bourgeois upstart wanted to emulate. Thien, while making much of the keenness of Flemish peasants on depth investments, played down the wishes of urban creditors to act like real capitalist investors. Before the 16th century, urban investments would generally have taken away more capital from the countryside than they put into it. And this brings Thien back into line with Brenner, Hilton, Kreid, and others who think that during the late Middle Ages profits of merchant capital still remained almost entirely in the sphere of circulation. This view seems to offer at least a partial explanation for the fact that the availability of urban credit did not lead straight out to capitalism. 56. Mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland. Although we should not forget that even within the nobility economic attitudes could widely diverge. Did not Brenner himself regard the English nobility as the cradle of rural capitalism? While the investment climate may on the whole not have been unfavorable for small farmers thanks to certain peculiarities of the Dutch countryside, and while capital to pay investments may have been within their reach, I tend to share Epstein's opinion that in the end the extent and nature of political and institutional constraints determined the effectiveness and the accessibility of, in this case, credit markets. To Epstein those constraints embraced more than the structure of property rights he mentioned, among other, state regulations, state and urban jurisdictions, institutions regulating town/country relations. This leads us to the features of the transformation of the surplus extraction system when staged against the Dutch background. Highlighting these should give us a better understanding of the reasons why small-scale peasant property, which withstood pressure from outside for so long, in the end did give way to enlargement tendencies. 6. The transformation of the surplus extraction system, lingering feudalism, centralist surplus extraction and state commercialism. After the dissolution of serfdom all over Europe, feudal surplus extraction could take, according to Brenner, two main new directions, both detrimental to capitalist development: decentralist economic extraction by way of rent squeezing and centralist extraction by way of heavy state taxation. Depending on the social property structure, one of the two prevailed in channeling income to the ruling class. In historical reality, of course, both modes of surplus extraction could very well occur simultaneously. But what was the nature of this mixture in highly urbanist Holland? 6.1. Centralist surplus extraction and city power. First, there is the point of late medieval and early modern urban imperialism. In addition to rent squeezing by private bourgeois landowners, who asked arbitrary rents and reinvested next to nothing in return, there was a second form of urban pressure, recently highlighted by S.R. Epstein. Distinguishing urbanization as the consequence of economic specialization from urban institutional powers or jurisdictions as the outcome of social and political processes, Epstein argued that the latter constituted nothing more than a collective equivalent of Brenner's systems of lordly surplus extraction by means of extra economic compulsion. In other words, Epstein continued, if they had the powers to do so, medieval towns would act just as feudally as any territorial lord to divert resources to their own benefit. The only difference was that feudal lords extracted surplus at the point of production, suppressive towns at the point of distribution, that is to say, by attempting to determine the flow of resources through control of factor and product markets. As the result was the same, this would disclaim the rooted opinion that strong urban powers invariably stimulated economic growth. Epstein proved his point for Florence. Florentine oligarchical government. 57. Reacted to the contraction of long-distance trade after the Black Death with the virtual elimination of competition from its contado in manufactures and services. Next, agriculture was steered away from commercialization and specialization to self-sufficiency, a change of course that, according to Epstein, in no way reflected peasant aspirations, but was a deliberate economic strategy pursued by urban landholders whatever their intentions may have been. These changes heralded an extraordinary intensity of political, military, and fiscal pressure, but nipped any development of an internal market for cheap manufactures in the bud and thus, at the same time, impeded proto-industrialization. Although any comparison of rural-urban relations in Holland with those in the city-states of late medieval Tuscany seems to some degree uneasy and flawed, there is no point in denying the strong economic and political dominance of Dutch towns over their surrounding countryside. Forced staple of agricultural produce, prohibitions to the establishment of village markets or industries, forced payments of urban excises, the limiting of village retail trade, exemption of urban landed properties from land taxes, curtailment of jurisdictional and administrative authority. Many arrangements of this kind can without doubt be described in terms of surplus extraction by means of non-economic coercion, springing from urban institutional powers and often backed up by governmental interference. Obviously, measures such as those mentioned obstructed the free circulation of goods, labor, and capital. While granting this point to Epstein, I seriously doubt, however, whether this kind of coercion hampered the spread of capitalist relations of production to the same extent as it obviously did in the Florentine Contado. One of the reasons may have been that in the end territorial princes succeeded in curbing urban powers far more in Flanders than they did Holland. Another reason may have been that local seigneurs often supported their villagers against urban intrusions. Thirdly, rural communities in Holland may have had more political strength compared to their Tuscan counterparts. Fourthly, none of the measures just mentioned was accompanied by a conscious desire from the side of urban administrators to fundamentally restructure social relations in the countryside as happened in Tuscany. As for that, I refer to the recent judgment of De Vries and van der Woude, who preferred to describe the relationships between town and countryside in the early modern Netherlands more in terms of symbiosis than of contradiction or submission. To them it was primarily the successful penetration of the urban way of life and culture in the countryside that blunted the sharpest edges and shaped the functional coherence between the urban and rural world. A long French line seemed to have gone hand in hand with the building in of effective political checks on princely powers, not, however, in favor of the feudal lords, but mainly of the urban/commercial elite. In this respect analysts like Poggi have rightly stressed the importance of the Stadenstate for the creation of a stable framework in which to conduct economic activity, thus serving urban/commercial interests. That is perhaps why Gintis and Bolz's theory on state commercialism deserves renewed attention. In fact, taking a Weberian stand, state commercialism stood, according to them, for a new social system, in which the state was tied up along different lines with the commercial class and in which the class-like struggles between lords and peasants of the feudal age were replaced by struggles between state and class-based groupings. This comes very close to Tilley's view that the efforts of late medieval and early modern states to control coercion and concentrate capital depended heavily on urban oligarchies and institutions. The town's rise to political power at the expense of the nobility has been well studied recently. Whereas Koenen uncovered the key position members of the high nobility still kept in the entourage of the Counts of Holland throughout the 13th century, Brocken retraced the gradual involvement of the towns in the administration of the county by their at first still infrequent admission to the Comital Council since the coming to power of Count William V. As his successors became ever more dependent on urban financial support, the political influence of the towns grew. Their preponderant position was sealed when the Duke of Burgundy took over and formally instituted the Estates of Holland, in which eventually only the nobility and the towns were represented. However, the role of the nobility seems to have been very limited. The town's representatives and in fact those of the 6 capital cities completely dominated the assemblies of the estates. Finally, in the new Estates or Staten of Holland, instituted in 1572 after the establishment of the Republic, the nobility retained no more than 1 vote against 18 for the towns. The dominant political position of the towns naturally had consequences for the buildup of centralist surplus extraction. As the levying of taxes had formally to be conceded by the estates, the representatives of the large towns had all the opportunity, during the course of preliminary bargaining, to shift part of the tax burden to small towns and countryside. Any attempt to introduce, or augment, the taxation of commercial capital and trade could count on staunch opposition, and almost invariably the larger cities traded their consent to aids for rebates or gratian. Another harmful practice was the subjecting of villages to urban excises, whereas bourgeois landowners refused to contribute together with the villagers, who apportioned their tax burden to local landed properties. On the whole, according to Blockmans, throughout the Burgundian and Habsburg Netherlands urban wealth, and especially commercial capital, was taxed with great indulgence. After the introduction of a brand new fiscal system in 1542 to 1543, A further major shift of the tax burden from towns to countryside took place. On the one hand, this may reflect a growing urban eagerness to invest in the countryside, as Tracy would have it, but we could also look at the reverse of this inference and ask ourselves to what extent tax increases have eventually sped up the breakdown of small peasant property or, the other way round, slowed down accumulation by small commercial farmers. 7 Conclusions. If we do refract the bundled light of demographic and socio-economic development in later medieval Holland through the prism of social property relations, as Robert Brenner has invited us, what do we see? No matter what we may call the colored beams that flash up before our eyes, we cannot speak of a classical transition from feudalism to capitalism. To start with, feudal surplus extraction, linked to a feudal mode of production in the Marxist sense, had already almost entirely disappeared at the outset of the late medieval demographic contraction phase. I have pointed in this connection to the large-scale peat reclamations, which fostered peasant freedom but at the same time hampered their subsequent expropriation from the newly acquired land. Around the middle of the 16th century, Dutch peasants must have been in possession of about half the cultivated area in Holland. On the land market their main competitors at that time were neither noble lords nor ecclesiastical institutions, but burghers from the booming towns, who already owned about a quarter of all land. This peculiar social property structure planted the roots for a number of forms of agrarian capitalism that gradually came to development in the centuries around 1500 and which had in common farms that from an international perspective were relatively small, and often consisted of land that was partly owned, partly leased by the farmer, a type of agrarian production that was rather labor than capital intensive, and relative high levels of commercialization and specialization, especially as a consequence of growing urban demand for cheese, butter, and beef. It has been my argument that these characteristics, taken together, could well induce a growth in labor productivity without smaller farms being outbid by larger ones. So, when the late J.P. Cooper reproached Brenner for being too fixated on large tenant farms as the sole avenue of a successful transition to capitalism and for having overlooked the possible efficiency of small-scale peasant farming, he should have taken Holland as an example instead of Flanders. At the same time, however, capitalist farming, in whatever form, was slow to spread. Consequently, I examined a number of possible causes that supported the resilience of small peasant land ownership and hampered the speedy development of agrarian capitalism. The fact that small peasant property gave way in the end was linked to the transformation of the surplus extraction system following in the wake of increasing centralization, and the growing political power of the towns that went along with it. I have underlined that urban political influence not so much expressed itself into direct economic and political suppression of the countryside by powerful state-like towns in 60. Mapping an unexplored field. The Brenner debate and the case of Holland. A sort of Tuscan manner as in the manifold opportunities and protection the state commercialism displayed by the Burgundian Habsburg government offered to urban/commercial interests. Only at a relatively late date did small peasant property at last give in. For its surrender two developments have been decisive. First, the increasing part of urban, bourgeois investments in land reclamation and agrarian capital from the second half of the 16th century onwards, when demographic growth was on its way and land and grain prices went up again. Second, increasing fiscal pressure on landed property which on the one hand forced commercial farmers to cost-cutting and on the other hand was responsible for finally evicting many small peasant proprietors from their plots. For the transition to capitalism in a land without feudalism. Jan de Vries, University of California at Berkeley. I Theory, Social and Economic. Macro-historical theorizing experienced something of a golden age in the late 1960s and culminating in the early 70s. Then, in 1973, Douglas North and Robert Paul Thomas breathed new life into institutional economics by grafting it to neoclassical economics in their Rise of the Western World, a work whose audacity is only heightened by its brevity. In the same year Immanuel Wallerstein launched his modern world system. This neo-Marxist hybrid of dependency theory and broad-alien structuralism promised to explain nothing less than the inner dynamic of the world we live in and have lived in since the 16th century. In the following year, Robert Brenner presented a paper criticizing the reigning Malthusian and Smithian models of pre-industrial economic development. This paper, published 2 years later in Past and Present, asserted the primacy of class struggle in Europe's long-term economic development and revived interest in the crown jewel of Marxist historiography, the transition from feudalism to capitalism. These 3 works were not the only efforts at historical theorizing of this last expansive phase of social scientific history. The intellectual currents of the time were such that even my 1974 monograph, The Dutch Rural Economy in the Golden Age, could be prefaced by a theoretical chapter on rural development. But among the many works of that era, the 3 above-mentioned studies have gone on to cast long shadows over the writing of the history of pre-industrial societies. North's new institutionalism led to the award of the Nobel Prize in Economics, while Wallerstein's world systems concept was institutionalized and turned into a veritable subdiscipline. Brenner went on to develop and refine his intellectual agenda with a remarkable tenacity and determination, defending it against the luminaries of the historical profession in the 1970s, and upholding its importance in our time of historical involution and social disillusion. Robert Brenner's 1976 article argued that neither demography nor trade could be the chief determinants of Western economic history, since the phenomena they sought to explain were not uniquely determined by them. By his account, too much was left unaccounted for by the arguments associated with the names of such historians as Emmanuel Leroy Lagery and M.M. Poston. Brenner urged on his readers an analysis grounded in the primacy of class struggle. To a non-Marxian historian, his argument seemed to translate into a reassertion of the importance of politics, to a revival of the despised histoire evenementially, that is, to a kind of old-fashioned history where capricious events could send history off into any number of directions. For example, after arguing that agricultural developments in Eastern Europe differed from Western, and England differed from France chiefly because of differences in class structure, he went on to state, "It is necessary first to account for the class structures themselves, and I would argue that these can only be understood as the legacy of the previous epoch of historical development, in particular the different class conflicts which brought about an issue from the dissolution of serfdom in each country." In Brenner's second article, The Agrarian Roots of European Capitalism, he responded to the critics of the first. There he emphasized the importance of the property system in determining the character of agricultural development. The property system is a product of class struggle and is thus not inconsistent with his earlier position. Still, the new emphasis of property systems attached greater importance to the structures that channel history rather than to the politics that make it capricious. Since then, Brenner has continued to refine his argument, and in the Low Countries in the Transition to Capitalism, his contribution to this volume, we are told that what are now called social property relations once established, and however established, give rise to self-reinforcing behavior by economic actors, who follow the internally rational rules for reproduction that adhere to the relations of reproduction. There are quite a few terms in the previous sentence with quite specific meanings, so we had best pause to clarify them. The economic actors in any society are two, the direct producers and the exploiters. We recognize these as peasants and lords in the feudal society, and wage workers and capitalists in the capitalist society. The actions of these economic actors are constrained, or regulated by social property relations, which are bundles of relationships among the direct producers and the exploiters, and between these two groups. These social property relations specify the terms on which the actors have access to the means of production, and the terms on which they have access to the economic product. These social property relations vary in details, presumably, but Brenner is convinced that they fall into two broad but distinct types, pre-capitalist and capitalist. Indeed, a fault line of world historical importance runs between the societies grouped in these two categories. In pre-capitalist social property relations, direct producers have direct, that is, non-market access to the means of subsistence, or means of reproduction, while the exploiters rely on extra economic coercion, again, on non-market relations to appropriate part of the product necessary for their own social reproduction. In capitalist property relations, this is no surprise, the direct producers are separated from the means. 68. The transition to capitalism in a land without feudalism. Of subsistence, which is to say that they gain access to the factors of production on market terms. Exploiters, for their part, cannot rely on coercion, but also must act through the market to reproduce themselves. While much of the foregoing will be familiar, Brenner introduces a significant refinement here by describing social property relations as rules for reproduction rather than as relations of production. This may seem like a small distinction, but much depends upon it. These bundles of historical rules and property rights are not mere reflection of the state of technology or of population density which could be swept aside by the evolving needs of the society. Brenner explicitly den that economic actors can be assumed to increase productive efficiency through specialization, investment, and associated forms of improvement in response to the appearance of sufficiently increased market opportunities. In short, the emergence of capitalist social property relations is inexplicable from a neoclassical economic standpoint. Stronger still, breakthroughs to modern economic growth as the unintended consequences of actions by individual lords or peasants, seeking to reproduce themselves as feudal-type actors in feudal-type ways. If I understand it correctly, Brenner's basic argument has shifted over time. What began as an assertion of the primacy of class struggle, relatively autonomous processes where history seems to be up for grabs, has become an assertion of the primacy of social property relations, where nothing can change except by some strong, unintended, disturbance to the system, some exogenous shock. We have moved from Marxism, which explains how capitalism necessarily emerges from feudalism, to Brennerism, which explains how it can't. Adam Smith argued very differently, of course. He was convinced that it was a propensity of human nature to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. To be sure, Smith recognized that this propensity, common to all men, was held in check by the laws and institutions of many societies. The wealth of nations was largely concerned with the advocacy of public policies that would bring closer to realization the regime of perfect liberty. But to Brenner, the premises for the operation of the Smithian mechanism of modern economic growth based on specialization and trade are neither inherent in mankind nor attainable except where, as an unintended consequence of the actions of feudal lords and peasants, there was a break beyond the basic pre-capitalist social property structure. Only when, for whatever reason, the direct producers have been pushed across the feudal/capitalist frontier into the zone of market-mediated production, and the lords have been shorn of their coercive powers and also made subject to market forces, have we entered the world where, Brenner concedes, the Smithian paradigm reigns. Only as a result of such compulsion does one observe a systematic, continuous, and quasi-universal drive on the part of the individual direct producers to cut costs in aid of maximizing profitability via increasing efficiency and in response to price signals. But until then, Brenner insists there is neither an irresistible force nor an innate propensity moving either producers or exploiters across this fatal frontier. To Brenner, Adam Smith's account of economic development is valid, but it is a special case. It requires institutions, understood in the broadest sense of the word, whose emergence are by no means natural or inevitable and not be expected to arise gradually and unnoticed. Here a comparison of Brenner's approach to very long-term economic development to the neoclassical institutionalism of Douglas North and R.P. Thomas can be illuminating, for both Brenner and North and Thomas criticize other theories of development for describing not the causes of growth, but outward manifestations of growth itself. These theories assume precisely what needs to be accounted for, and in rejecting them both bodies of work appeal to institutional change in their efforts to explain what makes economic growth possible. Efficient economic organization is the key to growth according to North and Thomas. Similarly, Brenner writes, "It has been my central proposition that this positive correspondence between what is required for modern economic growth and what economic actions individuals find it in their own self-interest to choose will prevail only with the emergence of capitalist social property relations. The attribute of these property relations that brings about this efficacious behavior is the correspondence that exists between what is required for modern economic growth in the system as a whole and the self-interested actions of the individual economic actors. Only when systemic needs and individual motivation correspond can economic development proceed." North and Thomas said essentially the same thing when they defined efficient economic organization as institutions and property rights that create an incentive to channel individual economic effort into activities that bring the private rate of return close to the social rate of return. Both define the phenomenon to be explained in similar terms. Where they part company is on how institutions change. In desperate brevity, North and Thomas place institutional change in a neoclassical supply and demand framework. An essentially exogenous force, population growth, and the geographical expansion that flows from such growth, gives rise to an expanding basis for trade. Society responds to these new trading opportunities in a manner Adam Smith would have predicted. New secondary institutional arrangements accommodate these responses by reducing transactions costs, and these accumulate to set the stage for fundamental change. By gradual steps the monoreal lord and the peasant servant would be transformed into employers and employee, or landlord and tenant. To North and Thomas, the intrusion of the market induces economic agents to move along this path of many gradual steps since they are all guided by a single economic rationality. Specific historical outcomes vary, in their account, only because the external, institutional, environment in which economic agents function varies. And this varies chiefly because of the differing behavior of the state, the supplier of new institutions. Facing pressures of their own, the states also seek to maximize revenue, but the institutions and property rights they supply to augment their revenue vary enormously in their power to secure the correspondence of private and social returns. To Brenner, economic agents are governed by rules of reproduction, internal rules with a self-reinforcing logic that are specific to an existing set of social property relations. The integrity of the pre-capitalist relations of reproduction is such that it cannot readily be undermined, not by the corrosive effects of merchant capitalism, nor by the advance of productive forces, nor by demographic forces. Since direct producers have direct possession of the means of subsistence, no market forces can intrude to weed out the inefficient from the efficient and break up the cohesiveness of the peasant community. There are two problems with Brenner's argument for the resilience of the pre-capitalist relations of production that might be addressed here. One concerns the position of the exploiters, the other the economic behavior of the direct producers. Brenner insists that the direct producers face no compelling competitive pressures, but the exploiters, it seems, do face such pressures. Their rule of reproduction under feudalism is to strengthen their domination over the direct producers. In places Brenner speaks of the unity of the exploiters vis-a-vis the peasants, but elsewhere he notes that advances in military technology give rise to their need for increased revenues and, hence, intensified exploitation of the peasants so as to outdo their rivals. That is, they face competition to maintain their place within the ranks of the exploiters. North and Thomas made a similar argument, treating the advance of military technology as an exogenous phenomenon. This technical advance created economies of scale in the production of coercive power, which gave rise to state building. The chronic need of the state for revenue led to the creation and sale of property rights by the state. Some of this state production proved conducive to efficient economic production, while some reinforced rent-seeking behavior. Is this not the Achilles heel of feudal exploitation? Here is a technological force that seems capable of destabilizing rather than tending to reinforce the rules of reproduction of feudal lords. The peasants may have been able to exempt themselves from the world of economic competition, but the lords could not escape from the world of military competition, and this via the fiscal pressure of a constantly increasing minimum efficient size of politico-military unit led inevitably to economic competition. The second issue concerns the economic behavior of the direct producers. Brenner does not subscribe to the view often held by anthropologists of a certain vintage that the inner values of, and social pressures faced by peasants makes them suspicious of markets and eager to keep the markets at arm's length. As a rural sociologist put it, how much innovative behavior could one expect of the conservative Homo sociologicus peasant, the market-insensitive, immutable, unpersuadable peasant, the kin-bound, caste-bound, contented peasant? Brenner rightfully rejects the straw man of social science, but his direct producer is no slave to the propensity to truck, barter, and exchange either. Peasants found themselves shielded from competition on the market, and thus freed from that necessity to maximize exchange value competitively in order to survive. This insulation from the market was fundamental, for it allowed peasants to find goals other than exchange value maximization to be in their own interest. In view of the nature of the economy around them, they could not find it in their self-interest to appropriate all the gains from exchange theoretically available to them. Would have implied certain major trade-offs that, as a rule, peasant possessors were unwilling to make. These are not optimizing economic agents, but autonomous, uncoopted householders, whose rule of reproduction was, above all else, to keep what they had, peasant possession of the means of production and subsistence. Safety first was their motto. They were too risk-averse to be more than superficially involved in the market. We have here not Homo economicus, the Smithian rational actor, optimizing gain and maximizing utility, but Homo mediocritus, who possesses all that is needed to maintain a family, and is under no pressure to compete. Since no internal pressures exist to move the pre-capitalist direct producer from his satisficing state, peasant behavior instantiated involution and decline, rather than real growth. Inevitably, the achievement of sustained economic growth requires a drastic intervention and external compulsion. This phenomenon comes into existence, Brenner argues, only when the individual direct producers are not only free and have the opportunity, but also are compelled to maximize the gains from trade. No one voluntarily crosses the boundary into the land of capitalism. Why is this? Why might a direct producer not see his opportunity precisely in greater market involvement? Brenner's argument relies almost entirely on the concept of risk aversion. Markets expose the peasant to too much risk. Here Brenner advances a viewpoint shared broadly by historians. It is a viewpoint with important implications, for if it is true the peasant is rendered ineligible as a modernizer of agriculture. And it is a viewpoint that is demonstrably false. The perceived riskiness of market involvement compared to self-sufficiency rests on the observation that the self-provider faces only a single probability distribution, while the commercial farmer faces at least three: 1. That of physical production, 2. The sale prices of marketed goods, and 3. The purchase prices of acquired goods. Implicit in Brenner's argument, and that of many other historians, is the belief that the product of these probabilities will yield a greater dispersion around the mean, a higher coefficient of variation than the distribution of crop yields alone. This is simply not the case, not as a statistical proposition, nor as an historical observation. To be sure, highly imperfect markets and uncompetitive markets may well justify the peasant keeping her distance from them. But the argument of Brenner and many others is not that highly imperfect markets are unreliable, which is true, but that markets per se introduce volatility that exceeds the volatility of auto-consumption, which is not true. And we have not yet mentioned the fact that only through market involvement can a producer hope to capture the efficiencies of specialization that yield higher productivity and gain access to consumer products that provide increased utility. I have selected these two aspects of Brenner's argument for criticism because they speak most directly to a central feature of his model, the inherent tendency of pre-capitalist relations of reproduction to resist the introduction of market relations, of capitalism. The transition does not happen quietly or by itself. But if the exploiters are pressured to competitive economic behavior and the direct producers have every reason to embrace well-functioning markets, then there may be other paths to capitalism than are provided for in Brenner's argument. 2. From social theory to the Dutch case. This brings us to the place of Dutch history in Brenner's theory and in other models of transition and development to capitalism. No one reading the usually brief sketches of Dutch or Netherlandic economic development in these works of historical theory can feel any great confidence in their explanatory power. North and Thomas Grant, the Netherlands, in particular the 7 provinces in the north, the prize for being the first areas of Western Europe to escape the Malthusian checks. The first country to achieve sustained economic growth in the sense we have defined it. This it achieved by acquiring efficient institutions at an early date, but their account of how this was done remains highly general. The early rise of towns plays a major role in their story, as does a rather wishful account of Burgundian/Habsburg rule as effective in unification and solicitous of the growth of trade. In truth, the Low Countries remain something of a black box to North and Thomas, and matters are really no different in Wallerstein's modern world system. There Dutch world trade became a sort of precious fluid which kept the machinery going, while the Dutch revolt liberated a force that could sustain the world system as a system over some difficult years of adjustment, until the English were ready to take the steps necessary for its definitive consolidation. Wallerstein's account called attention to the role of religion, trade, and international power politics, but relied heavily on metaphor to suggest how they worked, and he said nothing about forces internal to the economy of the Netherlands. Brenner's initial critique of the Malthusian and Smithian developmental models emphasizes the importance of agrarian class structures, so it is not surprising that he focused his attention almost entirely on comparisons of the large agrarian societies of France and England, and, more generally, of Eastern and Western Europe. Thus, the more urbanized societies of the Middle Ages did not figure in his first article, although he did incorporate the Netherlands into his 1982 article. There he argued that the history of Dutch rural society did not challenge his generalizations for Europe as a whole, since Dutch rural society was systematically different from the typical West European feudal peasant pattern. It developed competitive market production from an early date, and this specialized market production led to the supersession of smallholders and the buildup of large farms. However, it could not stand as a model for peasant-based agrarian capitalism because there had never been a strongly rooted lordly class capable of extracting surplus by means of extra economic compulsion, and by 1500 the landed class received exclusively economic rents. This exceptional corner of Europe, spared the institutional legacy of feudalism, could develop a progressive agriculture because, in effect, its peasants were really farmers. But apparently this was not sufficient to endow the Dutch Republic with a true capitalist economy. In his conclusion, Brenner argued that the United Provinces were not really different from the rest of continental Europe, fettered by its feudal agrarian base throughout the early modern period. In fact, the Republic hardly constituted an economy in its own right. It grew up as an integral part of the overall European economy and naturally shared its fate. The reader of all these contributions to a social theoretical history cannot help but come away from them with an unfocused if not a contradictory view of economic development in the Netherlands. In defense of these ambitious theorists, it must be stated that the historical literature available to them, in whatever language, was not especially rich. The critical 15th century, and medieval history in the North more generally, began to receive the attention of talented social and economic historians only after the initial works were written. One might say, they made what they could of a limited and flawed literature. Indeed, it is the thesis of several contributors to this volume that Brenner was led to grievous error by reliance on my work. This led him to suppose, wrongly, 1. That the northern Netherlands had never possessed a powerful class of lordly exploiters, and 2. That circa 1500 its rural cultivators were commercial farmers rather than self-sufficient peasants. This second claim, it is argued, is evidently based on a misreading of my work, since Van Zanden has argued and argues in his contribution to this volume that my error was a CCM1 altogether, to believe that Holland's rural folk were self-sufficient peasants. If the Dutch case is ever to contribute to the comparative study of long-term Western economic development, it will be necessary to reduce the confusion that has arisen over such concepts as Dutch feudalism and peasantry and to specify as carefully as possible The issues that remain in contention. The final section of this essay focuses on 4 key issues in the characterization of the 15th to 17th century Dutch rural economy. The Dutch case. 3.1. Were the northern Netherlands ever ruled by a powerful lordly class, and, if so, when did this class lose its hold over Dutch society? In other words, did this region share the general characteristics of medieval feudalism, and when was a transition made to, or toward, capitalism? Brenner's assertion in Agrarian Roots of European Capitalism that there had never been a strongly rooted lordly class is an obvious invitation to criticism by the careful archival scholar. Although he supported his statement with a general reference to my work, it will be clear from a perusal of my discussion that I made no such categorical claim. My position in those writings of over 2 decades ago can be summarized in the following 3 points. A serfdom, where it had existed at all, had by 1500 ceased to function as more than a residual phenomenon in the maritime provinces, where a basically free peasantry then functioned in a relatively individualistic society. B. Medieval seigneurialism varied in importance in the northern provinces, generally receding in strength from south to north. In the 16th century the institution persisted where it had existed to begin with, but it was fast being transformed into a type of property right. That is, it was losing its role as a means of extra economic coercion. See the privileged classes. Brenner's lordly class were, in the aggregate, economically and politically weak. Moreover, in a socially complex society of widely distributed land ownership, a model of 2 opposing classes is inadequate to account for historical developments in the region. In all these points I argued that while the revolt brought further erosion to these dimensions of feudalism, their weakness was manifest long before that event, that the weakness of classic lordly rule derived from the medieval history of colonization, drainage, livestock raising, urbanization, and the region's physical remoteness from centers of feudal power. In what ways does the historical research of the past quarter century require abandonment or emendation of these generalizations? Today we possess a richer historiography of late medieval Holland than I had access to around 1970. Consequently, matters of fact can be corrected, and nuance and regional diversity can be described in greater detail. It is evident, for example, that the agrarian structures in the land van Heusden differ significantly from the central Holland peat colonies, which differ, in turn, from West Friesland. It is also evident that political life in the county of Holland in the 13th century was led by nobles in a way it no longer was so exclusively by 1500. A political transition of sorts had occurred. What is not so evident is how the 3 generalizations listed above should be altered. The purpose of generalizations is to define a significant historical pattern or condition while retaining the flexibility to accommodate the inevitable local variation. It sometimes happens that the accumulating evidence forces us to abandon a generalization as inconsistent with the facts. But in the case at hand we do not appear to be faced with such a decision. Current efforts to account for the weakness of extra-economic coercive institutions focus on the same combination of factors as listed above. Point 2. Was rural society in the maritime provinces circa 1500 populated by peasants or by farmers? That is, were the cultivators essentially self-sufficient householders, or were they already commercial, market-oriented producers? It is more than slightly ironic that while some have criticized the Dutch rural economy in the Golden Age for exaggerating the weakness of any feudal legacy, others criticize this work for claiming that the maritime provinces around 1500 formed a peasant economy of undifferentiated, self-sufficient households. This misleading claim was most fully articulated by Jan Lutten van Zanden, who wrote, "An important criticism focuses on his characterization of the rural economy of the coastal provinces around 1500 as a sort of peasant economy with a low level of specialization and productivity. Peasants are commonly defined as small, unspecialized farmers who devote themselves primarily to production for their own use. The low productivity in a peasant economy is then attributed to the fact that large amounts of labor are dedicated to all sorts of subsistence activities that yield relatively little. In support of this characterization of my work, Van Zanden referred rather broadly to a 52-page chapter of Dutch rural economy. The burden of that chapter was rather different. In it I argued that the emergence of a market economy is advanced by regional specialization and by international, long-distance trade. Both were well established in northwestern Europe by 1500. Thus, the coastal Low Countries was full of markets. But, I argued, a society that sought to derive the full benefit from the market system had to go one decisive step further, and achieve household specialization, where the individual household units go beyond a market involvement in occasional surpluses and luxuries, to achieve market dependence as specialized producers of marketed goods and regular purchasers of a wide variety of goods and services. This development constitutes what for Brenner is the decisive step, the fatal crossing of the boundary dividing feudalism from capitalism. But in the Dutch case, I argued, no institutional or political transformation was needed to push the rural households across this frontier. The institutional setting, in the broadest sense of the word, did not stand in the way, and it would be the direct producers themselves who would play a large role in the transformation to come. They would not be pushed or forced into capitalist relations by a class of exploiters. Still, around 1500 the rural households of most districts were not yet highly specialized. Most rural folk turned to a long list of supplementary employments, such as spinning and weaving, fresh water and ocean fishing, fowling, reed gathering, peat digging, dike work, and carting and shipping. Why this low level of occupational differentiation? Because the low productivity in the agricultural factors of production forced even a peasant with a full hoeve at his disposal to cultivate assiduously non-agricultural activities. The key issue was not the ownership of productive assets or the motivation of the peasants, but the quality of their assets, land, especially, but also livestock, equipment, and human capital. The chapter concluded with the following passage. This non-specialization of the peasant household does not imply self-sufficiency. The numerous and populous cities and the general need, at least occasionally, to purchase grain ensured the presence of a substantial local trade. But this trade between non-specialized production units employing primitive productive factors, must be clearly distinguished from the trade that developed later, among specialized production units employing more sophisticated productive factors. The critical problem in this society was not that the rural householders were oriented to self-sufficiency and therefore were unproductive generalists, but that their agricultural resources were of low productivity, forcing a resort to a wide array of supplementary employments. A deterioration of the hydrographic situation in the peat zones of Holland had imposed a certain flight from agriculture in the 15th century, while the growth of towns had expanded the range of non-agricultural employments for rural dwellers throughout the region. In a Marxian framework, society existed in a post-feudal, pre-capitalist situation. Markets were ubiquitous, but producers were neither highly specialized nor highly productive. The demographic expansion and new commercial possibilities that grew in strength from the end of the 15th into the 16th century triggered a forceful response in this rural society of petty commodity producers, which brings us to the third question. 3.3. Did small peasant property form an obstacle to rural capitalist development, or was it, in fact, the agency of change? In Brenner's articles, peasant capitalism is an oxymoron. The options are two: either small peasant property is short-circuited by the intervention of enclosing lords, or it is exploited by the fiscal exactions of an agrarian bureaucratic state. In Dutch rural economy introduced two models of development from a smallholder base, the peasant model and the specialization model. I argued that the latter, based on specialized commodity production and market dependence by the peasant household, described in broad outline the course of development in the maritime Netherlands. That is, peasants could participate actively in construction of a capitalist economy, or as I put it then, the peasantry, the rural class, became the farmers, a rural class. The dynamic process of 16th and 17th century rural development described in Dutch rural economy emphasized the interactive processes of household specialization, occupational differentiation, and investment. Criticisms of this interpretation have focused on three basic issues. A. Specialization is an insufficient basis of long-term economic growth. Van Zanden argued that in the analysis of De Vries, specialization is simultaneously the cause of increased productivity and of the emergence of a class of large farmers and of a rural proletariat. He went on to doubt that specialized production, by itself, could have such far-reaching, continuous effects, and argued that the high productivity of agriculture in the coastal provinces was primarily the result of a centuries-long process of investment in capital goods. Here, again, the critique is based on a less than careful reading. Investment, in my account, was at the heart of the specialization process, since only with land and equipment of higher quality could rural households devote themselves fully to market-oriented agricultural production. Urban investors and the state played significant roles in agricultural investment, but I stress that legal institutions, polders and hydraulic organizations, and tenure customs all made it possible that the more important work of improving the quality of existing land, protecting it from the constant threats of inundation, and endowing it with the buildings and equipment needed for increased productivity fell to the rural dwellers themselves. Investment and specialization are obviously interrelated. Here, the key issue is the institutional as well as the economic setting in which rural households could play an independent role in the process. This led to occupational and social differentiation, which brings us to the second critique. B. The process of specialization and differentiation described so optimistically in Dutch rural economy was really a process of polarization and proletarianization. In my account, the specialization of production carried out by farmers was supported by a differentiation of occupations within rural society more generally. Both processes were pushed forward by acts of investment. Investment gave the farmers the means to capture scale economies and productivity gains, and it allowed non-farmers to earn a livelihood as the providers of goods and services to the farmers. The investment process at the heart of this rural development justifies applying to it the label capitalist, just as it is the key to explaining how numerous specialized non-farm occupations could emerge in rural society as transporters, merchants, craftsmen, retailers, construction laborers, dike maintenance workers, etc. It was not only the farmers who were specializing. The more pessimistic account stressing polarization and proletarianization seeks a Dutch parallel for Marx's dramatic story of how the enclosure of the English open fields separated that country's peasantry from the land, creating at once a class of capitalist farmers and the proletariat that one day would be sent into the dark satanic mills and the insalubrious cities. In order to make an argument for this Dutch premature proletarianization, it is necessary to emphasize the large-scale character of the Dutch agriculture that emerged from the process of 16th-century specialization. This brings us to the third criticism. See, the rural economy came to be dominated by large capitalist farmers standing opposed to a landless proletariat. Brenner argues that highly specialized market production led to the supersession of smallholders and the build-up of large farms, as, of course, does Van Zanden, who in his contribution to this volume speaks of the formation of large, capital-intensive farms and the collapse of a proto-industrial peasantry into a proletariat of farm laborers and migrants to the cities. In their introduction, however, Hoppenbrouwers and Van Zanden go so far as to associate me with this view, and upbraid both Brenner and me for succumbing to the argument that only large, labor-employing farms could form the basis for a productive, progressive agriculture. In fact, they state that for De Vries, only accumulation of land holding could have triggered off successful specialization. Nothing could be further from the truth. A key feature differentiating the peasant model from the specialization model is the tendency toward morcellement, the division of holdings in the former and the resistance to this tendency in the latter. That is, the specializing farm household managed to preserve its holding and invest in the improvement of land quality, livestock, equipment, etc. The burden of Dutch rural economy was to show how farm households in most districts of the maritime Netherlands achieved greater output by investing in the quality of their capital and redirecting household labor towards specialized agricultural production. Thus, specialization depended neither on enlarging farm size nor on a rural proletariat of landless farm laborers. Large is, of course, a relative term. A few exceptional 17th-century farms reached 30 to 40 hectares, while many others, especially those devoted to the production of industrial crops such as hemp and hops, were very small, no more than a few hectares in size. But the key point is that large-scale dependence on hired labor was not characteristic of Dutch agriculture. Landless laborers were certainly not unknown, and in grain-growing areas such as northern Friesland they formed a significant element of rural society. But most farms relied on family labor, live-in servants, and in some cases contract and seasonal laborers. Large in the Dutch context was not comparable to the English-style tenant farm worked by day laborers. Which is to say that the numerous non-farmers populating the rural districts in the 17th century were not primarily landless farm laborers but specialist providers of goods and services for the farms and towns. To summarize, the driving force of agricultural development in the 1500 to 1650 period was investment, much of it by peasants themselves. This made greater agricultural specialization possible at the same time that it created opportunities for the growing rural, non-farm population. This population was not primarily proto-industrial, as that term is commonly used, nor was it primarily composed of landless wage laborers dependent on farmers for employment. The occupational differentiation of rural society was the pendant of a specialized agriculture, linked by market relations. Finally, these specialized farms were not necessarily larger than their predecessors. The key achievement was not increased size, but increased productivity, and this generally required not more land but better land and other capital. Having cleared a path through an underbrush of misunderstanding and exaggeration, we can turn now to a fourth, and final issue in relating the Dutch case to the theoretical debate about the emergence of agrarian capitalism in Europe. 3.4. Was the emergence of this productive rural economy held in check by new types of extra-economic coercion, in the form of either a parasitic urban sector or the heavy taxation of the state? In other words, did lordly feudalism fade away only to make room for new expressions of non-market exploitation, now emanating from the power of towns over their hinterlands and/or the state over its inhabitants? The peasant and specialization models of Dutch rural economy stress the potential for urban exploitation of an impoverished countryside in the former and the capacity of the latter to develop healthy economic relations between city and country. The focus of discussion in these models was the household, the rural producer, and the urban investor. It had little to say about the city as a corporate exploiter, extracting a tribute from the rural sector through its monopolistic control of the channels of distribution, such as staple rights, tolls on transported goods, discriminatory taxes, and guild monopolies over the supply of goods and services to a rural hinterland. The more a city held its rural hinterland in its grip with such institutional power, the less a market economy could confer the benefits referred to so often in the preceding discussions. To the extent that European cities exercised such institutional power, the ironic implication must be that urbanization brought not market-induced specialization and rural development but instead rural subjugation, market avoidance, and an absence of investment in agricultural capital. Stephen R. Epstein argues that just such a fate befell late medieval, that is Renaissance, Tuscany because, as he put it, in Tuscany the state was the city, or rather, it coincided to a large extent with the ruling Florentine ruling oligarchy. In an unusually unmitigated fashion, this oligarchy bent the institutions of the state to its own purposes. The long prominence of cities in the medieval Low Countries, their rise to some 40% of Holland's population in the 15th century, and the establishment of the United Republic, a state dominated by cities as no other, suggest to the historian that Dutch rural society will also have suffered from a self-interested urban stranglehold over the channels of distribution. From this perspective, a crucial achievement of the Netherlands, especially the north, was the avoidance of a polity of urban exploiters. This is not to say that cities and their patriciates did not strive to exercise institutional power over their hinterlands. One need only refer to the Stapelrechten of Dordrecht and Groningen, the toll privileges of Gouda and Haarlem, and the efforts of Holland's cities to outlaw rural industry and rural markets to establish the active presence of this congenital urban impulse. The urban impulse to subordinate and monopolize was certainly present, but in the Netherlands it could not act unchecked. The monopoly privileges of Dordrecht were opposed by other towns, the toll privileges of Gouda and Haarlem were objected to and evaded repeatedly, and the 1531 prohibition on rural industry could never effectively be enforced and soon became a dead letter. The region was full of cities, and in most areas no single city could hope to dominate as Florence dominated Tuscany. The competition of the numerous cities tended to restrain their monopolizing instincts, but that is only a part of the story. In the course of the 16th century the northern Netherlands came to fashion a regional economy, an incipient national economy rather than a series of cities with their rural hinterlands. This happened because of two interacting processes, one economic and one political. Economically, the agricultural specialization and occupational differentiation referred to above took place via multiple initiatives, many of them rural in origin. Cities did not dominate and orchestrate this process. Without sharp social tension between city and countryside, a commercial system took shape that flowed almost seamlessly from city to country, from town to village. Politically, government, especially in Holland, was institutionalized at the provincial level in such a way as to check the unmediated rule of a city while it established a forum in which all economic interests could be integrated in the formulation of government policy. Habsburg rule sought to achieve greater centralization, but financial exigencies led to fiscal arrangements that strengthened the provincial states. In their efforts to meet their expanding fiscal responsibilities, the provincial states developed their administrative coherence and their financial sophistication. And no province moved further in this direction than Holland. James Tracy documented the emergency of a voluntary provincial bond market in Holland in the 1550s, while Jonathan Israel makes the plausible argument that Holland was pushed in the direction of strengthening provincial-level institutions because its chief 16th-century economic activities, the Baltic carrying trade and the herring fishery, were both located chiefly outside the 6 large towns with representation in the pre-revolt states of Holland. The multiple centers of economic power in Holland and the maritime Netherlands more generally, helped encourage the fashioning of a coherent provincial level of government to coordinate these multiple interests. This supported an integrated regional economy that stood in sharp contrast to the city-dominated hinterland described by Epstein for Tuscany. It appears that a significant distinction can also be made in this regard between Holland and the southern provinces of Brabant and Flanders, where provincial government tended to devolve to the quarters, each dominated by a large city. A second type of renovated extra-economic coercion is the bureaucratic state, which secured for its class beneficiaries via heavy taxation what the old lordly exploiters could no longer secure directly via feudal extraction. The Habsburg regime seems to conform nicely to the North and Thomas/Brenner model of the state driven to raise ever larger revenues by the pressure of military competition. But, as noted above, the central government's financial needs were usually met by delegating fiscal powers to the provinces, and from there to the cities. This devolution secured significant protections for vital economic interests, although it is a fair question whether the rural economy enjoyed much of this protection. The revolt and the long war that followed placed unprecedented fiscal demands on the provinces of the new republic. No one can deny that this was a heavy tax state. But this is not necessarily the same thing as a neo-feudal polity extracting revenue for the support of a class of exploiters. It seems more fruitful to approach the fiscal policies of the Republic as one would a modern capitalist government. In the 16th century no less than in the 20th, public policy stood before the choice of encouraging productive activity or rent-seeking behavior. The balance was then distinctly in favor of productive activity, but rent-seeking distributional coalitions were by no means absent. They never are. There is no need to evoke a feudal transition to explain the existence of policies that transfer income to privileged groups. They remain a very modern phenomenon. For conclusion, the single most important historical argument I have sought to make with respect to the agrarian history of the Netherlands is that the rural population played an active and major role in the construction of a productive, specialized, commercial economy in the maritime zone. The medieval peasantry was not enmeshed in rules of reproduction that caused them to avoid market relations, or that prevented them from responding to commercial opportunities. On the contrary, the institutions of frontier settlement and water control, as well as the environment of markets, transport routes, and production constraints, moderated or eroded extra economic coercion wherever it existed. If the transition to capitalism in a land without feudalism. English peasants were driven from the land by their lords, Holland's peasants had to contend with their peat. The difference in historical agents requires a difference in historical explanation. Thus, the direct producers acted to establish a market economy. They did not do so by constructing large farms and employing a proletariat of farm laborers, nor were they outflanked by a reconstructed neo-feudalism of parasitic cities and absolutist fiscal pumps. Instead, they exploited the potential for household specialization via investment in land, equipment, and human skills, and thereby contributed to the creation of an integrated regional economy. 5. Third Road to Capitalism. Proto-industrialization and the moderate nature of the late medieval crisis in Flanders and Holland, 1350–1550. Jan Lutten van Zanden, University of Utrecht. It can be argued that the Low Countries followed a third road to capitalism, different from the two English and French paths analyzed by Robert Brenner in his initial contribution. This article sets out to explore a number of features of this third road: high levels of urbanization, early proto-industrialization, and a very moderate late medieval crisis. Although there were many differences in the level and rate of economic development between Flanders and Holland in this period, these similarities are even more striking. Finally, it is suggested that those special features of the third road to capitalism are interconnected. A common factor in much recent literature on the European economy in the early modern period is the importance attached to the emergence of a proto-industry in the development of processes of economic growth and social and demographic changes. Since the appearance of the classic article by Mendels, authors from divergent traditions have emphasized the importance this industrialization had for the Industrial Revolution in their theoretical reflections. At the same time, there has been an almost endless series of studies on the development of the cottage industry in various regions, in which hypotheses by Mendels and Medak are examined and further developed. In a nutshell, Mendels' idea is that the proto-industry was a regional phenomenon, characterized by the rural production of goods for markets outside the region, and the presence of peasants who, because they were also active in agriculture, had to divide their time between work on the land and cottage industries. Moreover, according to Mendels, as these areas of proto-industry gradually began to suffer from a shortage of bread grains, regions of commercial agriculture developed alongside them which were able to fill this grain gap. Furthermore, the importance of the rise of the proto-industry lay in the effect it had on the demographic pattern. It stimulated an increase in population and therefore a constant supply of labor through which, given the limited capacity of agriculture, non-agricultural activities gradually increased in importance. In the long term, this was able to lead to the industrialization of the region. The combination of agriculture and cottage industry resulted in an extremely flexible supply of labor which encouraged economic expansion. This, in its turn, stimulated the demand once more for labor. The benefits of economic growth, however, were unevenly divided. Because of an oversupply of labor, the cottage worker was rarely able to profit from this growth. If anything, in the long term there was even a threat of a gradual proletarization of the workforce. At the same time, entrepreneurs were in a position to accumulate large fortunes. In this way, the proto-industry was able to lay the foundations for the rise of the manufacturing industry to a certain extent. For authors like van der Wee, One of the most important points of criticism of this interpretation of the rise of the proto-industry in the 17th and 18th centuries is that the cottage industry had already begun to develop in many parts of Western Europe as early as the 14th and 15th centuries. It was actually in Flanders, the region Mendels examined so intensively, that what was in many respects an expansive cottage industry began to develop as early as the late Middle Ages. At first sight, however, this industry appears not to have been as dynamic as Mendel's theory would lead one to expect. In my study of the economic development of Holland during the period 1350 to 1850, I concluded that, in the early 16th century, there were many activities in the rural parts of Holland that, according to Mendel's definition, could be considered as belonging to proto-industry, even though these were not always so much concerned with the production of goods as with the carrying trade. In this article I want to try to link this hypothesis that rural Flanders and Holland experienced a first phase of proto-industrialization as early as 1350 to 1550 with the discussion on the moderate nature of the crisis in these two regions in the late Middle Ages. To do this, three central questions need to be asked. This article should be seen as an attempt, within the framework of my research on the development of the economy of Holland during this period, to re-examine hypotheses I have already formulated, taking also into account the influence of the ecological crisis which hit agriculture in Holland about 1486. A third road to capitalism. Development of proto-industry. Under the influence of the economic success of the large cloth towns of Flanders and northern France, a wool processing cottage industry had already existed in rural Flanders since before 1300. However, the exact nature of its development is still not very clear. After about 1300, the Flemish towns attempted to restrain this rural cloth industry as it began to compete more and more with the urban export industry. In 1314, Ghent acquired the rights to weave wool within an area of 5 miles around the town. Bruges and Ypres followed Ghent's example and proceeded to adopt what was often a brutal oppression of the rural cloth industry. Only those towns which had a charter to weave wool escaped. Nicholas, in his detailed description of the tensions between town and country in Flanders in the 14th century, showed that it was especially Ghent that energetically and successfully managed to repress the cloth industry in its immediate environs. Mercantile Bruges was much more restrained. There, policy was directed much more towards preserving its trade. Ypres followed a somewhat similar policy to Ghent, but the growth of a cottage industry in the period after 1350 was so dynamic in southern Flanders that the Ypres authorities eventually abandoned their attempts to quash it. The only thing they wanted was to prevent the cloth produced in the countryside from resembling the quality cloth produced in Ypres. The town authorities feared that such imitation cloth would bring the good name of their own into disrepute. This sketch of the policies of the three towns should be seen against the background of the decline of their cloth industry after about 1300–1320. Competition from outside the region, from Italy, Brabant and, later, Holland and England was especially to blame. The further development of the cottage industry after 1350, however, should not be seen as something separate from the urban policies which began to take shape after 1314. Partly because of the heavy repression of the woolen industry, there was a development in the linen industry in the region around and to the south of Ghent towards the end of the 14th century and during the 15th century. In the words of the historian of the Flemish linen industry, Sab, the urban cloth monopoly turned villages towards linen weaving. The density of the population of Flanders, the small-scale division of land, and the inadequate means of livelihood forced the peasants into supplementing their income with cottage industries. During the course of the 15th century, the rural linen industry expanded. This was the time, for example, when it began in the Leie Valley, that later became the center of the industry. In southern Flanders, in the area around Ypres, however, it was the woolen industry that developed well. Small towns like Popering and Armentières specialized in cheap imitations of traditional cloths. In the 15th century, Onskut, a small town just outside the sphere of influence of Ypres, developed into the most important new textile center of Flanders by concentrating on the weaving of light fabrics. In the first half of the 16th century, these light textiles from Onskut expanded enormously. In both regions, the 15th century cottage industry was characterized by a combination of agriculture and industry by peasants and, increasingly, by farm laborers and weavers, and by production for a world market. Research by Thien into the spread of looms among the rural population in the countryside of Oudenaarde between 1540 and 1550 confirms this picture. The characteristic dynamic of the proto-industry was present in that weavers in this period no longer, or almost no longer, had control over agricultural land but had become dependent on wages. I shall discuss this dynamic in the penultimate section. Compared to the rather detailed picture that exists of the rise of the cottage industry in Flanders, there is relatively little known about the specific evolution of rural Holland during the same period. However, by comparing two situations, one about 1500, and one about 1350, it is possible to show that, in the intervening period, a strong growth in cottage industries, in the widest sense of the term, took place. Two inquiries into the economic situation of towns and villages in Holland were held in 1494 and 1514, for which representatives of these towns and villages were asked about the most important economic activities in their communities. It is possible to use these inquiries to convincingly show that in large parts of the countryside agriculture was only of secondary importance. Non-agrarian activities like working in the herring fishing or in the merchant navy, cutting peat, and spinning for the urban cloth industry were often the first and most important means of livelihood. Small-scale arable farming and the keeping of a few cows were often added as sideline activities. Jan de Vries pointed to the existence of so many trade combinations as the typical, non-specialized character of peasant economy. This typification, however, does not seem adequate as almost all non-agrarian activities were carried out for wages, and their production was not meant for domestic consumption but for markets outside the region. The analysis of registers of those liable to a levy of 10% on income from property for 1543 to 1561 also shows a rural structure characterized by small holdings that were generally too small to maintain a household. From other sources we know that most of the crews on merchant ships and fishing boats came from the countryside. In many respects, the structure of rural Holland in the 16th century was similar to that of Flanders. In both regions there was a high population density, a large degree of urbanization, small marginal farms, much wage labor, and important non-agrarian means of livelihood. The greatest difference was that the non-agrarian means of livelihood in Flanders was mostly connected with the wool and flax industries, while in Holland it was in fishing, the international carrying trade, peat cutting and navvying. However, there is no a priori reason for limiting the concept of the proto-industry to the cloth industry or even to industry in general. Working in the merchant navy performed the same economic function for the population in the rural areas of Holland as working in the linen industry did for the population in rural Flanders. In both instances it was related to the link between small-scale farming and a non-agrarian activity which benefited a market that extended beyond the region. However, this economic structure did not exist in rural Holland around 1350. International trade and transport were still mostly in the hands of German Hanseatic merchants. 88. A third road to capitalism. And carriers, the fishing industry had not yet developed and peat digging was still only done on a small scale, for meeting local needs. Compared to Flanders and Brabant, Holland was a relatively underdeveloped region in 1350, with only a few reasonably large towns like Dordrecht and Leiden, and a largely agrarian countryside. H.P.H. Janssen placed the first spurt of growth in Holland between 1350 and 1400. It was round about the latter date that the economic development of Holland was forced to change direction because of ecological problems that arose in agriculture. Arable farming on the peat beds that had been created through large-scale reclamation of the peat moors from the 10th to the 14th centuries became more difficult because of the subsidence that resulted from the settling and eroding of the peat. In the 13th and 14th centuries, attempts were made to prevent this by introducing better drainage and by shutting off river estuaries. It was during this period that the water boards responsible for the building of sluices, dikes, and canals were established. However, as de Boer showed in his study on rural South Holland, it was about 1400 that it became increasingly more difficult to grow winter grain crops on large areas, as can be seen from a sharp decrease in the incomes from tithes. The consequences of this were very complex. In the long term, arable on the fens had to give way to animal husbandry as the fens were very suitable for grazing. This meant that grains for bread had to be bought on the market in exchange for animal products. Presumably because of this problem, employment in agriculture decreased and there was an increase in migration to the towns. There was also a lot of pressure to develop non-agrarian activities. In the long run, fishing, peat cutting and transport along the many waterways flourished in the water-rich environment. Thus, the proto-industrial structure that can be read from the inquest and the Informatie developed partly because of the ecological crisis about 1400. However, as there has been no continuation of de Boer's research, there is, alas, little known about the exact nature of the evolution of rural Holland in the 15th century. The rise of the proto-industry in Holland therefore followed different lines from those of the proto-industry in Flanders. The cottage industry neither imitated nor competed with the urban export industry the way it did in Flanders. Rather, to a certain extent, it had its own dynamic, which came about partly because of the almost complete absence of sharp social tensions between town and country. Amsterdam merchants, for example, made unreserved use of barges from the surrounding countryside, especially from the Waterland, even though the town authorities saw to it that this did not lead to a transfer of the carrying trade from Amsterdam to these villages and small towns. 2. Demographic changes. Various parallels can be seen between the economic development of Flanders and that of Holland between 1350 and 1550. In both regions, for example, the consequences of the 1348 plague were limited. Only after an intensive search in the archives have historians been able to find reliable proof that the number of deaths reached a peak in 1349 to 1350, or that plague epidemics returned with a certain regularity after 1348, and were responsible for waves of death. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that Holland and Flanders experienced the drastic decimation of the population that took place in other parts of Europe after 1348. Following the line Thien used in his study of the region around de Dinard to look at demographic changes in the Flemish countryside, we can see that, after a certain recession between 1350 and 1380, a definite recovery of the population took place that continued until 1450 and even into the second half of the 15th century. Looked at in the long term, it is possible to talk of a period of stability followed by a relatively strong growth in the first half of the 16th century. The population of the three large towns of Flanders probably decreased somewhat between about 1330 and 1469. This decrease was chiefly concentrated in Ypres, where the population was almost halved through the decline in the cloth industry. The populations of Ghent and Bruges probably remained fairly constant. Compared to the European pattern, the population decline in Flanders was, on balance, fairly confined, but compared to the changes in Brabant and Holland, it was quite unfavorable. Changes in the population of Holland diverged even more strongly from the European pattern. Leicester estimated that between 1335 and 1477 the population of West Friesland increased by as much as 77%, from 22,100 to 39,200. The three towns in this region developed from almost nothing. The rural population grew by 33%. This strong growth of towns also took place elsewhere in Holland. According to estimates made by J.C. Visser, the population of urban areas with at least 2,500 inhabitants had increased to 8,000 by 1300, to 42,000 by 1400 and to 120,000 by 1514. De Boer's estimates are higher. He suggested that the total urban population in 1350 was about 60,000, just half the undisputed figure of 120,000 in 1514. De Boer put the total population of Holland at this time at 260,000. According to his estimates, the rural population must have decreased from 200,000 in 1350 to 155,000 in 1514. The only indication de Boer gave for such a fall was taken from data on rural Rijnland, from which it is possible to ascertain a decline of 22.5% between 1369 and 1514. However, a consideration of the data on population changes in West Friesland shows that this decline in the Rijnland cannot have been general. It seems safer to assume a much smaller decline, perhaps of 10%, for the rural population between about 1350 and 1514, a decline which possibly took place between 1350 and 1400. On average, however, because of the enormous growth of towns and the limited decline of the countryside, the total population of Holland probably rose by somewhere between 15% and 25% during the period 1350 to 1500. We must now ask ourselves if there was some sort of link between the relatively favorable changes in the population in both regions and the changes in the proto-industry. In earlier studies I did suggest such a connection without, however, having any irrefutable proof. Nevertheless, Thien's careful analysis of the demographic behavior of the rural population round Oudenaarde does offer a starting point for the hypo. 90. A third road to capitalism. Thesis that the rise of the proto-industry influenced the population evolution. Thien showed that the normal demographic pattern with a strong positive correlation between welfare and fertility seems to have been replaced in 15th century Flanders by a situation in which the natural growth of the various social classes did not differ very much from each other. A proletariat developed with an internal growth dynamic reminiscent of the proto-industrial demographic pattern described in studies by Mendels, Medic, and Levine. The result of this dynamic was a forceful population growth and a further proletarization of the population. Thien believed that the proto-industry in Flanders at the end of the 15th century and in the first half of the 16th century could have contributed along these lines to the relatively favorable demographic changes. This is less evident for the period immediately after 1350. A proto-industrial demographic pattern has not yet been found, but it is not unrealistic to believe that the expansion of the cottage industry as such provided more work and income in the countryside, thereby having an immediate influence on changes in population. 3. Development of wages. A more specific test of the hypothesis that the demographic changes in Flanders and Holland were different from those elsewhere in Europe, and were not marked by a dramatic decrease in the population after 1348 involves a study of the real wages during this period. Let us accept that a sharp decline in population is accompanied by an increase in the scarcity of labor, that generally leads to a sharp rise in real wages, unless non-economic means are used to withstand it. Almost all over Western Europe there was a sharp rise in real wages during the period after 1350. A similar examination is also relevant for testing the hypothesis for the relation between proto-industrialization and changes in the availability of labor. It may be accepted that the development of a proto-industry is accompanied by a continual oversupply of labor, which eventually leads to a proletarization and a decline in the level of real wages. By studying the changes in real wages it is possible to find out whether the evolution in the economies of Flanders and Holland satisfies or differs from the European pattern characterized by a rising wage level. Thien, in whose footsteps I once again follow, showed that the increase in real wages after 1350 was rather modest, which accords with the moderate nature of the crisis in Flanders in the late Middle Ages. In this section I want to compare Thien's data for Ghent with the changes in wages and grain prices in Holland which are available from other sources. Like Thien, I limit myself to the wages of carpenters. As wages of other building craftsmen in both Ghent and Leiden virtually show a similar structure in the 15th century, conclusions drawn from carpenters' wages may be relevant for a number of crafts. Unfortunately, data for Holland do not go back further than 1342 to 1346. Data from the accounts of the Counts of Holland for Holland and Zeeland on wages and grain prices for these years were published by J.A. Silum in 1895. From these, we learn that an average daily wage for a carpenter in Holland, south of the IJ, can be calculated as the equivalent of 3.625 Flemish groats. This was higher than the wages in Ghent that, according to Thien, were then 2.67 groats per day. Wages and prices for North Holland and The Hague up to about 1,400 are available from de Boer's study. Unfortunately, however, he did not collect any data on the wages of carpenters. To fill the gap between 1350 and 1392, when we can fall back on the data for Leiden, I have made use of indices which de Boer calculated for the daily wage for mowing, hoeing and sawing in this period. I have also taken data on rye prices for 1340 to 1399 from de Boer, 203 to 206. There are more sources available for the period after 1392/1393. 1. Wages paid by the St. Catherine's Hospital in Leiden for 1392 to 1692, collected but not published by posthumous *2. Wages paid by the town of Leiden, recorded in the town accounts which begin in 1392. These can be found in accounts published by Meerkamp van Emden and in an unpublished study by de Googe and van der Vee List Degree 3. For the period after 1450, use can be made of a study by Noordegraaff and Schoenmakers which contains a large number of wage statements for 1450 to 1600. These sources show a reasonably consistent picture. The daily wage in summer for a carpenter remained almost constant at 10 Flemish groats. Only between 1420 and 1433 was there a rise, under the influence of the monetary problems of those years. However, after the revaluation of 1433, a carpenter's daily wage returned once more to the level of 10 Flemish groats degree. Rye prices for the period after 1390 are taken from Posthumus's collection of accounts for the St. Catherine's Hospital. However, as there are large gaps in the series, I have taken the series of wheat prices as my basis. Posthumus also published a series of rye and wheat prices taken from records for the Utrecht chapter of Udmunster. From these it is possible to deduce that prices of both cereals nearly always bore a constant relationship to each other. Between 1390 and 1550, rye prices per mud averaged 71% of the wheat prices, except for a few ups and downs. By multiplying the Leiden wheat price by 0.71, figures can be produced that must approach those of the Leiden rye prices. When this was done for 1390/99, the results agreed almost completely with the prices for rye based on the Counts of Holland accounts which de Boer estimated for the same decade. Table 5.1 contains the results of these calculations and estimations. The comparison between both regions is considerably simplified because the same coin, the Flemish groat, formed the basis of the monetary system in both Flanders and Holland for most of this period. Only between 1365 and 1434 did the value of the Holland groat diverge a little from that of Flanders, and even then, except for the decades 1370 to 1379 and 1410 to 1429, the difference was never more than 10%. These differences can be corrected by converting wages and prices into their intrinsic value. Around 1350, the level of the wages of a carpenter in Leiden were a little higher than those for a carpenter in Ghent. The sharpest rise in the nominal wage between 1350 and 1390, from 2.67 or 3.625 groats to 10 groats, can be largely explained by monetary factors, namely the sharp devaluation of the groat in those years. It seems as if the silver wage in Holland, and especially in Flanders, rose somewhat in 1350 to 1380. The peak in the Flemish series for 1370 to 1379 is somewhat suspect since in the series published by Thien, data for these years is missing. Thien assumed that in 1370 to 1379 the day wage was 10 groats, but he had insufficient data to back this up. On the basis of his own graphs, a day wage of 7 or 8 groats can be equally justified. What is certain is that after 1390 nominal wages were completely frozen, while the intrinsic value of the groat continued to fall, sometimes by small steps and sometimes by large leaps. This led to a halving of the intrinsic value of the wage during the 15th century. Until about 1480, this was counteracted by the low level of grain prices in the 15th century, as I shall show later. However, after 1480, it led to a sharp decline of real wages. A third road to capitalism. Changes in the intrinsic value of rye prices are just as illuminating. As figure 5.2 shows, the period 1350 to 1390 was characterized by relatively high grain prices and not, as was probably the case elsewhere in Europe after the Black Death of 1348, by a fall in price level. This was because the increase in grain prices was sharper than the fall in the value of the coin. After 1390, however, a fall in the level of intrinsic grain prices set in which, with ups and downs, was to last until about 1470. What is noticeable is that the price of rye in Ghent fell more sharply than it did in Leiden, which meant a large increase in price differences between both towns. From an average difference of only 10% in the years 1340 to 1389, it reached an average of 27% between 1390 to 1469, falling again to an average of 18% between 1470 to 1519, and to an average as low as 4% between 1520 to 1559. The ecological crisis in the agriculture of Holland, which began in about 1400 and led to a large growth in the import of grains, is reflected in this price difference. The near disappearance of the difference after 1520 can probably be explained by the heavy increase in imports of grains from the Baltic region, which put pressure on the price level in Holland. In the middle of the 16th century, the supply of grain for the market in the southern part of the Low Countries passed through Amsterdam. This must have resulted in prices in Holland even falling a little below those in Brabant and Flanders. The result of changes in nominal wages and in the price of rye gives a rough estimate of the evolution that took place in real wages, in liters of rye. In his analysis of the price series for Ghent, Thien emphasized the stability of the real wage level between 1320 to 1470. Because of the generally lower level of nominal wages, and the considerably higher rye prices in Leiden, real wages in Holland were almost always significantly below those of Ghent. Likewise, the increase in the real wage in Leiden after 1350 1359 was even more modest than that in Ghent. However, what is striking is that in both regions, in spite of the high level of rye prices in the second half of the 14th century and the continuing devaluation of money, the real wage rose rather than fell until about 1390. This points towards a certain scarcity of labor. For Flanders, this agrees with the fall in population ascertained by Thien for the period 1350 to 1380. Also, de Boer believed that the fall in the population in the countryside of South Holland most probably began in the same period. There was a second period of high real wages 1440 to 1470. This time it was particularly caused by the low level of rye prices during a period of political stability and growing prosperity. This is the time of the heyday of the Burgundian state. In my opinion, this analysis of the series of wages and rye prices shows that only for the period 1350 to 1390 can one talk of a scarcity of labor in both regions. The period 1390 to 1470 was characterized by stability in the relatively high level of real wages, caused particularly by a relative fall in grain prices. This fall, however, was sharper in Flanders than in Holland, where rye prices remained at a relatively high level. After 1475, and particularly after 1500, a sharp fall in real wages began as a result of a continuous rise in the price of rye while nominal wages remained constant. At the same time, there was a sharp increase in the processes of proletarization. I look at this dynamic more closely in the next section. 96. A third road to capitalism. 4 Dynamics of proto-industry. According to the hypothesis, proto-industry develops, via a strengthened demographic growth, a subdivision of farms, and an unequal division of the profits from the economic growth, hand in hand with processes of proletarization and the accumulation of capital by a small group of entrepreneurs. In this way, proto-industry plays an important role in the structural transformation of the economic and, in the classical Marxist sense, in the original accumulation of capita. Once these processes are well advanced, then techno-economic or market economic considerations can lead to entrepreneurs proceeding to concentrate on producing in larger units. In this way, there is a link between the rise of modern industry in the late 18th and 19th centuries and the proto-industrialization in the 17th and 18th centuries. Industrialization is subsequently able to develop together with urbanization because those working in the cottage industry lose their links with agriculture. A proto-industry provides, as it were, the conditions necessary for the rise of modern industry, a proletariat used to long working hours and that no longer has any connection with agriculture, and capital that is accumulated by entrepreneurs. This is not the place to examine how valuable this hypothesis is as an explanation for industrial processes in Western Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. Although the theory is not without its critics, several writers have nevertheless fruitfully applied it to this period. The central question for this article is the relation between this teleological part of the theory and the development of the proto-industry in Holland and Flanders in the 15th and 16th centuries. The processes of strong demographic growth and proletarization, particularly in the late 15th century and the 16th century, have been adequately demonstrated for the Flemish countryside by Thien, as I have indicated above. Coornert, in his classical study on developments in the cloth industry in Onskut, showed that through the continual growth of both its cloth industry and its population, the association between agriculture and industry gradually became looser. During the 16th century, weavers in Onskut fully applied themselves to the production of serge and other light cloths. In earlier publications I put forward a case for similar processes in rural Holland. In these I concluded that the changes predicted by the theory began there after 1580, with a transformation in agriculture that led to the formation of large, capital-intensive farms and to the disappearance of the marginal peasant class that had been the basis of the proto-industry. At the same time, there was a strong process of urbanization, and also accelerated processes of concentration and increase in scale in both industry and transport. It is my opinion that the transformation of the economy of Holland during the Golden Age was in a way the logical outcome of the process of proto-industrialization that began in the 15th century and noticeably accelerated in the 16th century. For Flanders too, it is possible to see a break in the last quarter of the 16th century which, to large extent, was decided by the political and military changes during those years. The Flemish contribution to the big spurt of the economy of Holland after 1580 was important. Wealthy merchants and specialized craftsmen who for religious and economic reasons left Flanders in large numbers played a major role in the expanding economy of Holland. Many weavers and entrepreneurs from Onskut, for example, moved to Leiden where, by introducing light cloth, they contributed largely to the recovery of the Leiden textile industry. The magnitude of this wave of migration can probably partly be explained by the fact that the association between agriculture and industry in the countryside, especially in Onskut, had become so much looser. Therefore, to a certain extent, it is possible to see the recovery after 1580 of the Leiden cloth industry as a continuation of the cottage industry of southern Flanders, in accordance with the proto-industry theory. After the dramatic events of 1572 to 1600, the proto-industrial structure that grew up in Flanders, particularly in the region around and to the south of Ghent, appears to have been characterized by a long period of stability. The renewed growth of the rural population, after having fallen in the last quarter of the 16th century, and the decrease in the size of farms was largely compensated for by the continuing growth of agricultural productivity through which the linen industry and farming seem to have balanced each other. Also, the relation between cottage workers and entrepreneurs seems to have been stable, with weavers generally remaining owners of their looms and of the flax. As far as can be ascertained, there was almost no proletarization. This is not the place to go further into an explanation for this somewhat exceptional stable proto-industry, exceptional because it lacked the specific dynamic that, according to the theory, it should have had. Nevertheless, It is ironic that it is exactly this special cottage industry that was the subject of Mendel's research, and that was the cause for the theoretical reflections on the dynamic role of proto-industry. Conclusion. This article has concentrated in detail on two themes: changes in the proto-industry in Flanders and Holland during the period 1350 to 1550, and the moderate nature in both regions of the crisis in the late Middle Ages. A few conclusions follow. Both regions, particularly in the 15th century and the first half of the 16th century, experienced a strongly growing cottage industry which had all the characteristics of a proto-industry. It is possible to speak of a first wave of proto-industrialization distinguishable from a second wave that began during the 17th century and expanded in magnitude and significance in the 18th century. In both regions, political and military troubles in the late 16th century caused a break in this development. In Holland, the rise of the cottage industry helped lead to the transformation of the economy during the Golden Age. In Flanders, however, an exceptionally stable cottage industry developed after 1600. Changes in population and in real wages show that there was a development in both regions that diverged from the general European pattern. There does not seem to have been a sharp fall in the rural population, although there are indications that between 1350–1380–90 there was a limited decline and some scarcity of labor. Moreover, urban demographic changes were relatively favorable in Flanders, and exceptionally favorable in Holland. Finally, application of the theory on the proto-industry has revealed several new aspects of the development of the cottage industry in Holland and Flanders in the late Middle Ages. These new aspects have helped to throw light on the special development of both regions within a European framework. At the same time, several additions to, and adaptations of the theory have been suggested. In Holland, the proto-industry in the 15th and 16th centuries consisted of more than the production of goods. The carrying trade, peat digging and fishing were also central to it. Also, what was in many respects a stable proto-industry in Flanders in the 17th and 18th centuries makes adjustments to Mendel's theory necessary. Moreover, the biased orientation of the theorists in this field of the cottage industry after 1600 has also been pointed out. The important question which this article does not answer adequately is how these developments in population, urbanization, and proto-industrialization are interrelated. Should the favorable changes in the rural population be explained through the creation of a proto-industrial demographic regime, for which Thien found evidence for Flanders? Or did the constantly high pressure on the countryside and the continuous reduction of the size of farms go hand in hand with the rise of the proto-industry? In the long term, these factors probably reinforced each other, with the proto-industry creating a positive demand for labor, and population growth stimulating non-agrarian activities to expand. In Holland, these processes were, to a certain extent, intensified by ecological problems in arable farming. What still remains unanswered, however, is why the population decline in these regions after 1348 was smaller than elsewhere. The moderate fall of population after 1348 was probably very influential for the development that followed, but as such still remains to be explained. These issues should be researched more thoroughly if we want to understand the dynamics of the Low Countries' third road to capitalism. Introduction. 1.1. The study of economic development and the countryside in Flanders. Economic development and the roots of capitalism in the Netherlands have received much attention in recent years. In particular, new publications such as De Vries and van der Woud and van Zanden, among others, have given the debate new focus and direction. However, no such all-encompassing studies have been published for the southern Netherlands. In the present context we will concentrate on three subjects in particular. 1/_ the so-called proto-industrialization debate, originally stimulated by Mendel's, and the function of proto-industry in the development of industrialization. 2/ the place of the southern Netherlands in Wallerstein's modern world system, and, finally, 3/ the structure of urban entrepreneurship in Flanders and Brabant, which seems to have been much more flexible than was previously thought, mentioned above. Many authors more so in the southern Netherlands than in the north have focused only on urban and commercial developments. This is true even of studies of rural proto-industrialization, a phenomenon which has been seen above all in the context of the development of industrialization, and less as a structural element of the agricultural economy. Nevertheless, as will become clear, I believe that the role of proto-industrialization has been marginalized to an unjustified extent in recent years in the transition debate. Particularly in the case of the southern Low Countries, it is clear that the structure of the countryside has been largely neglected in discussions of this issue. This article will focus on important aspects of the role of the countryside in the transition towards commercial and industrial capitalism. 1.2. Goals and limits of the inquiry. In recent decades it was especially Robert Brenner who has incorporated the structures of the countryside within the scope of his analyses. Partly due to lack of research and the fact that too few regional studies are published in international languages, the most densely populated areas of Europe, such as the Low Countries and northern Italy, have been largely neglected in the debates aroused by Brenner's remarkable publications. 102. A commercial survival economy in evolution. The main criticism leveled against his work was that he did not take full account of market conditions beyond the agrarian structure of large pre-capitalistic farms. In his later publications, the reproduction system of the small peasant and the role of the market were accorded greater importance, with the result that these elements were considered as one of the social conditions for reproduction. However, there is still no detailed study of the role of the Flemish countryside and its population, the majority of whom were small-holding peasants, in the development of capitalism. This paper presents a survey of the state of research into the role of the countryside in the transition of this region as well as my personal views about this topic. The starting point is the Brenner debate. As in the work of Brenner and other neo-Marxists, the fundamentally different social and political structures of each locality are seen here as the best way to explain the regionally different paths towards capitalism. We also believe that capitalism emerges from feudal structures which have their own laws and logic. Nevertheless, the paper will give a personal interpretation of the structural evolution of capitalism, and it is based on research carried out over many years, as well as on secondary literature relating to the subject. The focus of this paper is not Flanders in the sense of the present-day Flemish-speaking region of Belgium, but rather the central part of the former county of Flanders. The importance of this region in the debate needs no emphasis. It was one of the earliest urbanist areas in medieval Flanders, containing cities such as Ghent, Bruges and Ypres. We will argue that the urban economy was founded on, and developed from, the rural economy. Even in the highly urbanist county of Flanders, rural and urban economies were interwoven to a greater extent than is commonly recognized, in part at least. The Industrial Revolution also had its roots there, as a result of an economic structure in which towns and rural surroundings almost literally formed a whole. Although the coastal region of Flanders will be referred to occasionally, it is largely omitted from the discussion, because as I have argued elsewhere the features of this area were more akin to those we find in many parts of the northern Netherlands. It is common knowledge that Flanders witnessed the generalization of the factory system in towns based on new industrial technology very late, towards the end of the 19th century, much later than the southern part of Belgium, the Walloon region, where widespread early industrialization developed at the beginning of the previous century, making it the first industrialist area of the continent. Recent research has stressed the importance of Flemish exceptions such as Ghent, Reims and Lier, which industrialized early in the 19th century, with concentrations of pre-mechanist labor already present in the last decades of the previous century. Notwithstanding these findings, it was only from the last decades of the 19th century onwards that Flanders as a whole followed more or less in the footsteps of the Walloon region, and only after the First World War that Flanders became a truly industrialist area. It seems that this later industrialization of Flanders must also be explained, at least in part, in relation to the structural features of the countryside. The origin of many of these features is to be found in the Middle Ages, in the countryside as well as in the towns. In what follows, a thematic rather than a chronological approach will be adopted, with each paragraph considering a significant element which influenced the transition to capitalism in a positive or negative way. A survey of the transition from feudalism to capitalism requires at least a few definitions and remarks. Feudalism is defined here as a dynamic economic system with changing structures and periods of acceleration. The period of the High Middle Ages was a period of acceleration. It was important for the development of structures of the second stage of feudalism, evolving in the Flemish case on a, what we called, commercial survival basis, as this article intends to demonstrate. But this structural framework was also dynamic, leading, with ups and downs, to generally slow and restrained increases in output, but not to revolutions. Defining the productive stage of feudalism as commercial capitalism is legitimate, but it is actually beside the point. Even capital accumulation had, in the long term, its ups and downs, and was no guarantee of a fundamental and long-term change in society. The real revolution in the transition was, and remains, the evolution of a factory system, grounded in innovation and profit-making, during the Industrial Revolution. To this development is often added the loss of the means of production by the producers. We would join Brenner in changing the latter to the loss of the means of subsistence by producers. We would also agree with him that the key to modern economic growth was the onset of processes of transition through which pre-capitalist social property relations were transformed into capitalist social property relations. These property structures will therefore receive considerable attention in what follows. The period covered in this paper is long, and many points must be dealt with briefly and generally. Due to a lack of data, it must be considered, in many respects, a personal essay. We begin with the transformations of the classic Middle Ages, in which there was accelerated growth towards capitalism, characterized by commercialization and concentrated manufacturing, by growing trading activity and by the development of public services within a network of towns. This period also laid the foundations of the second period of feudalism, characterized by a commercial survival economy which, as we shall see, remained typical of the rural economy of much of Flanders until at least the mid-19th century. To Flemish agriculture in the High Middle Ages and the role of the countryside in the development of Flemish towns according to H. Pyron and many others, there was a logical and parallel evolution of town and countryside in Flanders during the period of the take-off of the towns, with the often implicit assumption that the development of cities served as the initial stimulus. Some later studies have denied the progressive character of Flemish agriculture in this period, while others have affirmed it. A number of studies have focused on the growth of towns out of rural DMSNES. Nevertheless, until my study of 1993, nobody really tried to explain the development of Flemish towns in terms of the evolution of rural and feudal changes of a general and structural nature within the county. Taking into account the longer-term context of the present study, the following section will briefly summarize the thesis developed in that study. 2.1. Some features of the agricultural production system from the 8th to the 11th-12th centuries. It is clear that, as elsewhere in this early period, the rural economy still did not have the features which it would acquire in later centuries of the Middle Ages. A completely different type of agriculture, based on specialization, seems to have been created in Flanders. The sources are scarce, and we often must work backwards from later periods to establish hypotheses. However, new studies appear to agree that 1. Without a real agricultural revolution having taken place, there was already a greater dynamism in domain structures than had been the case since the Carolingian period. This is not a feature of Flanders alone. 2. There was a fundamental increase in agricultural output, especially in Flanders, where it had already begun in the Carolingian period, and where it had accelerated in the 11th century. This increase in output was achieved in a number of ways, by a seigneurial population policy, and by reclamations encouraged by the lords, by an increase in up and down or convertible husbandry, by the expansion of infields as opposed to outfields, and by the wider application of a three-course rotation system. 105. 3. Serfdom was weak in Flanders, where it still existed, it declined at an earlier stage than in many other areas because of power struggles between the upper strata of society. For commercialization was increasing, on the one hand because of greater monetary circulation, on the other because of specialized use of large holdings, and perhaps of whole regions, within the countryside. Specialized large farms or production centers, sometimes concentrated in the most propitious locations for that specialization, appear to have been increasing in number in the former county of Flanders from the 8th century, but especially from the 11th and 12th centuries onwards. These farms and regions were specialized in one product, or in a few basic necessities, such as food, drink, fuel, and even the most important raw materials for manufacturing. It is likely that no regular import trade on a large scale was needed to provide the increasing urban population with basic products before the 13th century. Moreover, it is only in the late 13th century that we find evidence of significant imports of these products, except for English wool, which had arrived in Flanders as early as the 12th century. These products formed an almost complete and complementary provisioning system for the developing towns. It is likely, therefore, that in the period of the take-off of the urban economy, the county of Flanders formed a more or less closed macroeconomic agrarian ecosystem with many specialized farmers. Regional, rather than established urban, markets seem to have been important in the 11th and 12th centuries in sustaining this network of rural specialization. 5. Greater polarization also appears to have occurred within rural society, a phenomenon which links this period to later developments. The trend towards specialization was accompanied by increasing colonization, especially from the second half of the 11th century and in the 12th, and, as we shall see below, by an increase in population encouraged by the lords. Together with a new, more rational policy of decreasing the larger demesnes in size degree, these developments probably created a greater number of peasant small holdings registered. Indeed, in inland Flanders many of the reclamations were carried out by the peasants themselves, mostly with only indirect encouragement from the lords. 11.2. The role of power and property structures in the development of capitalism in this period. What caused this specialization? Why was there an increase in population and possibly greater polarization within the countryside? In large part this must be explained by the typical structures of property holding and power within society. It is well known that from the 10th century, the county of Flanders was one of the most powerful principalities in Europe. The count's influence largely derived from the revenues of rural estates, which allowed him to dominate local lords. In other words, the power of the first counts of Flanders was based to a large degree on the agricultural sector, as Fouet, Ganshof, and others observed. To a considerable degree this was made possible by the acquisition of royal manors dating back to the previous period, but also by appropriating uncultivated lands, especially wastelands in the coastal area, the marshlands and moorlands, and territory in the dunes. The earliest, most complete, account of the rural domain, dating back to 1187, gives us the first clear insight into the extent of the count's holdings. The size of the domain was impressive and, furthermore, it was scattered all over Flanders. From the same period, the other important large landowners who left archival documents, particularly clerical institutions, also had demesnes which were widely scattered and had differing soil conditions. One may wonder whether the territorial conquests of the count played a part in the formation of this well-adjusted rural economy. This is unlikely, although not impossible. It is more plausible that the Count of Flanders first and foremost, and the other large landowners with him, stimulated the trend towards specialization which we have described in order to meet their needs. Rents in kind could have encouraged production to develop in a certain direction during this initial stage of the revival of industry, of commerce, and of land reclamation. The concentration of rural surpluses increased the demands of the Count and his entourage, especially for luxury goods. In this period, when international commerce of agricultural products was still more limited than later, domestic demand was the initial stimulus for specialization in the countryside and the production of luxury goods in the developing towns, as well as for international trade. the development of the first urban commercial centers in the immediate surroundings of Castres and large DMSNES, which themselves played a part in the increased demand for consumer goods, has been emphasized in recent literature. Inevitably, these homemade products were soon exported to other principalities and countries by merchants who seized the opportunity to enrich themselves. It should be mentioned in this connection that power structures in Flanders were exceptional in another way in the 10th and 11th centuries. From an early stage in the history of the county, it appears despite the reservations on the subject of some important scholars such as Cook and Hahn that the most significant lords were politically linked to the count. As E. Warlop for example has demonstrated, a great number of viscounts who lived in the towns, or who had castles there to represent the count, were the descendants of an early nobility which predated the year 1000. The 107 highest rank of peers was composed of the richest and oldest titled families. In the neighboring principality of Brabant, the richest noble families continued to be much more politically independent until the later Middle Ages. This situation in Flanders was undoubtedly the consequence of a power struggle in which the count, notwithstanding occasional crises, had been able to impose himself as uncontested primus inter pares in the crucial phase of urban development, and, as we saw above, it is distinctly possible that the count owed his position to wealth derived from his rural domain. The relatively peaceful conditions which resulted undoubtedly contributed to a favorable economic climate. The Flemish nobility whose wealth we know very little about before the 13th century were probably able to benefit from the prosperity of the count, and members of this group were led to copy his lifestyle, perhaps as early as the 10th and 11th centuries. Some important clerical institutions almost certainly benefited in this way too, since many of them had been granted land and rents by the count, whose influence over them could be great. In this way, the lords, with the count as their example, could have stimulated economic growth, probably activating demand for homemade products, and providing an impetus for international trade. In other words, in the early period of Flemish history it is possible that a surplus extraction structure was emerging, based on a surplus extraction relation model which, in turn, stemmed from cooperation between the sovereign and the lords on pre-capitalistic large farms, in short, a model that might be compared to the one Brenner finds so important for the further development of English capitalism. If this is the case, the difference between the two would have been that in Flanders the model failed relatively quickly, a process which had probably begun gradually before the 12th century. We have already mentioned a number of elements of an internal, structural nature which were capable of influencing this process. Moreover, serfdom declined quickly, as a result in particular of power struggles between the lords, power struggles which arose from their need for cash, and from the importance they attached to incomes deriving from the local exercise of power, from justice, and from their linked policy of colonization. This evolution permitted greater mobility within the population. In addition, there was the potentially greater stimulus of demand which, to a considerable extent, also led to the precocious development of large cities. These cities were considered by sovereign and nobility alike as an important source of additional revenue and surplus extraction, by means of new or increased tolls. These tolls quickly became one of the most valuable sources of income for all lay lords. They had the further advantage of providing cash incomes which played an increasingly large part in the growing Flemish money economy. As a consequence, lords were less interested in rents in kind and in the income which accrued to them from the direct exploitation of their demesnes, and the latter began to lose something of its function as a stimulus to specialization. In Flanders, the English cooperation model mentioned above was quickly forced to change. The crisis in communal authority at the beginning of the 12th century, following the murder of Charles the Good, probably accelerated this process. A large group of important new noble families, enriched by the favorable evolution of the rural economy, came to the fore. They shook the sovereign authority of the monarch, eventually murdering the count in 1127, and it was only thanks to the cities that the count's authority emerged enhanced. This was probably the decisive turning point in communal efforts to undermine as far as possible the economic basis of the nobility. In a shrewd political strategy pursued in following centuries, and in which the coalition with the towns played an important part at the outset, the counts succeeded in undermining the economic and political power of the nobility even if the latter remained a threat until the end of the 13th century. Historical studies often overlook the fact that in Flanders, competition within the surplus extraction system between lay and ecclesiastical lords also influenced rural structures. Indeed, from the post-Carolingian period, many of the holdings and much of the authority of local lords came from the usurpation of lands, dues, and rights originally owned by the abbeys. In inland Flanders, from the second half of the 11th century to the middle of the 13th century, a growing number of new local lay lords and administrators of clerical demesnes divided up seigneurial power among themselves. Gradually and probably as a result of a number of factors, including comital intervention, the political impact of new religious movements and, ultimately by a loss of power of the local lords, this aggression of lay lords against ecclesiastical lords was stopped in the 12th and 13th centuries. Again, this group of lords were eventually the losers. Nevertheless, competition between these groups at a local level may well have contributed to economic development in two respects. First, competition led to the further fragmentation of authority from which, I think, locals benefited in the long term. Second, competition may have encouraged ecclesiastical lords to invest in the reclamation of land in the coastal area, where local feudal power was less developed, and where they enjoyed the count's support. Nevertheless, another surplus extraction relationship was much more important. From the 12th century onwards, the power of the count was threatened by that of another group of lords, the bourgeoisie in the cities of Flanders. While it is possible that Flemish surplus extraction relationships, and consequently manorial administration, were comparable with the English model of cooperation between lords and the central administration in the 10th and 11th centuries, after that period the competition model became more and more widespread. In any event, it is clear that a great difference existed between Flanders and other regions of the continent. As Brenner pointed out, the power struggle between central authorities and local lords hindered economic development in many areas of Europe. In Flanders, however, the struggle that emerged was between 3 or 4 parties, in which competition between the count and the large cities increasingly occupied the foreground. This made Flanders a particular case, and had many consequences for economic development, including, the gradual division of the seigneurie banal and seigneurie foncière between the different categories of lords. This development increased the power of the peasant community and restrained the grip of the lords on the countryside. It hindered any change in domain structure resulting from, for example, seigneurial reaction, and made an enclosure movement as in England impossible. It probably also encouraged ecclesiastical lords to invest in regions such as the coastal area, where they had more liberty to introduce new seigneurial structures. Sent in the second stage of this power struggle, urban influence counterbalanced comital influence, a development which restrained the overlord's seigneurie banal, and which favored the peasants. These developments would have been impossible had there not been an increase in the population of the countryside. Population growth was itself the result of specific economic structures. Since lords were more interested in cash than in incomes in kind from their demesnes, and since lords often limited serfdom themselves to advance their own interests, local lords effectively stimulated population growth within their manors, granted greater freedom to peasants, and asked for exceptionally low, sometimes symbolic customary rents in return for new reclamations and colonization. In this way, changing conditions of property tenure generated a greater labor supply for the towns, which themselves had increased pull factors as growing centers for luxury goods and services. 11.3. The long-term consequences for the evolution of capitalism in Flanders. Although the structure of society would change considerably in the last centuries of the Middle Ages, the period under consideration here saw several foundations established for the later development of capitalism in Flanders. First, the emergence of an urban network based on a specific regional power structure and on agricultural specialization. Thanks to the separation of capital from the means of subsistence, these towns would later become centers of a capitalistic wage-earning system which was accompanied by technological progress. Second, the region became one of the most densely populated areas of Europe, creating a reservoir of labor to sustain the network, and to develop it further. At the same time, however, certain developments in these years heralded a new era in which progress was delayed rather than encouraged. The negative impact of these developments became much more visible in the following period, in which what we have termed a commercial survival economy was born. 2. Development towards a commercial survival economy. In the sandy areas of inland Flanders which made up a large part of the county, micro-holdings became prevalent within a system which we might call a commercial survival economy. Although the system had its roots in the earlier period, its development was most marked between the late 12th century and the middle of the 14th. Why and how did it come about? What were the consequences for the development of capitalism, and eventually for the transition to industrial capitalism? These are the most important questions addressed in what follows. IIF.1. Features of the commercial survival economy. Although the system was not unstable or lacking in dynamism as we shall see, in the long term its features remained largely unchanged or became even more pronounced. The most important aspects of the system were the following. 1. The majority of holdings were very small family holdings, many of them smaller than the minimum required for subsistence. There was a significant minority of larger farms, between 30 and 60 hectares in size. Less than 30% of the holdings possessed a horse, which was normally only possible when the holding was greater than 5 hectares. The long-term trend, which was only occasionally interrupted by periods in which the process was reversed, was for these subsistence holdings to become smaller. 2. As long as peasants had enough to survive, slowly changing property structures did not profoundly alter the system. Indeed, in the long term, from the late 13th century onwards, leaseholding became more significant than customary holding, which was in decline. 3. Survival was the most important goal. Large-scale commercial plans, investment and social mobility were, broadly speaking, impossible. 4. A number of typical labor structures can be discerned, considerable labor input, considerable unemployment during much of the year, and low labor productivity. A survival strategy based on additional income, distinct from the peasant holding. Many people had to work for part of the year on larger farms, and therefore lived in a close and mutually dependent relationship with these establishments. In the long term, this close relationship declined. A survival strategy based on additional income from non-agricultural activities, such as cottage industry. In the long term, labor productivity declined. 5. Physical production structures which included, a high intensification rate, a mixed farming system and the production of fodder crops, although self-sufficiency was the most important goal of the peasants, because of the presence of markets, the small acreage of their holdings, and the need for a small amount of cash to buy necessary non-agricultural goods and to pay taxes, survival was only possible through production for the market in the shape of industrial crops and even a variety of foodstuffs. 6. Limited production for the market resulted in a limited, but increasing, dependence on the market. As we shall see below, urban markets were gradually replacing rural markets. Limited dependence on the market was also influenced indirectly by the greater dependence in this respect of large estates, where peasants made additional income. This dependence on the market encouraged peasants to use more intensive production methods, especially in periods of economic growth when prices were going up. In bad economic periods they were also encouraged to intensify, because they had to find new means of achieving self-sufficiency outside the market economy. Moreover, unlike the large commercial farms, peasants could sometimes survive by taking advantage of low-cost foodstuffs at market. 11.2. Dynamism and inertia of the system. Many of the features mentioned above originated during the boom period of the towns, but only began to evolve into a truly dominant commercial peasant system in the course of the long 13th century, supplanting the much more commercially organized economy of the earlier period. Nevertheless, as we have seen already, this evolution was a slow process, and the commercial survival economy possessed its own dynamism which will now be described systematically. We may begin with the long-term increase in the fragmentation of holdings, moving on to the evolution of land productivity and the intensification of farming, the influence on labor productivity, market structures and, last but not least, the property and surplus extraction structures which explain much of the nature of these developments. 112. A commercial survival economy in evolution. I1.2.1. The fragmentation of holdings. Origins. We have seen that the fragmentation of holdings was already becoming common in the 12th century. Nevertheless, it was in the 13th century that a great number of small holdings became a dominant feature of rural economic structures, especially since the colonization of the countryside had by then reached its limits. Indeed, the few studies which have been undertaken reveal a significant division of holdings from the late 13th century onwards, in Flanders, Hainaut, Namur and Brabant. From the same period onwards, the majority of holdings consisted of only a few hectares. Nevertheless, polarization remained a significant feature in social structures. On the one hand, there were the large market-oriented farms, few in number but occupying the largest part of the cultivated land, and, on the other, the small farms, much greater in number, but occupying much less of the available land. As we have seen, this situation developed gradually in the preceding period but continued to grow at an accelerated pace in the 13th century. Although data for coastal areas are even more scarce, there are indications that a similar fragmentation of holdings occurred there too. In inland Flanders, the main subject of this article, fragmentation was probably more pronounced as a result of earlier reclamation, the concentration of centers of large demesnes, which by that time had decreased, and a completely different structure of surplus extraction with a greater mix, as we shall see, of seigneurial lordship and landlordship. In coastal Flanders the smaller holdings slowly disappeared from the later Middle Ages onwards. By contrast, fragmentation continued in inland Flanders, and was only temporarily interrupted by the crisis of the late Middle Ages. The slowdown in the 14th and 15th centuries. From the late 13th to the early 15th centuries, these trends were arrested, but the picture throughout Flanders remained more or less the same. The consequences of the late medieval crisis were less severe in Flanders than in other parts of Europe, with the exception of the coastal area and neighboring areas such as the county of Namur. In general, during the later Middle Ages in inland Flanders, the features of the rural economy remained much the same as it had been at the end of the 13th century. In the later Middle Ages, to a certain extent medium-sized holdings and, to some extent, probably the smaller of the large demesnes too, increased in number. This was partly due to the slow but clear introduction of a short-term leasing system for small plots of land from the late 13th century onwards. As the leasing system for smaller plots of arable land spread from the 1270s, medium-size inland farms could develop, to a limited extent. Those in coastal areas could develop to a greater degree. At the same time, as a result of further bourgeois expansion into the countryside from the last decades of the 13th century on, the number of firms, isolated fairly large, commercially oriented, leasehold farms of between 20 and 60 hectares increased. These new farms were constructed by the bourgeoisie during the last stage of the great reclamations of the 13th century, or created in the later Middle Ages from smaller plots of land which were bought from small holders, or which were acquired as pledge of unpaid loans arising from constitutions de rente. At any rate, we believe that these new farms, often no more than a farm en charrue, lacked the potential to increase productivity which Gibois has attributed to them in his innovative study of Normandy. I believe that the new farms we have mentioned, together with the older large demesnes, militate against the further subdivision of smaller holdings, in that they created new employment for small holding peasants who had to maintain the level of family income. This was the result of structural underemployment and low wages which prevailed even in the later Middle Ages, and indeed throughout the whole transition period. Wage earning could only produce an additional income, even during the later medieval period. Wages were needed to generate cash to pay taxes, and for limited trade at market. We have already seen that during the initial stages of the developing commercial peasant economy there was a necessarily close relationship between large farms and small holders. Neither could exist without the other. At the same time, as we shall see, additional earnings were made through rural cottage industry. Over time, the growing importance of rural industry tended to loosen the ties between small holders and large farms in inland Flanders. Further confirmation of the fact that peasant small holdings remained significant is to be found in a list of forfeitures dating from 1382. The data concerns 1,603 peasants from the neighborhood of Courtrai. It should be noted that leaseholding probably did not figure in the source. Around 12.8% of those who suffered confiscation possessed more than 4 bonniers of land. Even allowing for the fact that short-term leases and probably the poor do not figure in the data, this proportion is greater than that which we find in the post-medieval period. Further evolution. Tax lists mostly drawn up between 1569 and 1572 on the authority of the Duke of Alva for the whole of the Netherlands, the so-called Penninkenheiren, afford the first opportunity to survey the distribution between small holdings and large estates over a greater area. The lists permit reliable calculation of the size of the holdings, and they clearly distinguish property holding from lease holding. The overall picture is nonetheless incomplete due to the loss of documentation for some areas, and the lack of research into others. The fullest documentation relates to the province of Eastern Flanders. On average in that province, 35% of holdings were smaller than 1 hectare, and only 12% were larger than 10 hectares. Degree. As a result of developments whose origins can be traced to the late Middle Ages, the situation was completely different in the more fertile and more recently reclaimed polders near the coast. Here, at the end of the 16th century, small holdings accounted for only 10% of the total amount of holdings, while large farms of more than 10 hectares accounted for almost 70%. 10. The situation in the 21 parishes of the Turnassus is similar to Flanders. 51% of the holdings were smaller than 1 bonnier, 12% larger than 10 bonnier. 15. After a temporary increase in the size of the holdings as a result of the wars of religion, the subdivision of small holdings became progressively more pronounced in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries. The following table illustrates this phenomenon in a large proto-industrial area south of Ghent. The number of small farms increased significantly, particularly during the 18th century. There was only a temporary opposite movement in the first half of the 17th century. Moreover, as Table 6.4 clearly shows, this evolution continued in the course of the 19th century. By the middle of that period, more than 60% of holdings in inland Flanders were already smaller than 1 hectare. What happened in this area to the DMSNES, the larger farms which had been created in the Middle Ages? A number of studies, some of which remain unpublished, indicate that from the late 16th century, even these larger farms were themselves reduced in size by landlords. This development will be explained below, in the context of changing property relations. As in the earlier period, coastal areas and inland Flanders evolved in opposite directions. Farm sizes in the former increased further, and smaller farms diminished in size or even disappeared, a trend that was halted only briefly at the end of the 18th century. A commercial survival economy in evolution. Slow breakdown in the modern period. The crisis of 1845 to 1846 heralded a period of fundamental change in agricultural society. Gradually during the second half of the 19th century, but at an accelerated pace from 1890, fewer people were occupied in agriculture in the area under consideration. Technical innovation increased output. Nevertheless, these developments did not halt the fragmentation of holdings. In the provinces of East and West Flanders, the family small holding remained typical until the interbellum years, but its income derived increasingly from non-rural activities. Nevertheless, the structures of the commercial peasant economy were destroyed. 2.2.2 underscore the evolution of land productivity, mixed farming and intensification. Although the progressive decline in the size of holdings did not automatically lead in the medium to long term to more intensive farming, there is no doubt that intensification and increased output per arable unit were the long-term consequences of this trend. Since we have given a general overview of this matter elsewhere, a brief description here will suffice. First, during the classic Middle Ages a long-term growth in the size of the cultivated area took place, at the expense of pasture lands and parts of the holdings which were less intensively cultivated. In the course of the 13th century, the large-scale differences between smaller infields and larger outfields, which still existed in the 12th and early 13th centuries, were disappearing. Fallow land and dry land were also progressively diminishing from the late 13th to the 18th centuries. The three-course rotation system was gradually applied less rigorously, and had mostly disappeared by the late Middle Ages. However, the use of fallow land in crop rotation only completely disappeared in the course of the 18th century due to the sowing of more fodder crops, such as clover for a regular supply of manure. Leguminous plants played a large part in the evolution of farming systems in the coastal area, but in inland Flanders in particular, the widespread use of clover was very important for the growth of land productivity. The same crop, introduced into Flemish agriculture in the late 16th century, certainly ended the practice of leaving land fallow. Gradually, from the Middle Ages on, the cultivation of catch crops became very significant. In the middle of the 19th century many villages were using as much as 40% of the land for a second crop in the same year. A very rough estimate of the total amount of land under permanent cultivation in inland Flanders suggests an increase from around 30% of the total arable in the 12th century to around 120% in the middle of the 19th century. 17. Moreover, yields per acre for bread cereals did not diminish, but rather slowly increased from around 1,500 liters per hectare in the 14th/15th centuries, to around 1800 to 2000 in 1800. It is not impossible, therefore, that in inland Flanders the total output of the land, excluding meat and dairy products, was at least 5 times greater in 1850 than it had been in 1200. It is likely that output per unit of arable was increasing faster than anywhere else in Europe, and that gradually many more people could be fed by smaller and smaller plots of land. In the late 18th century, the introduction of potatoes accelerated this trend still further, since yields per hectare of this crop were greater than those of bread cereals. As a result, even smaller farms found space for the cultivation of industrial crops, such as flax, rape, and coal seed. The cultivation of fodder crops led to widespread mixed farming, with cattle breeding used in particular as a source of manure production. Larger farms also adopted methods of intensive cultivation, partly as has been argued elsewhere because of a gradual diminution in their number. However, some differences remained between agricultural practices on the larger farms and those on smaller farms. Larger farms tended to focus more on commercial products, smaller farms more on crops for domestic consumption. The presence of a few commercial products on small holdings between 0.5 and 5 hectares in size was characteristic. In coastal Flanders, progressive intensive methods were also introduced, but their farming methods remained less intensive for a longer period, and dairy production was often predominant. This progressive character stemmed from an initial period in which serf labor was uncommon, from farming techniques during the period of land reclamation which were not labor-intensive, and, later, from the adoption of techniques used in the inland region, and, possibly, from former traditions of peasant farming. 2.2.3 Declining labor productivity. In inland Flanders, the stimulus behind increased arable output certainly came from the gradual fragmentation of farms. Although this essay necessarily takes a general view, it is clear that the most significant steps towards intensive farming coincided with the most significant stages in the fragmentation of holdings. Intensification was mainly caused by increasing labor input per arable unit. This can be easily illustrated with figure 6.1, based on the agricultural census of 1846, where land productivity can be compared to labor productivity on a regional basis. In general, although not everywhere, land and labor productivity were inversely proportional. East and West Flanders, the areas under consideration here, forming the core of the former county of Flanders, had the highest land productivity, but the lowest labor productivity in Belgium. It is striking that the earliest industrialist regions of the country, such as Namur and Liege in Walloon, were characterized by a combination of high labor and relatively high land productivity. Although there is no statistical evidence, it is likely that in the course of a long-term trend towards increased output, great achievements in land productivity could not prevent declining labor productivity. Perhaps only in the earliest stages, at the beginning of the 13th century, was declining labor productivity temporarily slowed down by comparison with other countries as a result of the commercial dimension of the survival economy, which was much less common elsewhere in Europe. Any such development may have contributed to the relatively low impact of the late medieval crisis in this part of Flanders. To some extent, indeed, a counterbalance to declining labor productivity in agriculture also came from other forms of income earned in the non-agricultural sector. These activities, which some authors describe as proto-industrial, were probably already in existence and significant from at least the late 13th century, although not yet on the scale which they would attain, for example, in the 18th century. It is likely, therefore, that a rural woolen industry was widespread in the countryside around 1300, perhaps as a vestige of the more commercial economic structure of the classic Middle Ages. In southwestern Flanders the rural wool industry survived into the later Middle Ages, especially in the triangle between Lille, Ypres, and Bel. When traditional cloth production in the towns came to specialize in the luxury end of the market as a response to growing competition from abroad in the later Middle Ages, the rural wool industry often adjusted, generally although not exclusively making cheaper products, or specializing in the preparatory stages of production. Nevertheless, the problems facing cloth production centers, and increasing transaction costs, also created a more competitive relationship between town and countryside. The most significant production centers of traditional cloths received exclusive rights of production from the count, although these rights were only successfully enforced by the dominant political centers with the greatest influence over the neighboring countryside, that is to say, Ghent and, to a lesser extent, Bruges. At the beginning of the 14th century, Ghent received a privilege banning the production of woolen cloth within 15 kilometers of the city. It was precisely within this area that the rural linen industry would be most developed during the remainder of the Ancien Regime and in the 19th century. A commercial survival economy in evolution. Sab's view that the rural flax industry was not supplanted by the rural linen industry appears to be unfounded. At the end of the 14th century, when rural linen manufacturing first began to spread, linen cloth was already being sold in England. However, it was only from the middle of the 15th century that the rural wool industry, as well as the rural linen industry, experienced the greatest period of expansion. In the area of Oudenaarde around the middle of the 16th century, as much as 47% of the peasant population possessed a weaving loom. Flax cultivation in the same period appears to have attained its maximum possible expansion. While the rural wool industry declined, or concentrated in larger centers such as Onskut in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries, the rural linen industry continued to grow at an accelerated pace until the first decades of the 19th century, by which stage, in the core area of production, around 70% of holdings possessed a loom for linen cloth. The rural linen industry only declined in the third decade of the 19th century as the result of an international crisis in the sector, but it survived, and even expanded once more in the late 19th century. Recent research indicates that the increasing importance of the countryside as a textile production center from the late 15th century on did not destroy the urban textile industry, where production adapted in the shape of lighter, more fashionable cloths, and even fine linen. So, the supposed shift of the textile industry from the towns to the countryside probably owed more to unrelated urban and rural processes in each than has been previously been supposed. Indeed, the slow movement of the textile industry to the countryside from the 14th to the late 18th century paralleled a process of deurbanization, although the link between the two phenomena has, in our opinion, been exaggerated. It is also likely that in the absence of a growing cottage industry, the textile industry in towns would have changed in character and contributed to declining population figures. The growing importance of the textile industry in the countryside was in large part the consequence of the fragmentation of holdings, with cottage industry becoming an increasingly substantial part of the rural commercial survival economy. The fact that in the countryside textile cottage industry declined in the later Middle Ages may even be linked to the temporary slowdown in the subdivision of holdings in inland Flanders. Moreover, the fact that in Flanders most of the rural linen industry was organized according to the Koff system, rather than the so-called putting out system, affords, in our view, additional proof that textile production constituted a cottage industry which brought additional income to commercial peasants, because in the Koff system the initiative lay much more in the hands of the producers than in the hands of merchants. In many areas the linen weaving peasants produced their own flax. Moreover, in expressing the view that it was the growth of the linen industry which resulted in an increasing number of unsustainable holdings, Mendels appears to put the cart before the horse. Moreover, the structure of the linen and flax industry could be studied in greater detail at the micro level. In the 16th century, micro holdings of less than 0.5 hectares did not produce flax and had no weaving loom. It was the wage earners who had to produce exclusively for survival. The most typical peasants who had between 1 and 5 hectares of land were the most active in producing flax and in weaving it. But larger farms also possessed looms, and worked with wage earners on these looms. In the 19th century, this situation remained identical, but as a result of even greater intensification, peasant holdings with looms and flax cultivation were smaller. If 2.5. Rural and urban markets, the breakdown of the regional ecological system and the peasants. Urban markets gained in importance first and foremost because of their increasing role in the international import trade. The first reasonably reliable figures for more or less regular imports of cereals and other foodstuffs date to the late 13th century, even if studies from other regions such as England presuppose, without being able to provide real evidence, the existence of a much earlier export trade to the Netherlands. If this analysis of the earlier period is correct, it would be logical to assume that from that moment on towns had to rely increasingly on foreign imports for their provisioning. Van Uitven and THIRD-WORLDISM have clearly illustrated the necessity of imports during the late Middle Ages. Even meat was gradually imported from Brittany. Wine was imported from the Rhine region and from France. Grain came from Artois, and later from the Baltic region. Our information is disparate and mainly based on years of crisis. Even M.J. THIRD-WORLDISM. A commercial survival economy in evolution. Systematic study does not enable us to estimate the extent to which the provisioning of towns with cereals from Flemish rural areas had become inadequate. Without reliable evidence, the literature suggests that imports of grain in the southern Netherlands amounted to around 25% of the amount consumed in the middle of the 16th century. Even assuming that this figure is accurate, a large part of the provisioning of the towns would have come from the neighboring countryside, even if at that time proportionately more people were living in the countryside than was the case in the 15th century. Figures for the Zuid-Holland Netherlands as a whole provide evidence for the export of rural products in the late 18th century. Even allowing for the fact that we do not know how the situation in inland Flanders contributed to these figures, it is likely, given the growth of rural production and the process of deurbanization which took place between the later Middle Ages and the 18th century, that the percentage of imports was declining in the area under investigation. So, from the late Middle Ages to the 18th century, urban markets could probably rely increasingly once again on the local production of goods sold by the greater and greater number of peasants who were bringing their products to these markets. But what happened to rural markets? To deal with this matter briefly, it seems that from the 12th to the 18th/19th centuries, rural markets declined in importance and often disappeared completely. As we have already seen, it is likely that in the 11th and 12th centuries, rural markets were still relatively significant. In the course of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, these rural markets declined or disappeared in many areas of central Flanders. Because of this change, towns increasingly became market centers for locally produced rural products. The evolution of towns as local market centers occurred alongside their growing importance as service centers. To state the case briefly, in Flanders the evolution from a commercial rural economy into a growing commercial survival economy occurred simultaneously with the growth in importance of towns as trade centers. Local survival and exchange circuits seem to have replaced local markets. To buy and sell commodities, peasants had to go to the towns. Typically, industrial activity in the Flemish countryside was almost exclusively focused on textile production, although other proto-industrial areas had a greater variety of products. The reliance on textile production, characteristic of the commercial survival economy, made it increasingly vulnerable, especially since the proto-industrial sector became so important to the economic survival strategies of the 18th/19th centuries. Point 3. Property structures and surplus extraction structures as explanatory factors. I.3.1. Changing property structures and surplus extraction structures as an explanation for the origin of the commercial survival system. As mentioned above, the roots of the commercial survival economy and the fragmentation of holdings lay in the period of the Great Reclamations. This is especially true of the 12th/13th centuries. Nevertheless, the commercial survival economy became more pronounced in the 13th century. In inland Flanders, the system reached its most extreme form of development, in contrast to coastal Flanders. In large part, however, this evolution can be explained by the difference in property structures. From the 12th century on, large landowners gradually relinquished direct management of their demesnes, entrusting the centers of the latter to farmers, a practice which became more common in the 13th and 14th centuries. Once more, it is the oldest comital record which provide us with the first proofs of the common practice of farming out. The bounds between tenancies and domain centers became much more fluid. Lords did not interfere as much as they had previously in the management of these former demesnes centers. The same farms became increasingly dependent on markets. No longer did they create markets under the lord's influence. These markets, which were increasingly urban in nature, became more dependent on international markets, even for basic products, especially from the end of the 13th century. Specialization remained important only on those farms which could compete on the international market. This turned out to be the case for parts of the Flemish coastal area which were reclaimed later. In inland Flanders in the 12th/13th centuries, there were universally fewer great demesnes, which were also feudal monoreal centers. In other words, there was a long tradition in inland Flanders of a combination of lordship based on power and landlordship based on the possession of estates. As we have seen, to increase their income and influence in the first stage of the period of the Great Reclamations, the lords of inland Flanders focused on the increasing revenues arising from the exercise of power and justice over their own lands, and sometimes over older ecclesiastical demesnes and manors, and even the expanding towns. This had the added advantage of bringing in cash for their increasing luxury needs. Encouraging population growth was therefore their first goal. This was done by encouraging the conditions under which reclamations were profitable, by taking very low, sometimes token customary rents, and by giving colonists privileges which undermined the established network of feudal bonds in the locality and in surrounding lordships. Colonization was in large part the work of the peasants themselves, who were attracted by these favorable circumstances. There were also favorable ecological conditions. Thanks to the light soils in the area, reclamation was often possible without much investment, and certainly, there were few planned investments. Consequently, holdings became very free and easily divisible. In coastal areas, there were completely different feudal traditions. The link between Seigneurie foncière and Seigneurie banal was, from the beginning, nearly non-existent. In coastal areas the count had judicial power and landlordship from the beginning of the reclamation. While he retained the former, he usually handed over the latter to religious institutions and, probably at a later stage, to urban entrepreneurs who were especially interested in the moorlands for peat. As overlord, the count could take for himself the new lands and any unreclaimed moor and waste lands, which made up most of the region. Rich ecclesiastical institutions which posed no risk to his authority were especially favored by the count in new lands, unreclaimed moor and waste lands. These institutions, many but not all of which belonged to the relatively young Cistercian movement, preferred this sort of land, because of the absence of lay lords who were their competitors in inland Flanders. They erected many large capitalistic farms in that area, which were introduced to the eco-provisioning system of the 11th/12th centuries which is described above. Small-holding peasant colonizers could often only come to settle in the area after the restoration of a network of new dikes, canals for drainage, locks etc., probably paid for in the first instance largely by the abbeys and the count. Special institutions were erected from the 12th century under the protection of the count to undertake and maintain these infrastructures, which levied special taxes for the purpose. In contrast with inland Flanders, landlords-buyers in the coastal areas did not find a fully developed feudal tradition involving local lords who could build up a seigneurie and control their demesnes judicially. Nor did they find a community of peasants there who, in the traditions of early feudalism, preferred low and stable customary rents trademark and a monoreal judicial tradition to a new customary rent system. This new rent system, by this stage sometimes even a leasing system, from the initial stage better reflected the value of the land use than in the earlier reclaimed parts of the Low Countries. In short, buyers in these areas could establish their landlordship in a new context, much more favorable for investment. These areas provided the count with a large additional income which he used to build up a more centralist state, a state which in the 13th century was already based on a service nobility powerful enough to counterbalance the increasing influence of the towns. Although much investment in coastal areas initially came from the lords, it was not so much the favorable rents that attracted peasants, but, rather, the initial investment of large landowners. Thanks to these investments peasants could find there not only a new modern infrastructure, but also employment as agricultural workers with their own farmstead, as wage earners on the new farms, or as workers living on the farms. Moreover, many peasants could find additional sources of income in the peat-digging regions which were common in the coastal areas of Flanders, until they disappeared in the course of the 15th and 16th centuries. However, peasants and farmers who had settled in coastal areas were subjected to variable rates of rent, even as early as the 12th and 13th centuries, though this was not as common in inland Flanders in these centuries, and these variable rates probably made peasant smallholders in coastal areas vulnerable, because lords had to recoup their investments from the colonizers. So, from the time of the earliest settlements on the Flemish coast, a more widespread leasing system came into existence. At the outset there was little opposition to these short-term leases. There was also little opposition to the other variable charges levied by the water engine. This was because the tradition of raising customary rents had only recently been instituted, and also because lay lords had few feudal institutions. Further, when in the 14th century these charges were added to other levies imposed by central government, this probably contributed as a factor in the disappearance of many peasant small holdings from these areas. To sum up, different surplus extraction relations encouraged investment in coastal areas by ecclesiastical institutions which were, from the outset, most interested in the seigneurie foncière. This resulted in the early existence of many specialized farms. The peasant smallholders, who had also been present from an early stage, were much more vulnerable because of variations in structures of surplus extraction, structures which led to the disappearance of many of them in the late Middle Ages and beyond. In addition, when peat digging was no longer possible, Due to the exhaustion of reserves in the late Middle Ages, many of these smallholders lost their additional income. These features would lead to a reversal of the situation in the later Middle Ages, when greater farms would become more common in coastal Flanders. 1.3.2 Property structures from the late 13th to the mid-16th century. Changes, from fixed to variable levies. Surplus extraction structures and property relations underwent important changes, especially from the late 13th century on. It is almost certain that in Flanders the increase of surplus extraction was, to a certain degree, the cause of the crisis of the late Middle Ages. Near the end of the 13th century, various seigneurial groups maximized their opportunities to extract surpluses and used them to maintain their income because they could no longer expand their domain by means of land reclamations, or continue the population policy described above. This is not a Malthusian ecological scenario, because the problems caused by population expansion did not trouble so much the farmers, but rather seigneurial groups. The farmers partly solved these ecological problems by capital investments, and by employing survival mechanisms discovered in the earlier period. In real terms, the lords' income dropped. They tried to do something about it by increasing charges per capita. The demands of the famous coastal rebellion, which broke out not only in the coastal plain but almost everywhere in Flanders, were clear. The increased tax burden was the main reason for the uprising, and it was clearly a revolt of the population against seigneurial charges. The fact that the burden of taxation reached its height at the moment of rebellion has been deduced from the great amount of statistical data available. The second important cause of the revolt was the arbitrary character of the levy of seigneurial charges. In this respect we must also bear in mind the change in the surplus extraction system from unchangeable rents to changeable rents in the course of the 13th and 14th centuries. My view, which an increasing number of foreign studies seems to confirm, is that one of the typical characteristics of the classic feudal period before the later Middle Ages was not arbitrary rent collecting, but rather fixed customary charges, often laid down in perpetuity, a phenomenon which probably resulted from pressure originating in the farmers' community, and not pressure emanating from the lords, as has often been supposed. Along with the redeemable nature of these charges, this phenomenon was one of the stimuli in feudal society which could precipitate a drop in the rate of the feudal levy. Here we may detect a significant force in feudal society, but only in the context of good surplus extraction relations, such as those which were, in fact, present in Flanders. The decline of the feudal levy, which could carry on freely within the context of good surplus extraction relations, gradually got the large landowners into trouble, causing them to try to adapt their surplus extraction means to the possibilities at their disposal. Degree from this period, the bourgeoisie emerged as a new factor in the equation. The evolution we have described led increasingly to a separation of the seigneurie banal from the seigneurie foncière, so that the two ended up in different hands. This too curbed the possibility of a seigneurial reaction. There was also a tendency to increase the adaptable revenues derived from the seigneurie banal, but given the circumstances of the period only the Count was even temporarily successful in this respect. His struggle with the towns also reduced his ability to extract surpluses for a long time. The gradual reaction against unchangeable rents was most tangible around 1300. In what ways did this reaction become apparent? Changes in landlordship, the introduction of the leasing system, a capitalist evolution? The seigneurie foncière, based on property rights in the strictest sense of the word, was mainly characterized by the generalization of the leasing system, short-term leasing of large farms, but also a fact which has been overlooked for a long time of small plots of land. This happened especially from the 1270s on. Because it split labor from capital, one wonders whether this phenomenon was a step forward in the evolution of capitalism, as Marx thought and many neo-Marxists still think. Why should this view of landlordship be revised? Some reasons can be put forward. 1. It was the influence of the lords, not the farmers, which generalized the leasing system, because lords wanted to increase surplus extraction by using more rational management. From this point of view, it was an instrument of feudal control, at least initially. The fact that in Flanders time leases proved durable, and, contrary to e.g.s. France and in Italy, metayage did not, was the consequence of the balance of power between lords and farmers. 2. The separation of capital and labor was incomplete, as the leaseholder had to supply a large part of the capital, not least in the provision of seed for sowing. This can be considered a form of capital. 3. In the balance of power between landowners and leaseholders, the latter, including those of large farms, found themselves subordinate to land-owning lords. As mentioned above, this was much more the case in the Ancien regime than later, and much more in economically difficult times than in favorable economic circumstances. There are 4 main reasons for this. A. Especially in hard times, leaseholders of large farms were very dependent on large landowners. There was usually an important clause in the lease which stipulated that the leaseholder had to leave the farm as he had found it at the beginning of the lease. In practice, this meant that the leaseholder left an enormous amount of money, especially in the form of cultivation and seed for sowing. This clause was very restrictive of the leaseholder's freedom of movement, as leaseholders did not have sufficient capital to buy out a lease, especially when the capital had to be in specie. B. Although from the 12th century the land market was important, we are still led to ask why it was almost impossible for independent farmers to build up a large farm of their own. The answer is that owning a large domain was fraught with enormous risks in the pre-industrial period. Only lords disposed of sufficient capital to carry the risks of the need to reconstruct a farm and its outbuildings, if these had been destroyed as a result of war, looting or natural disasters. It was only in these calamitous periods that landowners invested heavily in the rural economy of inland Flanders. In calm periods, in this area's investments of the lords were low and, as mentioned above, for reasons of independence, they invested more in coastal than in inland Flanders. Nevertheless, to keep large farms going, these emergency investments were vital in both the Middle Ages and the early modern period, because wars became increasingly destructive. In other words, the element of risk seriously restricted large farmers' property rights. They were therefore increasingly dependent on the lords. North and Thomas have pointed out that the element of risk was a restriction on property rights in the development of capitalism, although this was in another context. It is my contention that this played an important part in the rural economy and its structure. See, on many leasehold farms, until the 18th century, the lord remained literally the supervisor who, out of nostalgia for the High Middle Ages, considered the leasehold farm as a kind of pleasure garden in which he kept a few guest rooms or even a house. This attitude seems to have changed at some point during the 18th century when the rural estates were simply considered as sources of income. The lord's interest in estates for prestige slowly moved to wealthy houses in the towns. For large landowners, large leasehold farms remained important until the 18th century for another reason which, until now, has been underestimated, for their own survival in times of crisis. I have discovered numerous documents which suggest that farmers often paid the owner in kind to meet the owner's needs. 8. They did this even though it was stipulated that the rents would be paid in specie. In this way the lord received foodstuffs and other products much cheaper than they could be bought at market, especially in periods of scarcity and high prices which were common until the end of the Ancien regime. This was one of the reasons why, in inland Flanders, landlords waited until the good times of the 18th century to split up or to reduce the size of their large farms. It was more lucrative to lease out smaller plots. Briefly, in the Ancien regime, leases continued, to a considerable extent, to be a form of surplus extraction in the countryside. From the late 13th century, the numbers of leases which acted as a form of surplus extraction increased, because economic conditions allowed them to. They stimulated the evolution of a capitalistic economy only to a limited degree, if at all, and in some areas such as inland Flanders they may even have slowed the process down. In the long term, the bourgeoisie's influence on the countryside increased. It was in the later Middle Ages that the bourgeoisie first began to assert their right to act as landlords. They tried to increase their influence in the countryside by acquiring land to rent out, by buying peat land to provision the towns, and by erecting farms, both to increase their prestige and for their own survival. These developments occurred especially from the late 13th century on, and continued slowly in the course of the 14th and 15th centuries. The Seigneurie banal and the government as surplus extractor in the context of changed surplus extraction relations. The Seigneurie banal underwent important changes which began in the 12th and 13th centuries. Some changes in the structures of surplus extraction have been indicated. Let's summarize the main changes in this domain. Surplus extraction relations were a competitive power game, in which, from the point of view of the surplus extractors, three main groups were involved: central authority, the nobility, and the large cities. Degree the struggle between these groups continued apace, and was at its most complex in this period. Without going into details, we should briefly make mention of the role of the bourgeoisie foraine in this struggle. Indeed, it was possible for farmers to acquire this way the status of townsmen, and this was a fact which probably undermined the judicial power of local lords in their seigneuries. After all, what could a lord's authority mean in practical terms, if he did not have any judicial power over a large part of the inhabitants of his manor? Towards the end of the 13th century, in Flanders, to all intents and purposes, the nobility was both politically and economically powerless. The competition between towns and the count came to the fore. Thereafter, the bourgeoisie foraine became an instrument of the central government. It was used to play off the smaller cities, over which central government retained more power, against the large cities, whose power was increasing. From this period, the importance of the bourgeoisie foraine of the smaller cities, such as Gerardsbergen, Oudenarde, and Courtrai etc., increased with support from the count. Centraliste surplus extraction and the increasing feudalisme d'etat were also based, much more than they had been in the past, on an arbitrary and adaptable system of skimming surpluses. The collections taken by local lords had been structurally curbed in the preceding period. Cities, on the other hand, had extended their power, and had ensured that some of the income flowed in their direction. From the 1360s, the centralizing state introduced regular direct taxes. The profit made by the count's mint can reasonably be considered as another form of indirect tax, especially in the 14th century. Surplus extraction by cities and sovereigns culminated in the numerous civil wars of the late Middle Ages, when rural areas were looted by friend and foe alike. Surplus extraction relations between lords universally limited their ability to extract surplus, and this reduced the impact of the late medieval crisis. There was little possibility of a seigneurial reaction, because the Seigneurie banal and the Seigneurie foncière had fallen to competing interest groups. This excluded the possibility of an enclosure movement like that which emerged in England. The count was moderately successful in attempting to diminish the power which land ownership in the country brought to the bourgeoisie. The extraction possibilities of the Seigneurie banal were limited because they were in the hands of competing interest groups. In the late Middle Ages, for example, these included cities and sovereigns, although the latter continued to erode what little remained of the power of local lords. Cities had some political power to withhold direct taxes levied by the sovereign. In a serious confrontation, however, they were never successful. Comparative calculations of the burden of taxation seem to indicate that, per capita, the burden of taxation in Flanders was rather lower than it was abroad. If we assume that in the 16th century, the gross national product of Flanders was the highest anywhere, the low burden of taxation seems even more significant. Nevertheless, the low rate of per capita tax was probably also the result of a growth in the peasant economy itself. There was a larger number of peasant smallholders who paid less per capita than in countries with a richer peasantry. It is possibly no coincidence that the direct taxes levied by the monarch started to rise when the power of the cities was broken definitively. This occurred after the last uprising in 1540. This rise was moderated somewhat in the case of the rural population because from 1540 on, taxes were more frequently collected on the basis of estimated income and possession and usufruct of estates. Urban taxation was significantly reduced, or banned. Conclusion: what were the consequences of the changed surplus extraction and property structures for the developing peasant economy? The introduction and generalization of the leasing system did not in the long term significantly hinder the evolution of a commercial peasant economy, at least, it did not hinder it in inland Flanders, which was, of course, the largest area of the country. The numbers of small farms and the general structure of farming remained fundamentally the same. The number of small farms could grow, however, as employment opportunities existed in the new, larger farms. A few peasants became middle class, profiting from the short-term system of leasing parcels of land. The large majority of farms were still small, however. In large part this was caused by, on the one hand, the relatively low level of taxes, and, on the 131 other, the fact that in the former period the basis had already been created for a patchwork of small farms which possessed their own means of subsistence, and which paid low rents. Moreover, large farms in this area were not used for capitalist investment by landlords. Rather, they were the preferred symbols of power of both a new generation of nobility and the bourgeoisie. They were also used for the subsistence of the landlords themselves in times of crisis. The impact of the short-term leasing system, which increased slowly through the centuries, did not alter the state of affairs. This system of leasing small plots of land eventually became a real feature of the commercial peasant economy. In the coastal areas, smaller farms inter alia could not survive for many reasons, such as the fact that they were subject to adverse ecological conditions and a greater tax burden, and that there had been erected more large farms there in the preceding period. The result was that in the coastal areas, a peasant economy could not develop. In inland Flanders also, in the long term, there was an increase in the level of variable taxes, but this burden increased much more slowly, so peasants could adapt their economic survival strategies. The result was the further splitting up of holdings and intensification of farming. In the late 16th century these processes became more pronounced. 2.3.3 Property structures from the late 16th century to the 19th century. The Seigneurie foncière, and the growing importance of leaseholding in inland Flanders. From the late 16th century on, we have a good idea of the importance, spread, and distribution of large and small holdings, and also, for the first time, a reliable picture of the importance of leaseholding, compared to holdings with customary rents. In the case of some villages we can follow this proportion until the 19th century. Table 6.5 Distribution of holdings and the importance of leaseholding in Mayhem, a proto-industrial village. In the late 16th century, in inland Flanders, between C40% and C70% of the land was leased out. It seems that this percentage was lowest in those areas where the power of the local lords was greatest in the Middle Ages. This is consistent with the theory that, thanks to the population policy of the local lay lords, more land was given out for low customary rents. Most property was still held by smaller farmers, who, in general, remained property holders for the longest period, although they were, as we explained, also active on the leasing market from the late Middle Ages. Smaller holders gradually lost much of their land in the course of the early modern period, and at an accelerated pace in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. In the middle of the 19th century, about 80% of the land was leased out. These percentages were the highest in Belgium. Nevertheless, the peasant economy survived and was not slowing down, on the contrary, it was picking up. The result was certainly a growing surplus extraction from the peasant smallholder. Why did peasants try to keep at least part of their holding in property for as long as they could? For a long time, peasants needed holdings to survive. Indeed, from the 13th century, the principal method of securing credit was by constitutions de rente. In periods when peasants had to invest to survive, they could acquire a sum of money, often from the townspeople, in exchange for a promise to pay the lender a customary rent with 133. An estate as pledge. Especially in times of rising prices, this was common practice. In periods of low economic productivity, however, constitutions de rente were catastrophic for peasants. When they could no longer afford to pay their customary rents, they lost their mortgage. In this way, many peasants gradually forfeited their means of production. It is likely that in the course of the late 19th century, thanks to the intervention of central and new local authorities, other credit systems were organized for the peasants. These reduced the importance of peasant holdings for securing survival credit. In coastal Flanders, leaseholding was already more important from the Middle Ages. It remained the principal method of holding land in the overwhelming majority of cases until the early 19th century. The second and third offensives of the bourgeoisie. From the 13th century, the burghers in towns increased their influence over the countryside. In the long term, they acquired more land, buying it or obtaining it in the form of forfeits for unpaid constitutions de rente. Nevertheless, there were undoubtedly periods in which this evolution accelerated. As one might expect, these periods occurred mostly during, and after, crises in the rural economy, when land prices were low, and when peasants lacked the specie to purchase land. On the threshold of the religious wars, the majority of land was still in the hands of peasants and the rural lower classes. This changed in the following decades. The small village of Eek, south of Ghent, exemplifies the evolution of the trends in land ownership in the Ancien regime. It seems that the period during and after the wars of religion was the period of the second offensive of the bourgeoisie. Several studies reveal that many burghers could profit from the low cost of buying land by investing in parcels of land in the country. Brabant, C. Schillings, 1983. In inland Flanders it seems that, in contrast to the earlier period, they did not concentrate these parcels into larger farms. In fact, there was no reason to continue this practice. Leasing out numerous small plots of land was more profitable than leasing out one big one, and large farms were gradually losing their function as a source of subsistence for owners in periods of crisis. Furthermore, it was more prestigious in this period to have an urban estate than a country one. In the second half of the 18th century, the trend of bourgeois infiltration into the countryside stopped temporarily. In comparison with leasing prices, selling prices of land were too high for the bourgeoisie. The commercial survival economy was running smoothly, largely because of an increased labor supply in the linen cottage industry. An increased number of divided holdings resulted as a consequence. When survival strategies functioned optimally, peasants were more active in the land market, and when selling prices increased as a consequence, inroads made by the bourgeoisie were insignificant. From the late 18th century and during the 19th century, the third offensive of the bourgeoisie took place. More land came into their hands due to unpaid constitutions de rente, but also because the bourgeoisie increasingly invested heavily in estates for profit. Many burghers bought the estates of ecclesiastical institutions in the countryside which were confiscated during the period of French rule. These included numerous burghers of Ghent. Large estates survived, but for income reasons they were often split up into smaller plots of land which were leased out. In the course of the 19th century, the bourgeoisie continued to buy up land, especially in times of crisis. They continued to do so until the beginning of the century. Leasing prices and peasant structures. What can be said about leasing prices? There is still a shortage of studies into the differences in regional leasing rates. However, it seems clear that as short-term leases became part of the peasant system, owners could increasingly profit from the peasant structure by raising lease rates, or by maintaining them at a high level. In the 19th century, leasing prices were higher in East and West Flanders than they were in other regions of Belgium. In inland Flanders in the late Middle Ages, prices were not falling much in comparison with other inland areas and coastal regions. Especially from the 17th century on, The fragmentation of holdings and proto-industrialization were on the increase and rent prices were increasing too. Indeed, especially in areas of proto-industrialization, leasing prices exceeded the value of the land. What Benoit Verhaegen has argued for the early 19th century also applies to the earlier period. Les propriétaires fonciers profitent de la pléthore rurale, ont augmenté les fermages c'étaient les prix de la terre, non pas en proportion de revenus agricoles de la ferme, mais en proportion de revenus totaux, c'est-à-dire y compris les revenus de la production industrielle. The increasing impact of lease holding, which in inland Flanders was based more and more on small plots of land, became an ever more typical feature of the peasant structure. As a variable in income levels, lease holding brought about intensification of farming and commercial activity. In inland Flanders, both large and small holders were competitors for small plots of land, so leasing prices were pushed up even for larger farmers. As has been mentioned, the land-owning classes profited from this situation by splitting up even their larger holdings, which emphasized the peasant structure in the area even more. In coastal areas, on the other hand, from the later Middle Ages and the 16th century, there had been a tradition of large farms. Small holders did not compete for land, and it was leased out in larger plots. Here also, the situation brought about in the Middle Ages continued and became more pronounced, but in the opposite way as in inland Flanders. The Seigneurie banal, the breakdown of old surplus extraction structures. The development of the feudalisme d'état in the 16th century, resulted in a significant increase in the per capita tax burden recovered by the central government. The inevitable crisis came in the late 16th century, when the opposition of former surplus extraction classes was broken, as we described above. This figure speaks for itself. Although we cannot deal with it in detail, figure 6.3 is clear. There was a different tax level recovered by the government between in the later Middle Ages and the 16th century and the last 2 centuries of the early modern period. The consequences for the commercial peasant economy. With Mendels and Van den Broek, we agree that the gradual increase in the tax burden led to an intensification of land use and to proto-industrialization in inland Flanders. New kinds of income were the only solution to higher taxes. Moreover, surplus extraction levels were increasing everywhere, due to the universal adoption and implementation of the leasing system, and probably also because of the increased debts which resulted when farmers took out loans in the form of constitutions de rente. Larger holdings constituted the minority, but survived as long as they increased the prestige of the new nobility and, more significantly, were important for their owners' survival in times of crisis. For a long time, they gave additional employment to peasants. As large farms gradually diminished in importance, this encouraged the peasants to intensify their techniques. In the period when larger holdings were more important and plentiful, peasants could appeal more easily to larger farmers. They could ask to borrow farming implements and horses, and offer labor on the large farm as payment. In coastal areas, this evolution had just the opposite effect. The increase in the tax burden, which began also in an earlier period, bankrupted many of the large holdings, and in consequence there was further concentration. Conclusion. In previous chapters we saw how, as a consequence of the property and power structures which had been changing since the Middle Ages, the majority of the rural inhabitants of inland Flanders slowly became peasants whose main concerns were survival and reproduction. These peasants were pushed to the markets which were born out of a different rural structure in the High Middle Ages. In Globo, urban markets survived and peasants gradually focused their subsistence strategies more and more upon these markets. For a number of reasons this survival pattern may be described as a pattern of commercial survival strategies. But the result was a parallel growth in the vulnerability of peasants, because in a functioning commercial peasant economy, they subdivided their holdings to an ever greater extent. Eventually, in a large part of Flanders, the main emphasis of survival strategies shifted gradually from a combination of different types of cultivation and rural cottage industry, to a survival strategy ever more based on rural cottage industry, which nevertheless retained links to agricultural production. So, when the rural linen industry suffered from an international crisis in the 1830s, the first signs of the fragility of the system became clear. But even then there was no evolution towards agrarian capitalism. In coastal 137 areas, by contrast, different property structures and ecological conditions favored the development of larger holdings, and were a disincentive to the growth of peasant small holdings. However, this coastal area was too small in Flanders to have a significant influence on the development of capitalism. For from agrarian development to the development of commercial and industrial capitalism in the towns. So far, we have limited most of our comments to developments in the countryside. The role of the countryside in the evolution of the town has only been considered for the medieval period. It was nevertheless mainly in the towns that the development of industrial capitalism took place, where wage earning, the concentration of capital and the concentration of labor under one roof, combined with work with machines, developed. Since a variety of challenges to Mendel's thesis, many of which were justified but some of which were formulated in too extreme a manner, the role of the countryside in these developments has been minimized, except perhaps in its ability to provide an impetus for consumption. It seems to us that the role of the countryside in these developments has been underestimated in different ways, not only as a means of explaining the take-off of towns as capitalist industrial centers, but also as a way of understanding the relative backwardness of Flanders compared to other parts of Belgium, such as areas of the Walloon region. Limited by the constraints of space, this section will be confined to some brief criticisms and remarks on this subject, in keeping with our earlier comments. In the following paragraphs, we will examine whether the role of the countryside was negligible in the development of industrial capitalism, because it was not preceded by agrarian capitalism. In our view, even within the structures of society which prevailed, the countryside could be important for the development of capitalism in towns for many reasons. 4.1. The countryside and the development of the towns. The rural network of towns where the Industrial Revolution took place arose in the Middle Ages as a result of specific feudal property structures. We can deal with this point very briefly, because the rural origins of Flemish market structures have already been demonstrated above. Most importantly, although the fact may not be obvious, this network survived with more or less the same hierarchy until the Industrial Revolution. This was partly due to constant labor flows from countryside to towns, to the growing market functions of the developing peasant economy, and to capital flows from the country to the towns which were constantly increasing in the long term, as we shall see below. 138. A commercial survival economy in evolution. 4.2. The countryside as producer of food for the towns. As the rural peasant economy remained partially market-oriented, urban markets could profit from a supply of agricultural and rural industrial products, even if international imports were also necessary. The rich, especially the large landowners, the bourgeoisie, and merchants used their own demesnes as units of provisioning to meet their need for agricultural products, especially in times of shortage. In this way the countryside sustained the merchant economy in times of provisioning crises. As these crises became less significant, this function declined in importance. Given the fact that the Flemish rural economy, even when it was based on survival, was an economy with a certain dynamism and a tendency towards intensification as we demonstrated above, landowners based in the towns could also benefit from it. Moreover, because the peasant economy was a mixed economy based on the production of many agricultural goods, many of these agricultural products were available in urban markets relatively cheaply. To conclude, although food provisioning from the Flemish countryside to the towns was certainly not a fundamental element in the development of commercial capitalism, it played a positive and, until the 18th century, increasing role in the survival strategies of towns, and especially of the well-to-do living in them. Elements within this bourgeoisie class may have contributed to capital investment within capitalistic structures. 4.3. The countryside and flows of capital to the towns. A fundamental element in the development of capitalism is the concentration and accumulation of capital. There seems to be evidence that there was, from the Middle Ages to the 19th century, an increasing flow of capital from rural areas to the towns. Three channels in particular led to growing capital flows into the towns of Flanders. 4.3.1 Feudal dues and rents. The increasing importance of estate ownership in the countryside by urban elites, especially by the bourgeoisie and the new bourgeois nobility, has been described above. Most of the land owned by these elites was leased out. From the late 13th century on, as we have seen, a growing amount of money collected from rents went to the towns or to the non-agricultural sector. This was caused by the fact that rent investments were low in an area such as in inland Flanders, where the market for leaseholding was gradually extending. Moreover, little by little small holders came to compete with larger farmers on the land market, thereby pushing upwards the rents per ha. So, small holders slowly became more dependent on leaseholding. The drain of rents to the towns was also stimulated by the fact that these leases were more and more based on peasant family incomes across the board. It is possible to calculate that in the middle of the 19th century around 5,500,000 francs passed every year from the countryside to the landlords of Ghent, the largest town. 139. Of Flanders. This was equivalent to around 41,698,200 liters of rye per year, which is to say 390 liters per person living in Ghent * more than the minimum required to feed the town's population. This also means that in the 1570s, when only half the amount of land was in the hands of townspeople of Ghent, the drain of money to the towns must already have been significant. 4.3.2 Constitutions de rente. The form of mortgage deed known as a constitution de rente is one of the most underestimated and little studied subjects of the economic history of Flanders. Especially during periods when the described survival system of the peasants was functioning effectively, the number of constitutions de rente increased considerably, more or less in parallel with the subdivision of holdings. This was because a large amount of the money loaned was used for investment, for land, or for plant to start a new peasant holding. So, already at the end of the 13th century, but especially in the course of the 16th century, and again during the second half of the 18th century, there was a remarkable increase in the number of constitutions de rente. It is likely that the mortgage system also further impoverished the countryside in favor of the towns in the first half of the 19th century. It is very difficult to evaluate these developments in terms of capital flows. Indeed, constitutions de rente resulted, in the short term, in capital flows from towns to the countryside, but, in the long term, capital flows went in the opposite direction. In my opinion, one of the most significant negative features of this trend was that constitutions de rente, even more than leases, drained money away in the medium to long term from the poorest peasants who, for a long period prior to that point, had owned their own farmstead. 4.3.3 Surplus extraction from growing centralist states and capital flows to the towns. What can be said about surplus extraction by central government? How did it stimulate or slow down capital accumulation in the commercial and industrial sector? First of all, we have already argued that the relatively low burden of taxes imposed by government in the late Middle Ages, resulting from typical surplus extraction relations, played a part in the comparatively low impact of the late medieval crisis. The light burden of taxation also encouraged the continuity of the peasant system in large areas of Flanders. But after many centuries, when this peasant system was completely established and widespread, the increased tax burden from the end of the 16th century encouraged the further subdivision of holdings and the intensification of farming described above. These developments also had consequences for the flow of capital to the towns. The funds collected through increased government taxation from the period of the Counter-Reformation were destined, to a large extent, to pay public debts, a fact which indirectly reinforced urban economies. Indeed, most of the beneficiaries of the public debt lived in towns. It is clear that industry and commerce in many towns could profit from this situation. The consequences of growing capital flows to the towns. It may be argued on the basis of remarks made thus far that Blond's thesis for Brabant is even more appropriate for Flanders. Growing capital flows from the countryside to towns certainly increased possibilities of consumption for townspeople, especially when it was the richer bourgeoisie or noblemen living in towns who benefited. In some cases, however, investment in the countryside by lesser well-to-do townspeople, such as the craftsmen, was also only part of a survival strategy. At any rate, increased possibilities of consumption could have stimulated demand in the domestic urban market trademark, and this is probably what happened in the course of the 18th century, and especially in the 19th century. Whether growing capital flows to the towns also encouraged investments in industrial concentration, as some researchers seem to suppose, is still debatable. Other authors consider that the opposite was true. Increasing bourgeois investments in rural estates drained capital away from modernization, international commerce, and industrialization. For Verhaegen, the growing importance of the Flemish bourgeoisie as landlords during the second half of the 19th century was a significant feature in the backwardness of the industrialization process in Flanders, compared to the Walloon region. We are inclined to follow his line of argument. To conclude, the importance of growing flows of capital to the towns had a positive influence on the consumption pattern within certain layers of urban society. Whether it also contributed to capital investment in commercial and industrial activities is less certain. Increased possibilities of consumption probably had just the opposite effect. It is our opinion that growing capital flows from the country to the towns contributed in the long term, at least down to the middle of the 19th century, to the process of deurbanization and to long-term change in many towns which came to serve increasingly as local commercial centers. At any rate, fewer people in the towns benefited from the increasing capital flows from the country to the town. 4.4. The problem of rural labor supply for economic development in the towns. It is likely that during the period of medieval urban growth, the increased pull factors of rising towns, as well as the increased push factors of changing rural society as it has been described briefly above, were important elements in the miraculous growth of the Flemish towns. It is common knowledge that constant migration from the countryside to towns was necessary for the survival of the urban network in pre-industrial societies because of higher mortality rates in most towns. Towns always attracted craftsmen from the countryside, a factor which probably favored immigration even more, as well as domestics, and the lumpenproletariat. The constantly changing survival strategies of the guilds and merchants in the towns also resulted in a constant flow of people between towns and their regions. So, from the High Middle Ages on, there was a pattern of movement between towns, and between towns and country, which was typical of the Ancien regime. The role of the rural labor supply in the developing industrialization of towns has been a matter for debate for several years now. To put it another way, did the first factory workers come from the countryside? Although I have no intention of resolving this problem here, it can scarcely be avoided completely in an article which considers the role of the countryside in the development of capitalism. In a famous article which was not supported by statistical data, Jan Dhond argued that in Ghent, the large majority of factory workers was composed out of poor people which lived in the town itself. This thesis was later challenged by Mendels and Mokier. According to both authors, it was above all the growing proto-industrialization of the countryside which lay at the root of this trend. For Mendels, the increased importance of the rural linen industry in the 18th century, the loss of the means of production for many peasants, the problem of lower wages, and consequently a decrease in the rural age of marriage, all combined to make many rural dwellers potential factory workers. Having lost their means of subsistence, these people played an important role in the industrialization of towns. Most of Mendel's arguments are disputable and have been rejected. Wage differences between town and country have been discussed, for example, and these were, in my opinion, more influenced by differing costs of living, by peasant survival strategies and the consequent possibility to work under the reproduction costs, than they were by the law of supply and demand in the labor market. The Verlag system did not develop in Flanders. The growth of the rural population in the 18th century was not due to a lower marriage age, because the marriage age of peasants was in fact rising. In the case of towns such as Antwerp and Lier, recent research has emphasized the role of the internal dynamics of the changing labor market as a factor in the first stages of industrialization. In the case of Ghent, recent unpublished studies lend general support to Dhaan's view that during the first stage of Ghent's industrialization, the majority of the first factory workers and the inhabitants of the purpose-built small houses they lived in, came from urban circles. Table 6.7, which is based on different sources, gives a general idea of the importance of immigration for the growth of the town in the industrial period. It compares the number of inhabitants born in the town with the number of inhabitants coming from outside. Although such figures must be interpreted with caution, they can give an indication as to whether there was a change in the immigration pattern from typical Ancien Regime levels towards significant acceleration in the industrial period. In 1796, Ghent was still close to the average level for the whole province. This is a fairly typical level for the Ancien Regime. In 1830, the proportion remained unchanged, despite the growing industrialization of the town, especially in the cotton industry. It would appear, then, that in Ghent there is no real evidence of a significant influx of labor from the countryside to the industrializing town in the earliest stage of industrialization. However, one cannot entirely neglect the importance of rural immigration. Between 1815 and 1856, as many as 21% of the inhabitants of these social houses were immigrants from the countryside. The main mistake made by Mendels, and by others such as Mokier, is that they overlooked the fact that proto-industry was an integral part of the commercial survival economy we have described, with its roots in the Middle Ages, and in which peasants were involved in spinning and weaving to increase their chances of survival. As long as these strategies for peasant economic survival functioned, there was no stimulus to emigration from the countryside to the towns. In that sense, rural commercial peasant 143 structures hindered the evolution of industrialization, rather than the reverse. As a result of increased intensification in farming from the last decades of the 18th century on, a rural cottage industry which continued to flourish, and the introduction of new commercial crops thanks to the French blockade, for many peasants the commercial survival functioned quite well until the 1840s. In the second half of the 19th century it remained in operation but past its limits. From that time, prevailing structures were under attack in the manner we have described above. Most of the authors studying the relationship between town and countryside in the context of the transition to a capitalist industrialist society have focused their attention on the first half of the 19th century. From Table 6.3 and some other data it seems, however, that immigration played a much greater part in the revival of the towns in the second half of the 19th century, especially that of Ghent. In that context, Table 5.6 is significant. The percentage of native Ghent people in the town decreased to little more than 62. In the second half of the 19th century, peasants were encouraged to leave the agricultural sector. Before the middle of that century already the rural linen industry experienced its first important crisis, with declining prices and export problems. The rural production crisis of 1845 to 1947 revealed that the subdivision of holdings had reached its maximum. The large profits of surplus extraction had not yet been invested in the agricultural sector. As soon as the peasant economy was under threat, peasants and laborers were attracted by the pull of those sectors of the economy which were not under threat. In the second half of the 19th century there were indeed factories erected in smaller towns, and a fact which is often neglected in the countryside. Nevertheless, pull factors were only present to a limited degree in Flemish towns before 1895. It is likely that this was, among other factors, due to the treason of the Flemish bourgeoisie, discussed above, as well as to the fact that, since the Middle Ages, the Flemish economy had focused too closely on a single sector, textiles. From the early 19th century, but especially in the late 19th century, many Flemish people had to emigrate to the larger farms in northern France, and to the new industries in the Walloon region. Only Gent was able to enhance its pull factors to any extent in the second half of the century, in large part by taking over the flax processing activities of the countryside and by erecting linen factories in the towns near the cotton factories, which were then in crisis. In the second half of the 19th century, then, the rural labor supply played a larger part in the advance of industrialization. Nevertheless, Flanders remained a backwater compared to other regions of Belgium until the 20th century, especially compared to some centers in the Walloon area. This trend owed something to the fact that the rural survival economy could, to an extent, recover and survive well into the 19th century. It seems likely that due to the slow but significant influence of modern techniques, especially on the larger farms, wage earning in the countryside was declining in importance as an additional income for Flemish peasants. 37 Nevertheless, the family holding remains a typical feature today, and it was also the product of the earlier commercial survival economy. 4.5. The countryside, a possible stimulus for consumption. Rural consumption patterns could also stimulate economic development and the development of capitalism. Some scholars consider the prosperity of 18th century Flanders to have acted as a stimulus for the consumption of industrial products. In the High Middle Ages, as we have seen, the increasing number of local lords, who caused an increase in consumption, had influenced the commercialization of society. It is possible that an upper layer of rural society had also influenced consumption patterns. But what of the influence of the peasant society which dominated the largest part of the Ancien regime? It is our opinion that although the peasant economy developed in the course of the Ancien regime in the way we described, the impact of farmers and peasants on the consumption of commodities remained restrained and maybe even decreased. Indeed, as we have pointed out, these commercial peasants were increasingly pushed to the markets to sell their products, as well as to buy additional products for survival. But the greater the number of peasant farms in the countryside, the smaller the total influence of the countryside upon consumption became. So, the development of a peasant economy did not contribute to the growth of trade, nor did it stimulate production in the towns because, these peasants tried to produce as much as possible for survival on their own holdings, the balance between selling and buying was gradually more unequal, since the tax burden was growing, much of the money earned from selling rural products was siphoned off in surplus extraction, there was a tendency to split holdings up, since real commercial investment in them was impossible. Social promotion in this kind of rural society is a myth, the standard of living of the peasants was too low to make it possible for them to contribute to the demand of commodities, which formed the basis for progress in trade and industry. Moreover, the more the peasant economy developed, the more proto-industrial products were produced in the lap of the peasant family itself. This last statement can be proven to a large extent with some scarce data. In the proto-industrial lordship of Nevele, which incorporated 8 villages, luxury goods amounted to only 1 to 2% of the total value of the goods owned by households in the 18th century. We might also compare the number of people living in medium or larger holdings with the total number of inhabitants of Flanders, on the basis that it was only within these groups that we might expect to find the additional purchasing power which was needed to stimulate demand and production. Number of people working in the agricultural sector was not due to a diminution in the number of wage earners. Although these estimates are very superficial and speculative, they give some substance to the conclusion that the number of larger holdings, with some potential additional purchasing power to stimulate consumption and trade, was in fact decreasing from the late Middle Ages to the 19th century. In absolute figures, the number of the peasants who may have been able to buy a small amount of products which exceeded the needs to survive, was not great and was quite stable. In total they amounted to the equivalent of the population of only a few towns in the late Middle Ages, in the early modern period, and in the modern period. It is hard to detect any creative force from the countryside which might stimulate production or trade. To conclude, it is likely that the peasant economy, although it was a dynamic system as we have seen, stimulated consumption by people living in the towns through exploitation of the countryside, much more than it stimulated consumption in the country. A commercial survival economy in evolution. Tentative conclusion. Compared to the internal dynamics of the towns, commonly in the literature of the southern Netherlands little attention is paid to the role of the countryside in the development of capitalism. This study of long-term developments has, on the contrary, emphasized the role of the Flemish countryside. It can be concluded that the particular rural structures, whose roots stretch back to the Middle Ages, played both a positive and a negative role in these developments, and that the latter, if anything, was more pronounced. It was the countryside, with its specific feudal property structures, which gave birth in the course of the High Middle Ages to a remarkably well-established urban network. This network changed but remained essentially the same, and it could adapt itself to changing structures of demand, hence its survival into the early modern period. Within this network of towns, the structures of capital accumulation, which were necessary for the transition to commercial and later industrial capitalism, could develop. To a large extent it was thanks to the increasing flows of capital from the countryside to the towns that this network survived and stimulated urban consumption. It was also due to the countryside of inland Flanders that within the urban network, investments and capital accumulation remained a negative economic force for so long. Indeed, in crucial periods such as the 19th century, the countryside still afforded too many unproductive investment opportunities to the bourgeoisie. The fact that, in many towns, the incentives to invest in new industrial activities still remained less pronounced than in Walloon may also partly be explained by the described increasing extortion of the countryside and, as a consequence, a possible treason of the bourgeoisie, which could, partly thanks to the countryside, even increase its consumption possibilities. The link between town and country in the industrial and commercial sector, typical of a commercial survival economy as we have seen, also consolidated production structures in the towns which did not change in a fundamental way. A flexible textile industry largely remained the most significant industrial sector from the Middle Ages on, a fact which made urban industry particularly vulnerable during periods of industrialization and periods when the amount of importation was increasing. Since diversification in the production of the towns was not encouraged, towns became more dependent on international export than on local consumption. Moreover, the commercial survival economy, which was born in the Middle Ages as we demonstrated, could not in any profound way stimulate rural consumption. Because of its labor-intensive character, the commercial survival economy could, for a long time, absorb and even increase the growing population, a fact which made the population balance between town and country swing in favor of the countryside. Only when the fundamental structures of the commercial survival economy were slowly degraded in the course of the 19th century was the road clear for towns and industry with new pull factors to benefit from the large rural labor market. Ghent was the first town which could do so, but it first absorbed its own labor supply as it became one of earliest industrialist towns of the continent. Only after the breakdown of the fundamental structures of the commercial 147. Survival economy did Ghent recruit more widely in the surrounding countryside. But the absorption possibilities of the Flemish towns were in general too restrained because of the lack of investment. This caused an acceleration process of impoverishment from the 19th century, and from the middle of that century, an exodus of many peasants and even paupers to northern France and Walloon. We may conclude with the paradox that although the evolution towards a commercial peasant economy was dynamic, generating gradually increasing production and making Flanders the garden of Europe, and despite the fact that this system was driving peasants to the market, in the long term it created an impoverished countryside which could not really change market structures, and which was in a large part responsible for the late industrialization process in Flanders, especially compared to the Walloon region. In addition, it is striking that many features of the Flemish rural economy were completely different from some Walloon areas, especially Namur and Liege, which were the first areas of the continent to be industrialized on a large scale. Striking is the high level of rural labor productivity in these areas, in combination with a much more diversified proto-industrial system in the country as well as in the towns, but this is another story which certainly needs more new research. 7. Merchant capitalism and the countryside. Antwerp and the west of the Duchy of Brabant. Michael Limpiker, University of Antwerp UFSA. Introduction. One of the problems concerning the transition from feudalism to capitalism that has scarcely been touched upon in the Brenner debate is the impact of urban markets on the socio-economic structures of their surroundings. The role of cities is, however, crucial for understanding the economic dynamic of highly urbanized areas, such as the Low Countries. In comparison with England, France, or Eastern Europe, which were compared by Brenner, urban markets played an important role in European core areas, such as the Low Countries or northern Italy. Hence, if the economic impact of towns can be somewhat neglected for predominantly rural areas, it deserves particular attention in a study concerning the metropolitan core of Europe. Epstein recently treated this problematic for the other focus of European urbanization, Italy. In his contribution entitled Cities, Regions, and the Late Medieval Crisis, he shows the impact of Florence on Tuscany during the 14th and 15th centuries in comparison with the case of Sicily on the demographic, the economic and the institutional situation. A major point of criticism that Epstein levels at the stagnationist concepts of Poston and Brenner is their deterministic view concerning property relations in the countryside. Instead of concentrating on the peasants' property rights, he therefore primarily analyzes the institutional structures which shape peasants' access to markets and especially the relations between town and country on a regional level. The institutional context of the southern Low Countries differed considerably from that of the Italian regions presented by Epstein. Despite their economic and political importance, the Flemish and Brabantine towns never formed city-states, as was the case in Tuscany or Lombardy, but remained under the domination of a territorial ruler. Furthermore, from the 15th century onward, the medieval territories underwent a process of centralization under the Dukes of Burgundy, and later integrated into the Habsburg Empire. In the case of Brabant, the most significant peculiarity during the 16th century is the primary position of the commercial center of Antwerp, and not of the administrative center and court residence of Brussels. Moreover, the commercial dynamic of Antwerp was never much due to its place in the regional economy of Brabant, but rather to its position in international trade. Merchant capitalism and the countryside. These differences in the historical context, but also the nature of the available material, caused us to choose for an approach that differs slightly from the one used by Epstein. Due to the complex interaction within the network of the Brabantine towns, we first limited our focus on the immediate rural surroundings of the town, instead of analyzing the whole region of Brabant. In this way, we hope to be able to analyze the interaction between the town and its surrounding land and to do so more profoundly than would be possible in a general synthesis. Furthermore, the almost complete absence of historical syntheses dealing with rural Western Brabant compelled us to proceed upon a rather descriptive course in place of generalising based upon the existing literature. Our analysis of the interaction between the commercial metropolis of Antwerp and its rural surroundings during the 15th and the 16th centuries will therefore largely be based on archival material dealing with the social and economic structures of Western Brabant and the interactions between Antwerp and its surroundings. Finally, it is not our intention to create a complete antithesis to Brenner's approach by totally neglecting property relations. Together with the market ties between town and countryside, property relations will form an important role in our analysis. Our particular interest will concentrate on the question, to what extent the commercial dynamic of the 16th century helped to transform the prevailing structure of small peasant land ownership of Western Brabant and introduce a new form of capitalist agriculture, known as New Husbandry, which was praised all over Europe in the 17th century. To Brabant and Antwerp, the general context. Considering the principal distinction between a Flemish case versus the Dutch case of development within the Low Countries made by Brenner, the Duchy of Brabant is likely to be associated with the first. This is due to the economic duality between the southern and northern provinces of the Netherlands during the late Middle Ages, which is generally accepted by Dutch and Belgian historians. Brabant is frequently described as the brilliant second after Flanders, which is very true for the late medieval period. Its crucial role within the Low Countries during the 15th and especially the 16th century, however, makes it interesting beyond that level of generalization. We will delve deeper by analyzing what is specific for the internal development of Brabant during that period. In fact, the economic situation as well as political shifts within the Netherlands between the 15th and the late 16th century suggest a distinction between Flanders, Brabant, and Holland as units of analysis. What makes the case of Brabant particularly interesting in this context is not only the fact that it gained relative importance within the Burgundian Netherlands, but that it existed at the focus of an important step in the development of European merchant capitalism, that is, the first phase of Atlantic expansion during the 16th century. During that period, which we might call the Golden Age of Antwerp, or within the Low Countries the Brabantine period, the large Flemish towns did not play as important roles as centers of international commerce as did Antwerp, and the final breakthrough of the Dutch towns was still to come. It seems therefore promising to look at the Brabantine countryside during the sudden rise and decline of Antwerp, and investigating whether its impact on the rural structures was as sudden and visible as the rise of the town itself. The overwhelming dimensions of Antwerp's rise become obvious in almost any economic analysis of the Netherlands during the 16th century, whether regarding commerce or manufacture. Yet, after a long period of glorification, the question arose, what the actual impact on the whole of Brabantine economy was. As far as the urban sector was concerned, the optimist vision of general growth has been modified and described as a process of polarization between the big urban centers of Antwerp and Brussels, and to a lesser extent Mechelen on the one hand, and the small Brabantine towns on the other. The rural development of Brabant has received far less attention in this context, and, in comparison with Holland or Flanders, relatively little is known about it. Nevertheless, two quite different hypotheses on this issue have been put forward which coincide largely with the results concerning the urban sector. Van der Wee stressed the positive impact of Antwerp's economic growth on the surrounding countryside, especially underlining the factors of access to a huge urban market and of growing income from wage labor. In contrast, Van Uitven outlined the slump of the area around Louvain, in the countryside as well as in the towns in the context of the growth of Antwerp. The district of Louvain, which formed the ancient core area of Brabant, suffered a severe economic crisis during the 15th and 16th centuries, which was mainly linked with the declining economic importance of the local towns. In our paper we cannot, however, face the complex problem of changing hierarchies and economic functions within regional city networks and the respective rural hinterlands. We will therefore leave the Louvain area as separate, concentrating on the immediate surroundings of Antwerp and the mechanisms influencing rural socio-economic structures there and working to ascertain whether a comparative analysis of both areas would be most interesting. Another point that we have to take into consideration is the shortness of the period during which the growth of Antwerp took place, that is, during less than a century. At the beginning and the end of this period existed deep political and social crises. The revolt against Maximilian of Habsburg in the 1480s was the climax of a crisis, which led to a demographic decline of ca 20% in Brabant. At the end of the 16th century, on the other hand, religious wars and the Dutch revolt led to a general chaos, which formed a significant rupture in the economic development of the Low Countries. These periods of unrest are particularly important in an analysis of the situation in the countryside, which was a victim of the devastations to a much greater extent than were the towns. Merchant capitalism and the countryside. 3. The regional differences within the research area north versus south. 3.1. Nature and settlement. In the introduction to the Dutch rural economy in the Golden Age, De Vries makes an important distinction in his demographic survey of the Low Countries, by dividing Brabant in a northern and a southern part, which show considerable differences in their population density. The northern part, that is the districts of 's-Hertogenbosch and Antwerp, showed very low figures, whereas the southern districts had a population density of more than 40 inhabitants per square km, which was about the same level as in Flanders. The main reason for this unequal situation has to be seen in the natural conditions. The hardly accessible sandy plains of the Campine and the Peel in the north differed vastly from the fertile area of South Brabant, which also contained a dense network of navigable rivers, joining the Scheldt. The latter area, with a large number of towns, such as Brussels, Leuven, Mechelen, Lier, Herentals, and Diest, can be called the actual core area of medieval Brabant. During the 14th and 15th century, this part of the duchy ranked among the most densely settled rural areas of the Low Countries and among the most populous regions of all of Europe. Antwerp was situated almost exactly at the boundaries of these demographic zones, which can be situated somewhat north of the frontier of the district of Antwerp, along a line running eastwards from Antwerp towards the small town of Herentals. North of this line the mean population density in 1437 was as low as 20 inhabitants per square km, to the south it was more than 50 inhabitants/square km. In the west, the Scheldt itself formed a kind of limit, north of Antwerp. The places along the river also had a high population density, which diminished drastically after a distance of only a few kilometers. The geographical position of Antwerp at the very frontier between the hardly populated Campine area and the traditional Brabantine core area in the south of the duchy determined the interaction between the metropolis and its surroundings. According to the economic potential of the distinct sub-areas *, the different structures of settlement of these two areas were likely to correspond with different socio-economic structures, as for example in the composition of agrarian production or in the patterns of distribution of land and, therefore, different preconditions for economic change. For our further analysis we will concentrate on a limited area within a radius of 20 to 25 kilometers around the metropolis, which contains, however, parts of the northern as well as the southern demographic zone, in order to be able to include the impact of their different natural preconditions in our study. ELI.2. Differences in the economic activity. W.2.1. The North. The area northeast of Antwerp, the Campine area, is frequently described as the great exception in the generally advanced Brabantine economy. The image of a infertile and therefore deserted Campine is the dominating commonplace on this region. J. Cavelier, for example, writes, Les terrains sablineux du nord ne pouvaient rapporter suffisamment pour nourrir leurs habitants. Cavelier, 1912, XXVII. However, this hypothesis has been criticized lately. According to some authors, it is prejudiced by the situation in the 162. Merchant capitalism and the countryside. 19th and 20th centuries and is not based upon the result of historical research. In fact, in the late 16th century, Ludovico Guicciardini even mentions a tendency towards intensive husbandry in the Campine area. The air of Brabant is really very good and healthy, the country is flat, and for the greatest part fertile and fruitful, although the area of the Campine is naturally infertile, but the labor and diligence of the people, together with much manure, make it fertile and good. We do not, however, know if this presumed intensification of agriculture was a tendency of the 16th century or if it had started already in earlier periods. There is at least a testimony from the 17th century that such a development took place. The English merchant Richard Weston was most astonished at how Antwerp landowners cultivated the poor sandy soil in the surroundings of the town. As far as cattle and sheep breeding is concerned, which both Guicciardini and Weston saw as an important factor for intensification, Van der Wee calculated a strong increase in 45 farms of the Abbey of Tongerlo, mostly situated in the southern Campine, between 1490 and 1530. Livestock breeding was not only an alternative to grain farming, but it was also indispensable for fertilizing. Sheep, which were particularly numerous, also provided wool for local textile production. At the very west of the Campine, along the banks of the Scheldt, there were still large areas of polders, even in the immediate neighborhood of Antwerp, which had not yet been cultivated until the beginning of the 16th century or which were regained after having been flooded. The diking activity that had started during the High Middle Ages was still going on in the 16th century, and witnessed a new wave of investment by Antwerp merchants. There are also indications that the interest of Antwerp citizens in purchasing land in the western Campine area was high as early as the 15th century. The case of Jan van der Ryt, goldsmith, an alderman in Antwerp, who bought considerable goods in the surroundings before 1448, is a well-documented example. The payments in kind of two of his farms situated about 12 kilometers northeast of Antwerp, which were leased to individual farmers, give an idea of the sorts of grain cultivated. In 1453, the farm Winshoeve, with an area of 13.5 ha brought up a lease of £3 St. Brabant groats, 1,640 litres of rye, 164 litres of buckwheat and 24 mand elan of straw, as well as 4 capons. The second farm, situated next to it, was leased, in 1456, for £4 St, 1,968 litres rye, 328 litres buckwheat, 20 mand elan of straw and 6 capons. During the 16th century the trend of buying land in the surroundings of Antwerp greatly increased. Antwerp merchants did not only buy residences in the countryside, but also large agricultural holdings, in which their country houses were often integrated. These big lease farms in the hands of wealthy Antwerp citizens provided a good environment for intensive husbandry, in spite of the low fertility of the sandy soil. 1.2.2 The South. The natural preconditions in the southern part of western Brabant were more favorable for farming than in the north. The receipts of rents in kind, as well as of leases in domanial accounts, reflect the importance of rye and oats, and to a less degree barley and wheat. As far as cattle are concerned, the accounts contain information on grazing as well as on stall feeding. The payments in kind from the sharecropping contract of the Anderstad farm, near the small town of Lier, give a very detailed picture of the composition of the agrarian product of a big western Brabantine farm. The text of the sharecropping contract also mentions the permission of seeding a certain amount of linseed for the farmer's own profit, and the existence of a small orchard in front of the farm. Furthermore, some information concerning the livestock of the farm is contained in the lease contract. The farm included large meadows for grazing cattle, 20 of which the farmer was allowed to keep in the ducal forests during the summer, where also he could graze his sheep during the winter. An interesting mention is made also concerning fertilization, because of the fact that there had not been any cattle on the farm the previous year. The farmer obtained a reduction on his lease of 12 guilders for the first year, that is about 12.5% of the total lease price. The missing fertilizer had to be bought, probably from Antwerp. The incomes from the Anderstad farm reflect the picture of a complex and sophisticated system of diversified farming, which was only practicable on big farms. The large number of small exploitations, on the other hand, which were the dominant form in western Brabant, did not dispose of the same possibilities. The agrarian income was often not sufficient to guarantee economic reproduction. Besides the possibility of wage labor in larger farms, there was however also a whole range of non-agrarian sectors which provided possibilities for additional income, especially in the area between Antwerp and Mechelen. The villages of Duffel, Kontak, and Walem were important centers of rural cloth production. The area along the Scheldt and the Rupel was also known for its concentration of brick ovens, which made it the major furnisher of bricks of the Antwerp building industry of the mid-16th century, and which offered employment for a large number of workers. Another sector very common in large parts of the Low Countries was peat cutting. We found indications for a marginal peat exploitation in the ducal forests of Duffel. The rising income from the ducal right on peat cutting nevertheless proves that the production increased sharply after 1520 and reached its top value around 1560. Further southwards finally, in the area between Mechelen and Brussels, the exploitation of stone was a major non-agrarian activity. Basic raw materials as stone and clay, as well as peat were crucial products for the growth of the big urban centers of western Brabant and therefore knew a growing demand during the 16th century. Their exploitation was however strongly dependent on the existence of navigable waterways, which were an indispensable precondition for their transport over longer distances. Another stimulating factor for the economy of the places along the main routes of transport was the increasing inland trade along the Scheldt and the Rupel between Antwerp and Mechelen and along the axis Antwerp-Brussels. The latter was rising in importance in the middle of the 16th century, especially after the building of a channel between Brussels and the Rupel, between 1550 and 1561, and the introduction of a regular ferry service. The village of Rumst, situated at the confluence of the Niet and Digel, was a big marketplace with a Ducal toll station, where not only woolens produced in Duffel and Walem, but also local beer produced by 8 or even 9 breweries, was traded. The Ducal accounts also repeatedly mention boatmen and shipbuilders from the villages along the Brabantine rivers. Hence, although Antwerp and its surroundings lay in a transitory area between northern and southern Brabant, there were certain differences within the umland of the metropolis. The agrarian activity was based on the combination of the cultivation of grain and livestock breeding in both areas, but there were differences mainly in the intensity of agriculture. Moreover, we mentioned the strong impact of non-agrarian activities in the places between Antwerp and Mechelen, especially along the rivers Scheldt and Rupel. The effects of the sudden rise of Antwerp during the 16th century were therefore different for both areas. As we tried to show in this section, the strong urban demand for building material had an important influence on the brick and lime production along the Rupel and on the stone winning in the villages between Mechelen and Brussels. The availability of this additional source of income therefore helped to maintain the position of the local population and gave the peasants a certain economic resistance to the fluctuations of agrarian prices. 3.3. The distribution of land. Although it is very difficult to detect the qualitative differences of agriculture between the areas mentioned, the fact that the population density was much higher between Antwerp and Mechelen than in the Campine, implies that the size of land available per household differed accordingly. Unfortunately, we have very little comparative information on the distribution of landed property and the actual size of agricultural productive units for the period before 1570. Even for the general taxation of the 100th penny in 1571, only some detailed taxation lists are available for our area. The two lists of the villages of Schoten and Ons Liefbrouwer generally indicate a strong tendency towards very small farms. As the two villages were situated in the different demographic zones described above, we can try to compare their figures for deviating features. On the other hand, we have to be aware that the two villages are not really typical of the two Brabantine sub-areas. They were both situated in a transitory area with intermediate features, therefore we cannot expect the differences to be enormous. Merchant capitalism and the countryside. Nevertheless, Schoten showed higher percentages in the smallest as well in the three biggest categories, thus had a stronger degree of polarization between very small exploitation units and very large farms. In OLV Waver, on the other hand, the categories between 1 and 5 bunders were considerably higher, and the group between 5 and 10 bunders was slightly higher than in Schoten. The high percentage of exploitation units between 1 and 4 bunders in Ons Liefbrouwer suggests a relatively high degree of medium-sized farms, which were not as widely spread in Schoten. There is certainly some coincidence in the difference of distribution, especially if we take into consideration the relatively low deviations. Taxation lists from more remote areas on the one hand and a village in the heart of the duchy, would certainly give a clearer picture. The main tendency, however, the absence of very big farms and the lower percentage of very small holdings in the southern area seems characteristic for the natural features. 7K38 OK. As a conclusion of this section, we can say that the western Brabantine surroundings of Antwerp were divided into two sub-areas of strongly differing natural features. On the one hand, the low fertility of soil of the northern area limited the possibilities of agriculture, and on the other hand, the absence of navigable rivers were an obstacle for the transport of bulk commodities. The latter factor becomes visible especially in the case of the production of building material along the main Brabantine rivers, which turned out to be an important alternative source of income for the regional population. During the period of the economic growth of Antwerp, the rising inland traffic as well as the rising urban demand for building material and fuel very quickly stimulated the 167. Rural economy along the rivers. In the Campine, on the contrary, we could not detect a comparable development. Nevertheless, we saw that Antwerp merchants were interested in buying land in the area north of Antwerp. In order to obtain a somewhat deeper insight in their investment policy, the second part will deal especially with the real estate market in the Antwerp surroundings. In this section, we will also return to the question to what extent the traditional property structures were transformed by Antwerp merchant capital during the 16th century. For Antwerp and the Western Brabantine land market during the 16th century. 4.1. The Seigneury legal framework and real estate. The power relations between feudal landlords and peasants have received particular attention in the analysis of socio-economic structures in the medieval and early modern countryside. They constituted to a large extent the institutional and legal framework of rural society and therefore also for rural economy. In the case of the Low Countries, especially in the northern provinces, the power of the lords at the end of the Middle Ages is estimated to have been relatively weak, and therefore lordly pressure on the peasantry was limited. For Flanders, Thien argues, that the fact that the nobility lost the high jurisdiction to the count already in the 13th century, made it very hard for the lords to get a strong hold on the seigneuries during the 14th and 15th centuries. The situation in Brabant was similar to that of Flanders to a certain extent during the High Middle Ages. The dukes tried to strengthen their position against the nobility by giving privileges to the towns as well as by concentrating the jurisdiction. There was, however, an essential change during the 15th century. By sustaining a new group of court nobility, the Dukes of Burgundy helped to replace the old Brabantine dynasties by new landlords. Among this new group of Brabantine lords, powerful families as the de Croy, de Glimes, Nassau, Lolling, Horn, Merode or Brimoux succeeded in accumulating seigneuries during the 15th and 16th centuries. Among the seigneurs mentioned only few ecclesiastical institutions are to be found. They formed, however, another important group of lords, although they rarely held the jurisdiction of a village. The term seigneury, as it appears in the documents of the feudal court, referred to the jurisdiction of a place and specific seigneurial rights linked to it, i.e., only the aspect of the seigneury banal was concerned. The influence of the rich Brabantine abbeys, like for example the ones of Tongerloo, St. Bernard's on the Scheldt and St. Michael's in Antwerp, all situated in the district of Antwerp or Afligem, Park and of Verbode, was based on large demesnes of 1. Geographically widely spread landed property, tithe rights, and to a lesser extent, customary tenure, rather than on banal rights concentrated in a limited area, as it was the case for lay landlords. The different nature of lay demesnes and ecclesiastical manors strongly influenced the organization of the domain, and also what we might call the lordly income policy. The incomes of lay demesnes in western Brabant trademark consisted to a high percentage of land rent, and seigneurial rights, whereas the part of lease incomes from land or farms did not make up for more than 10–20% around the mid-15th century. Registered, what is striking, is not only the low percentage of leased land and farms, but even more, the fact that during the 15th and 16th centuries hardly any tenures were transformed from customary tenure into leasehold. Only after the devastations of the 1570s and 80s were a considerable number of new parcels leased out. Registered, the reason might have been the quasi-property rights of the tenants on their censal goods, including the right to sell them in parts or entirely. The opportunity for the seigneur to transform the censal goods into leasehold was therefore limited. This relative liberty of landed property encouraged the creation of an open land market, which was already fairly developed at the beginning of the 15th century. From that period on, we find regular indications of transactions concerning land and credits, and in the 16th century even entire seigneuries regularly came on this market. One of the factors in this latter development was the policy of the Habsburg rulers during the 16th century, which was marked by a chronic need of money. The jurisdiction of villages was, among other parts of the ducal domain, the price the sovereigns had to pay for the loans they took from wealthy financiers. And, In fact, in 1505 and again between 1559 and 1564 a large number of seigneuries, often including the high jurisdiction, was pledged by the sovereign. In addition to noblemen, urban investors and the town of Antwerp itself were among the new lords. In some cases direct economic interest was the reason behind the purchases, as it was the case with the seigneuries bought by Antwerp for reasons of taxation. Another example is the merchant Jacob van Hankstoven, who bought the seigneurial rights of Hemixem, where he possessed a number of brick ovens. The reasons for buying seigneuries were not always that clear. The high fluctuation of transactions involving seigneuries during the 16th century indicates that they were somehow seen as a kind of real estate of very high value. Although the incomes from seigneurial rights were not very profitable in relation to their high price, they provided regular incomes both in money and kind as well as the high social status linked with the position of a seigneur. 4.2. Antwerp capital and the rural land market. During the 16th century, the economic structure of the West Brabantine countryside was faced with a changing urban market for rural products, as we tried to sketch roughly in the first part of this paper. Apart from this product market, the market for land, which was one of the most important productive factors of pre-industrial rural economy, played a crucial role in economic development. The concentration of capital in Antwerp was unique for the period, and many merchants were eager to invest in real estate. They did so not only within the town itself, but also to a considerable degree in the surrounding countryside. The way they did so and the choices they apparently made reflect the potential, but also the limits of early merchant capitalists on the rural land market. This is why the investments in land will be analyzed somewhat more closely in the following section. In his study of the Antwerp real estate market, Solé underlined the strong tendency of Antwerp merchants to invest in buildings and land. Although his special interest was directed toward the urban land market, he included some case studies of individual merchants who also possessed considerable landed property in the Antwerp surroundings. Although this sample is not at all representative for the average Antwerp citizen, it gives a good idea of the activities of the wealthiest group among the Antwerp merchants. The major part of the possessions of the persons analyzed was to be found either within a distance of 10 kilometers from Antwerp, or in the area north of the town, mostly in the polders along the Scheldt or even in Holland and Zeeland. On the other hand, there were hardly any large possessions of the cited merchants south of Antwerp. 8. There was, of course, also a rural market for urban manufactures, which unluckily I could not treat in this paper because of the scarcity of information available. On the other hand, Guy Chardonnay complains about noblemen practicing usury instead of investing in their land. This had, according to him, severe consequences for the countryside. Solé gives 18 examples of Antwerp merchants who possessed considerable landed property outside the town, with a total extension of at least 1,435 ha. That is to say, that the cited merchants possessed an average of 80 ha. Land outside the town. We tried to test these patterns via another source, that is, the lists of confiscations at the beginning of the Dutch Revolt. The results of their analysis confirm the impression we gained. Most possessions were situated in the immediate surroundings of Antwerp. The largest holdings, on the other hand, lay in the polder area north of the town and the western Campine. Further south, we found only the forests owned by the merchant Fernando de Bernu, or of the greatest landowners of Antwerp. These two samples suggest that the type of land preferred by Antwerp merchants was, a. small plots in the immediate surroundings of the town, mostly for country residences, b. polder land along the Scheldt north of Antwerp, but also in Zeeland or Holland, c. holdings in the western Campine, northeast of Antwerp. The low interest in farmland to the south of Antwerp, in spite of its high productivity, must be explained by the low availability of large plots of land there, caused by the high population density and therefore, the strong division of land. Taking into account the social prestige of big landed property, the differences in agricultural productivity may have been of secondary importance for Antwerp merchants in comparison with other aspects, such as the size of a holding and the price. Large-scale investments in drainage projects in the polders were more promising than collecting little plots of farmland. On the other hand, a large domain in the Campine, which also offered the possibility of other activities, such as hunting, was perhaps more attractive for them than a small, but highly productive plot of farmland in a peasant area. For a relatively higher price *, the land market of the Antwerp-Mechelen area was nevertheless affected by the growth of Antwerp. It showed an impressive boom from the 1520s until the late 1540s *. The rise of the global volume of real estate purchases in the land van Mechelen was due both to the rising prices for land and to the increasing frequency of transactions. The competition for land seems therefore to have been very high during the first half of the 16th century. Unfortunately, we can identify the persons involved only via their names. That is why we cannot say precisely which was the dominating group on the Tyrol land market: Antwerp citizens, local peasants, or perhaps the citizens of nearby Mechelen. A form of investment, which strongly gained importance from the 15th century on, were hypothecary rents, i.e. credits on land. In the land of Mechelen they made up for about 1/4 of the transactions during the period between 1501 and 1510. Their importance for agrarian development has been stressed repeatedly in the literature. In our case, I want to underline their role as a form of urban investment in the surrounding countryside. For the buyer, the purchase of a rent provided a form of investment guaranteeing a fixed yearly income. For the landowner, on the other hand, these credits offered possibilities for internal investments, but they also brought along the risk of indebtedness. From letters of the Antwerp alderman concerning rural real estate transactions in the surroundings of Antwerp, we know that a high percentage of the goods in question were mortgaged, many even very heavily. Among the creditors, we find individuals, including Antwerp citizens, as well as a large number of ecclesiastical institutions, both from the village concerned as well as from Antwerp. In many cases, mortgage and indebtedness therefore were the first steps towards the sale of a good. Our analysis does not yet allow us to compare the different sub-areas of Western Brabant in this context in order to find out if the Antwerp-Mechelen area could better resist indebtedness than the Campine, or if there were other investors who replaced indebted peasants. The absence of large holdings in the hands of Antwerp merchants in the Antwerp-Mechelen area indicate nevertheless that Antwerp capital did not fundamentally destabilize the rural land market during the actual commercial boom before 1570. Later, the period of war and disorder which followed at the end of the 16th century caused sufficient disruption to enable the remaining Antwerp capitalists to invest their money in a ruined post-war land market after a certain period. Conclusion. In this contribution we have attempted to show the impact of Antwerp merchant capitalism on the surrounding countryside of Western Brabant. In a rough sketch, the major economic and social features of this area were described. The intensive character of agriculture and the importance of non-agrarian economic activities in the densely populated area south of Antwerp existed in contrast to the almost marginal area of the Campine, where, in the 15th century, the household density was as low as 4 per square kilometre. Western Brabantine peasants had a legally strong position with de facto property rights on their customary tenures, the dominating form of tenure in Les Demesnes. Lease farming was however largely spread within ecclesiastical demesnes, but also for goods owned by townsmen or the local elites. During the 16th century, the rise of Antwerp as economic metropolis brought about important changes. First, the rising 35 from 13 goods mentioned between 1520 and 1529, 6 were already mortgaged at the moment of the transaction, 1 plot of land even 13 times, a farm 5 times, another 4 times, others were indicated as already strongly mortgaged. Demand for agrarian products, as well as for fuel and building materials, stimulated the rural production. Second, the economic growth stimulated different sorts of wage labor either along the inland transport routes or in Antwerp itself. Finally, townsmen also invested in land, both through hypothecary credits and purchases of farms and land. As far as the intensively used area in the south is concerned, the Antwerp merchants had, however, to compete with the numerous peasantry, citizens of neighboring Mechlin and other groups on a highly dynamic land market. This created the situation in which they preferably invested in the western Campine and in the polder areas along the Scheldt where land was cheaper and more easily available. Although Antwerp merchants were certainly present on the rural land market of the traditional Brabantine core area during the 16th century, they did not monopolize it by pushing away the local peasantry, except in the immediate surroundings of the city. The reasons for this development may be found in the strong legal, but also economic position of the local peasantry. The strong demand of the Antwerp market for foodstuffs and several non-agrarian products, as well as the dynamic labor market, provided a favorable situation for the Brabantine peasantry during the expansion of the town. It was the political and military crisis of the late 16th century, which formed the turning point and paved the way for urban investments, and not the economic penetration during the commercial boom. For the vast areas north of Antwerp, on the other hand, investments made by Antwerp merchants have probably brought along a tendency of agrarian intensification on the large estates in their possession. In some cases, these farms may have worked like the model farms described by the Englishman Richard Weston around 1650. Thus, the introduction of the new husbandry, based on big lease farms, was easier in these marginal areas than in the traditional peasant area in the south. This shows the strong potential but also the constraints of 16th century merchant capitalism. From the beginning of the century until the 1570s, the metropolitan position of Antwerp strongly influenced its surroundings. Under the prevailing legal and economic circumstances, the period of less than a century of economic growth between two profound political and social crises was however not sufficient to transform the socio-economic patterns of the Brabantine core area into a system of capitalist lease farming. It took political factors, i.e. the Dutch Revolt, to create a profoundly new situation, which made possible in the long run a second phase of rural investments during the 17th century. Hence, 16th century merchant capital failed to achieve two basic preconditions which, according to Brenner, are necessary for the breakthrough of a system of self-sustaining growth, namely, the breakdown of systems of lordly extraction by means of extra economic compulsion, which was, however, not as pronounced in Brabant as in other European areas, and the undermining of peasant possession or the aborting of any trend towards full peasant ownership of land. On the other hand, there are indications that the Western Brabantine peasantry could respond quite well to the expanding market opportunities offered by the growth of Antwerp. They integrated into the urban market through intensive agriculture and especially through additional incomes from non-agrarian activities instead of taking refuge in self-sufficiency. Hypothecary credit and the lease of single plots of farmland provided possibilities of investment and a high flexibility concerning the size of agrarian exploitation. Thus, the peasants of the Antwerp area seem to have succeeded, at least in the short run, in taking 174. Merchant capitalism and the countryside. Part in the economic boom of the commercial metropolis. Given the limited evidence at our disposal, it is, nevertheless, hazardous to call the Brabantine case of peasant economy a successful alternative to capitalist development. The eventual success was too dependent on the exceptional institutional as well as geographical situation of the area, as the comparison with the Campine and the Hageland area near Louvacho. And, finally, it found its end with the devastations of the revolt and the subsequent massive investments of Antwerp CE which completed the delayed conquest of the Brabantine countryside by Antwerp capital. 8 elements in the transition of the rural economy. Factors contributing to the emergence of large farms in the Dutch River area. Bas van Bavel, University of Amsterdam. Introduction. In the debate about the transition processes in the late medieval and early modern countryside, a relatively large amount of attention has been paid to the developments regarding the size of farms. In particular, the divergent evolution in France and England have been thoroughly discussed. Whereas in France during the late Middle Ages and the early modern period there was a tendency towards fragmentation and subdivision of farms, in England during the same period large, capitalist tenant farms were built up. According to Brenner, this divergence can only be explained by taking into account the different social property systems, which in a way forced farmers and landlords to adopt particular strategies. In France, farmers in general held a fairly firm grip on their land, so that population growth led to extreme fragmentation of holdings. In England, on the other hand, the lords had retained control over much of the land, which they farmed out against competitive prices. This in turn furthered differentiation among tenants, and opened up opportunities for the creation of large farms. In France, existing property relations consequently led to fragmentation and stagnation, whereas in England, new social property relationships emerged in the form of a tripartite hierarchy of land-owning lords, large capitalist tenant farmers, and wage laborers. This competitive and market-oriented situation did again, according to Brenner, open new roads to rationalization, innovation and specialization, which was in the interest of landlords as well as tenant farmers. In spite of the plausibility of the explanation proposed by Brenner, his hypothesis has also drawn criticism from various sides. Some authors consider demographic factors to be more important, and look for explanations in a neo-Malthusian model. Others doubt whether the evolution of class and property structures was autonomous to the extent suggested by Brenner. As a result of this difference of opinions, a lively debate has arisen, which still exercises the minds of many scholars. Unfortunately, the participants in this debate limit themselves almost exclusively to England and France. In both Brenner's articles and the subsequent discussion, late medieval developments in the Low Countries are disposed of in asides and footnotes. The present-day Netherlands in particular comes off badly. In addition to this, their discussion is almost entirely based on the works by de Vries, most of all the Dutch rural economy in the Golden Age. True enough, this was an epoch-making book, but it has to be quoted with some care. In the first place, the work only deals with the Dutch maritime regions, Holland and Friesland in particular, which only cover about one-third of the territory of the present Netherlands. Although de Vries does mention this explicitly in a number of instances, it appears to be ignored by the authors who refer to the Dutch rural economy. As a result, too little attention has been paid to the development of the inland districts as well as to the interesting regional differences within the Netherlands. Secondly, since the appearance of the Dutch rural economy, a number of important studies in this field of research have been published, which correct some of its views. For instance, based on some works dating from the 1930s, de Vries wrote that monoreal economy and peasant enserfment were uncommon features in Dutch areas north of the rivers Maas and Waal. This idea has since been refuted, because it has been proved that in many areas north of the rivers a monoreal system actually did exist. In this respect, Brenner's statement, following de Vries on this point, that there had never been a strongly rooted lordly class capable of extracting a surplus by means of extra economic compulsion, is no longer valid. For the maritime regions, this assertion does not appear to be fully tenable, and for the Netherlands as a whole it is not valid at all. We can conclude from the aforementioned that the Netherlands are still virgin territory within the scope of the Brenner debate. This is particularly true for one of the key elements in Brenner's hypothesis, the aspect of the size of holdings. Any processes of enlargement or subdivision of holdings in the late medieval and early modern Netherlands have so far hardly been mapped or studied, let alone the factors which may have played a part in these processes. Therefore, in view of this twofold array, it is not in the least surprising that the developments regarding the size of holdings in the Netherlands thus far have not been incorporated into the debate. Since this might broaden our general notion of such processes, we will attempt to make an advance in this field, focusing on two regions in the transition zone between Holland and the inland districts, namely the Ling area and the Land van Heusden, both situated in the central part of the Dutch River area. By comparing the late medieval and early modern developments with respect to the size of farms in these two regions, we may be able to shed some light on the factors that have determined these developments. Elements in the transition of the rural economy. To the Ling area, population and property structures. The first region to be discussed is a part of the Ling area, which is situated in the heart of the Dutch River land. The area under investigation, which in the late Middle Ages consisted of 15 parishes, is about 13 kilometers long and 11 kilometers wide. It covers about 10,500 hectares of agricultural land. The soil of this area, cut across by the River Ling and bounded by the River Lek in the north, consists of light and heavy river clay, with alternating stream ridges and backlands. As regards the administrative divisions, this area nowadays comes under the province of Gelderland. During the late Middle Ages, however, only part of the Ling area belonged to the Duchy of Guelders, whilst other parts fell under the independent seigniories of Buren and Culemborg. The Ling area comprised 12 villages and one small town. What do we know about the late medieval population size of these villages, or more importantly, of the number of economic units? Our sources, primarily fiscal registers, from the second half of the 14th century onwards, provide us with some indication of the number of households. Unfortunately, the fiscal registers for this area from the 16th century are lacking, and the registers which we do have from the 15th century are incomplete. The fiscal paupers, for instance, are not included in the registration. The figures indicated below are therefore no more than rough estimates based on available data and analogous reasoning, and they will be too low rather than too high. Of the 12 villages in this region, Beest was clearly the largest, which can still be observed in the grand layout of the Voorstraat and inferred from the further planning of the village, which displays an almost urban style. Beest probably consisted of about 100 households, a number which may have fluctuated considerably over the years. Beuzekem, also one of the larger villages, will have comprised approximately 80 households, Rumpt, Buurmelsen and Tricht about 60 households each, the villages of Inspijk, Deel, Geldermalsen and Zoelmond about 40 each, and the smaller villages of Jellicum, Rinwoy and Akwoy about 30 each. The territory of the Premonstratensian Abbey of Merenweerd, which was also situated in this area, comprised another 8 farmers' households, 15 canons residing in the abbey and some 50 domestic servants and laborers. In this way, we reach a total number of about 650 households for this area in the 15th century, an area comprising 105 kilometers of agricultural land. The average population density on the countryside in this area, then, was approximately 6 households per km of agricultural land, or about 34 inhabitants per km of agricultural land. In addition to these 12 villages, the area had one small town, Culemborg, situated on the south bank of the River Lek. From the number of houses and households, which varied from 350 to 400, and from the number of communicants, we can deduce that around the middle of the 16th century, Culemborg must have had about 2,000 inhabitants. In the 15th century this number was probably slightly lower. Other towns of similar size, such as Tiel and Zaltbommel, were situated at a distance of about 15 kilometers from the center of this area, whilst major cities such as Utrecht, Dordrecht, and 's-Hertogenbosch were about 30 kilometers away. From a demographic point of view, with respect to both the presence and the size of the only town, and the population density in the rural area, this test region was quite similar during the late medieval period to surrounding regions in the Dutch River area, such as the Tijlerwaard and the Bommelerwaard, a number of smaller and medium-sized cities in a rather densely populated countryside. In relation to the fertility of the soils and the favorable location, however, population densities in this region are not very high, especially compared to the densely populated countryside in nearby Holland. With respect to the property structures, large land ownership in the Ling area was clearly predominant. Thanks to a relatively large number of reliable sources, we are able to reconstruct the nature and the scale of large land ownership in this area. In the first place, there were the possessions of the territorial prince, the Duke of Guelders. In the parish of Beest, for instance, he owned, in addition to jurisdictional rights and part of the tithes, a total of 170 hectares of land. Of these he had, by the middle of the 15th century, mortgaged 25 hectares, given out in hereditary tenure 15 hectares, and farmed out for short lease terms 130 hectares in this way. 14% of the land in this parish belonged to the ducal domains, most of which had been elements in the transition of the rural economy, leased out for short terms. The same was probably true for the Duke's domains in other parishes in the area, which have not been documented with such accuracy. In addition to property which he leased out, mortgaged or gave in hereditary tenure, the Duke also had granted in fief substantial pieces of land in this area. Around the year 1500, this amounted to approximately 600 hectares or 6% of the total area of the test region, 552 to 613, 723 to 800, Slowett, 48 to 62. In some parishes this percentage was considerably higher, for instance in Jellicum, Beast, and Renwoy. In the course of the 15th and 16th centuries, some of these fiefs came into the hands of ordinary farmers and craftsmen, in the form of small, fragmented feudal tenures, but the larger part was attached to feudal estates, comprising a mansion, jurisdictional rights, and tithes as well. These large estates were mostly held in feudal tenure by so-called ministerials and members of the Vrijridderschap. In all likelihood they leased out the land to local farmers. In this respect, the Ling area differs from other regions in the Dutch Riverland, where feudal tenures became highly fragmented during the late Middle Ages and mostly came into hands of farmers and townsmen, who used the land for themselves. Apart from the Duke, there were two other noble lords in the Ling area who had managed to remain politically independent and who even acquired the dignity of countship in the 16th century, the lords of Culemborg and of Buren. Their landed estates, mainly situated in their own seigneuries, were also of considerable size. Around the middle of the 16th century, in the parts of the land of Culemborg which belonged to the Test region, the Lord of Culemborg had granted no less than 740 hectares of land in short-term lease in addition to vast stretches of river forelands, in total amounting to over one-third of the total area. It is remarkable that the land given in hereditary tenure by the same lord only amounted to a negligible 25 hectares, which makes it clear that he had managed to maintain control of the land to a considerable extent. Apart from land, the Lord of Culemborg also had the disposal of tithes, jurisdictional rights and fiefs. As regards the land granted in fief, which amounted in the late 15th century to 330 hectares, relatives of the Lord of Culemborg and members of the regional gentry were the major beneficiaries. These noblemen and members of the gentry, not running farms themselves, had probably leased out the larger part of it. Next to the nobility, ecclesiastical and religious institutions were among the large landowners in the Ling area. The Cathedral Church of Utrecht, for instance, had owned land in this area since the early Middle Ages. During the 11th and 12th centuries this property had come into the hands of various Utrecht chapters, as a result of property divisions and donations by the bishop. In the land of Buren in particular, the Utrecht chapters owned considerable estates, for instance in Beuzekem, where both the cathedral chapter and the chapters of St. John and St. Peter had some possessions and rights. Most of these goods were granted in fief or in hereditary tenure, but a considerable part of it was farmed out on a short-term basis. The size of these landed estates, however, is nothing compared to the land owned by the Premonstratensian Abbey of Merenweerd, situated in the area under discussion. In the next section, the Abbey's estate will be discussed in more detail, but we would like to mention beforehand that Merenweerd owned 1,600 hectares in the Ling area, almost all of which was given out in short-term lease. Next to the above-mentioned estates of high nobility and large ecclesiastical institutions, we also find in this region landed property of urban investors, of parish churches and vicarages, and especially of the gentry and lesser nobility. In some cases, the latter, of whom the ministerials and members of the Vrijridderschap in particular had a strong position in this region, owned substantial allodial estates. Because of a lack of sources, we cannot be certain about this, but it is probably safe to assume that most of these lands were also granted in leasehold tenure, especially if the owner resided some distance away or considered operating a farm himself not appropriate to a chivalrous lifestyle. We may conclude from the above that large land ownership, in particular of territorial princes, lesser nobility, and ecclesiastical institutions, clearly dominated the Ling area. Most of this land was, during the late medieval period, given out in short-term lease, which meant that the land was leased for a period of generally 6 to 10 years, for an economic rent, without additional rights for the tenant. In most of the parishes in the Ling area, from 1/3 to more than half of the cultivated area consisted of lease land farmed out by one of these large landowners. If we add to this the properties of wealthy burghers, the allodial goods of the gentry, and the vast feudal estates of the high nobility, all of whom probably farmed out most of their landed possessions, it will be clear that the larger part of the land in this region was held in leasehold tenure. Small allodial property was practically unknown. Bearing this in mind, we will now discuss the late medieval developments regarding the land farmed out by one of the large landowners mentioned above. The lease lands of the Abbey of Merenweerd. The Premonstratensian Abbey of Merenweerd was established in 1129 on the banks of the river Ling. As for its landed possessions, Merenweerd was one of the most important religious institutions of the Netherlands. Over the centuries, the abbey had acquired a considerable estate, firstly as a result of donations, but later primarily by means of purchasing. Around the year 1350, when acquisition came to a halt, the estate covered over 3,000 hectares, half of which were situated in the area under discussion. At first, Merenweerd had held these lands in direct exploitation, using the workforce of lay brothers, villagers owing labor services, serfs, and wage laborers. During the period around 1300, however, socio-economic conditions made it more 184 elements in the transition of the rural economy profitable for the abbey to farm out the land. As a result, Merenweerd became the most important lessor in this region. In the abbey's records, the registration of leases has almost completely survived for the second half of the 15th century and the entire 16th century, something tather exceptional by Dutch standards. Thanks to this abundance of sources, we can to a large extent reconstruct the developments with regard to the Merenweerd lease land for the period 1440 to 1590, including the changes in the average size of leasehold tenancies. In speaking of tenancies, we are referring in the following to the total size of land leased by one person. One tenancy can therefore comprise several parcels of land. If a lease is concluded by a group of persons, for instance a number of relatives or business partners, the total size of the tenure is divided by the number of persons involved, since we are only interested in the area of leased land per person. Apart from leased land, a tenant could also have allodial land, but in this case, we are forced to leave this aspect out of consideration. The nature of the sources and the current state of affairs concerning the research in this field, do not allow us to make reliable statements on this subject. However, in view of the established fact that small-scale allodial property was rather insignificant in this region, and that farmers here depended almost completely on the land they held in lease, this problem is less important than it seems at first sight. Any statements about the size of tenancies, therefore, give us a good impression of late medieval trends in farm sizes, at least for this particular region. What, then, do the sources tell us about the Merenweerd lease land? They provide us with the opportunity to calculate the number of tenants and the size of their tenancies for 6 reference years. Table 8.1 shows us that in the course of the 16th century, the number of Merenweerd tenants declined sharply. The number of people leasing land from this abbey dropped from 152 to 93 over a period of 50 years, which is a decrease of 39%. The increase in the average size of tenancies is equally notable. There was a slight rise during the course of the 15th century, followed by a pause until 1530 and subsequently, during the period from 1530 to 1580, by an increase from 8.0 to 13.7 hectares on average, a 71% increase, no less. Apparently, during the second and third quarters of the 16th century a sharp decrease in the number of Merenweerd tenants and a strong increase in the size of their tenancies occurred. A closer examination of the distribution of Merenweerd lease land over the tenants, makes it clear that the big tenants in particular had succeeded in enlarging their tenancies. In 1442, the 10 largest tenants held only 21% of the total amount of land leased out by Merenweerd. This percentage rose to 36 in 1490, and by 1580, it had increased to 50%. This development had already started in the 15th century, especially during the period 1442 to 1490, the 10 largest tenants considerably increased their share. Apparently, the concentration of lease land in the hands of a small number of large tenants was not a typically late 16th century phenomenon, it had its roots in the 15th century. The question arises, what happened to the tenants with middle-size and small tenancies during this development? At the expense of which group was the concentration of leaseland? In order to answer this question, we need to differentiate between the various categories of tenants. In this way, it might become clear whether the increase of the size of tenancies is distributed evenly among the remaining tenants. Therefore, we divided the Merenweerd tenants into 5 categories: tenants with a tenancy of 2.5 hectares or less, tenants with 2.5 to 6 hectares, with 6 to 17 hectares, with 17 to 40 hectares, and tenants with over 40 hectares of lease land. This is a subjective division, but one that is still related to the less arbitrary distinction between the smallest tenants, who could not live off their tenancies alone, a second group that had more or less sufficient lease land to make ends meet and could do well with the labor supplied by the own household, a third group with more than enough land, a fourth group of large-scale tenants, needing additional wage labor on their farms, and a fifth group whom we might refer to as supertenants, employing large numbers of wage laborers. For 4 reference years, the Merenweerd tenants are distributed among these categories as has been depicted in Table 8.2. The appearance of supertenants that becomes evident from Table 8.2 is no surprise, given the above. The large reduction in the number of small and medium-scale tenants in the period from 1442 to 1550 is, however, striking, and especially the reduction of the number of upper medium-scale tenants during the period from 1550 to 1580. This group, holding tenancies of 6 to 17 hectares, was numerically halved during this 30-year period. Summarizing the aforementioned, in particular during the period from 1530 to 1580 the number of tenants appears to have dropped rapidly and the average size of tenancies has risen considerably. The supertenants in particular succeeded in enlarging their tenancies. In 1580, the 10 largest tenants held 50% of the land leased out by Merenweerd. This shift appears to have taken place primarily at the expense of the medium-scale tenants, who were gradually depleted in relative, but especially in absolute numbers. These developments, that stand out after 1530 and even more sharply after 1550, appear to have partly started as early as the 15th century. The noted concentration of lease land in the hands of an ever smaller group of tenants is remarkable enough to deserve an explanation. Was it a development which was begun and accelerated by socio-economic conditions, or was it the result of a deliberate abbey policy? In the latter case, the lease prices may have been a means used by the abbey to favor large-scale tenancies. In other words, if large tenants appear to have paid relatively low lease prices, then this would be an indication for such a deliberate policy. The Merenweerd sources, however, do not confirm that lease prices paid by large-scale tenants were significantly lower than prices paid by their smaller colleagues. Only for the reference year 1490 is a significant disparity noticeable. In that year large tenants paid a price per hectare that was on average 14% lower than the price paid by small tenants in identical parishes. In the 16th century, this difference had disappeared again. Lease prices paid by big tenants were only fractionally lower than those paid by others. This disproves our assumption that it was the abbey's deliberate policy. 187. To stimulate the formation of large tenancies. It appears that in general, the abbey simply granted short leases to the highest bidder. Even though the lease prices were equally high for small and large tenants, it is still possible that the abbey did favor big tenants, for instance by offering better facilities. Especially during and after a crisis, the landlords might have assumed a different attitude towards large tenants than towards small ones. With large tenants, they possibly negotiated new terms for the lease and possible reductions to the rent, in order to compensate for the tenant's loss of income. Furthermore, it was essential to landlords to have large tenant farms operational again as soon as possible. They stimulated this by bearing the expenses of repairs and by granting loans. This, at least, is the picture which Thien sketches of the situation in Flanders. He also advances a number of possible explanations for this fundamentally different attitude towards large tenants. First, he mentions the importance of large tenant farms to the landlord, which was increased by the fact that the large tenants in particular paid their rents mostly in kind, and in this way provided the food supply for the landlord. Secondly, a more personal contact existed between landlord and large tenant, which gave the latter the opportunity to improve his position by way of negotiation. Thirdly, large tenants were formally insured in times of crises, thanks to comprehensive lease contracts, which for example involved rent reductions in cases of war damage. Small tenants did not have such comprehensive contracts, and therefore had to rely on collective discounts that were only granted incidentally. A fourth factor was the presence or absence, as the case may be, of a market element. The forces of supply and demand came primarily into play in the farming out of single parcels of land since potential tenants were abundant. With large tenant farms, this would not have been the case, as the number of potential tenants was small, so these few candidate tenants were able to turn the circumstances to their advantage, for instance by insisting on better facilities. This picture, and the arguments in its favor seem convincing. Consequently, there might be a possibility that landlords favored their large tenants without conceding to them lower lease prices than smaller tenants had to pay. Did Merenweerd also adopt such a policy? If so, this could be seen from larger reductions in rent, and better facilities. However, we do not find any differences in rent reductions, since all collective discounts did apply to both large and small tenants. In general, one single reduction percentage applied to an entire parish. In the relatively small number of cases in which the abbey did separately negotiate a reduction with one of its large tenants, the reduction could equally well become smaller instead of larger. The facilities provided for large tenants could have primarily consisted of contributions to the cost of repairs of buildings, and of loans. Contributions to the expenses of repairs, though, were not seen as an extra facility, but rather as an established obligation on the part of the landlord. The farmhouses, barns, haysheds and other buildings were the landlord's property, so that all investments were to his own advantage in the end. Therefore, it was only logical for landlords to reimburse tenants for 188 elements in the transition of the rural economy. Their expenses on farm buildings. If the landlord paid for repairs after a farm had been destroyed or damaged in wartime, it was a duty rather than a favor on the part of the landlord, and this held irrespective of the size of tenancies. The second means of favoring large tenants was to grant them loans. The Abbey of Merenweerd never actually provided her tenants with direct advances or loans, it did so indirectly, by allowing them to be in arrears with their rent payment, sometimes up to many hundreds of guilders. On closer inspection, it turned out that small tenants were allowed to be in arrears just as were large tenants, and in many cases their debts were larger than those of the big tenants. Consequently, in order to survive difficult periods, the Abbey gave its smaller tenants just as much breathing space as the large ones. Evidence of a fundamentally different attitude towards large tenants is not to be found at Merenweerd. But it is also doubtful whether Thien's description of the background to this alleged attitude holds in general. In the Ling area, at least, the situation seems to differ clearly from the picture sketched for inland Flanders. In the first place, large tenants were not the sole providers of the Abbey's food supply, since rent payments in kind were only of minor importance compared to payments in specie. In the 15th and 16th centuries the abbey, as well as most of the other large landowners, depended for the greater part on food purchases at the market, not on deliveries made by its tenants. Furthermore, at Merenweerd the smaller tenants actually paid a larger share of their rent in kind than large tenants did. Secondly, the fact that small tenants lacked comprehensive lease contracts did not mean that they could not be successful in obtaining reductions, because concise contracts and entries in lease registers always explicitly referred to the general lease conditions, containing detailed descriptions of circumstances under which the abbey would grant reductions. Moreover, if rents were reduced after a calamity, a fixed reduction rate, holding for all categories of tenants, was determined for each parish, often at the instigation of local authorities. With respect to discounts, therefore, small tenants had both formally, and in practice, a position equal to that of big tenants. Finally, we come to the argument that the number of potential tenants was much smaller for large farms, thus giving them an advantageous bargaining position. For the Ling area this argument does not hold either, since these tenant farms usually consisted of a collection of several parcels of land, which could, if necessary, be leased out separately as well. If a small tenant offered a good price for such a parcel, the lease could quite possibly be granted to him. However, it was in the interest of the big tenants to keep the farms intact, which forced them to offer the abbey an acceptable price. This also tallies with the above observation that the lease prices per hectare paid by large tenants were only slightly lower than the prices paid by small tenants. Big tenants were even at a disadvantage in comparison to small tenants because of the additional obligations resting on their tenant farms. Small tenants only owed the rent plus 1 hen per morgen, but for large tenancies, additional payments in kind had to be made, and these could be considerable. This form of additional 189 payment in kind, the so-called tobate, amounted on average to an extra burden of almost 15% on top of the rent. We saw earlier that in the 16th century, lease prices per hectare for larger tenancies were merely 1 to 2% lower than rents for smaller tenancies. However, this additional payment for which large tenant farms were responsible, amounting to almost 15% of the rent, was not included in the calculation of the average lease prices. Therefore, in all respects it is clear that Merenweerd did not show any favoritism towards its large tenants. Should the attitude of the Flemish landlords towards big tenants have been fundamentally different from that towards small tenants, which would fit in the more feudal and patriarchal way the lease system in inland Flanders was structured and used, this was certainly not the case at Merenweerd nor with other large landowners in the Ling area. It cannot be said, therefore, that the abbey favored its large tenants, let alone pursued a deliberate policy in favor of large tenancies. The reasons for the increasing concentration of lease land must be sought in external factors registered, namely in general socio-economic developments. Apparently, large tenants economically had the wind in their sails. In order to determine the nature of their economic advantages, we have to trace the differences in management between large and smaller tenants. In the first place, there is the wage factor. Whereas big tenants benefited from relatively low wages, the opposite was true for small tenants. A tenant with a farm not large enough to support him and his household had to tap other sources of income, which in most cases meant hiring himself out, for example as a field hand for the maintenance of dikes or ditches, as a seasonal laborer, as a transporter of goods or as a homeworker. With the extra money he earned in this way on the side, he had to buy food to supplement the yield of the land he held in tenancy. Such a small tenant will therefore have benefited from a development in which wages rose more quickly than food prices. For big tenants, exactly the opposite was true. Because of the size of their tenancies, they were able to market surplus produce in large quantities, but they had to hire supplementary labor forces to work their farms. Therefore, a decrease of wages relative to prices was advantageous for them. During the second half of the 15th century and almost the entire 16th century, wages almost constantly lagged behind food prices. This development did not reach its lowest point until 1570. This explains the favorable position of large tenants as distinct from the rising difficulties experienced by small tenants. In this period, the food producer had a constant advantage over the food consumer. The only clear exception was the period 1495 to 1520, during which corn prices were low and wages were relatively high. This situation, which was advantageous to small tenants, may explain the decrease in the average size of Merenweerd tenancies during the period between 1490 and 1530, as shown in Table 8.1, and also the simultaneous decline in the number of large tenancies at Merenweerd. The number of tenancies larger than 40 hectares was halved during this period. During the second quarter of the 16th century, however, corn prices started rising again rapidly while wages lagged behind, so that the process of concentration of lease land recommenced. The only category of tenants that was neither positively nor negatively affected by these wage and price developments were the tenants of medium-sized farms. If the labor force of the tenant and his family was sufficient to farm the land and if they produced enough food to survive, then the wage and food price factors hardly played a role. Notwithstanding this, there is a marked decrease in the number of medium-sized tenancies, especially in the second half of the 16th century, for which we have to find other causes. One of the aspects which did play a part was the fact that large tenants were better able to benefit from the circumstances, because they were able to market relatively larger food surpluses. In addition to this, they could keep part of the crop in stock, in order to wait for the price rise that would occur some months after the harvest, or in order to speculate on the outbreak of famine. Moreover, large farmers had the financial reserves for capital-intensive specialization. If market demand offered possibilities, they had the means to invest large sums of money in market-oriented branches of agriculture, and take the concomitant risks. At that, by specializing in labor-extensive cultures, they could reduce labor inputs, which was the most effective way to profit maximization, in view of their large need of hired labor. In this manner, large farmers could improve their competitive position vis-a-vis the medium-sized farmers. Indeed, on larger farms a strong rise of capital-intensive, labor-extensive branches of agriculture, like horse breeding and the fattening of oxen, can be observed in this region, especially during the 16th century. As a result of all these advantages afforded to large farmers, medium-scale tenants were gradually driven out of the lease land market. On top of these factors came a factor of incidental nature, strongly deteriorating the position of tenants of medium-sized farms. This factor has to be found in the grave political troubles and the ensuing military campaigns in the Low Countries, which commenced in 1567. The medium-scale tenants in particular, existing in an unsteady equilibrium, were strongly affected by these crises. They had often invested their entire capital in sowing seed and cattle, and most of them lost almost everything when their farms were looted. In contrast to large farmers, they did not usually have the financial reserves to overcome such a terrible blow. Mostly as a result of the troubles, the lease prices dropped considerably in 1567 and succeeding years, while food prices increased. If a tenant managed to remain in business throughout these difficult times, he could, therefore, benefit greatly from the economic circumstances. The large farmers, with their capital reserves, their financial resilience and perhaps also because of their spread of interests and investments, usually succeeded in doing so. In this way, they were able to reap the sweet fruits of declining lease prices, relatively receding wages and rising food prices. The above-mentioned structural factors already took effect in the second half of the 15th century, as a result of which large tenants gained ever-rising margins of profit, while smaller tenants experienced growing financial difficulties. The troubles at the end of the 16th century even fueled this threefold development, and made its impact more deeply felt. In addition, pillaging and acts of war wreaked enormous havoc on the countryside. This hit smaller and medium-scale tenants especially hard, since large tenants recovered more easily and quickly from the destruction. During this period, in the years from 1567 onwards, intensified long-term economic developments therefore combined with severe incidental phenomena. The process of concentration of lease land, which had already started during the 15th century, consequently gathered more momentum, and struck especially hard at the tenants of medium-sized farms. The only farmers really profiting from the situation were the large tenants who managed to remain in business. They were able to expand their holdings and increase their profit margins. In the light of the above, it comes as no surprise that the same tendency can be observed with respect to the lease land of other large landowners in the Ling area, such as the lords of Culemborg, who farmed out in short-term lease approximately 750 hectares in total. With respect to the average size of the tenancies, a development took place which was similar to the one observed at Merenweerd, namely an increase from 5.0 hectares in 1433 to 7.3 hectares in 1491, followed by a plateau until 1555 and, after that, a sharp increase to 9.3 hectares in 1576. During this period, the percentage of small tenant farmers dropped from 40% to 13%, whereas the percentage of large tenants rose from 4 to 11. The fact that the average size of Culemborg tenancies was slightly but constantly smaller than at Merenweerd can probably be explained by the fact that a substantial part of the Culemborg lease land was situated in the immediate vicinity of the town of Culemborg. Labor-intensive growth of commercial crops, fruit, and vegetables was more important here than elsewhere in the Ling area. Moreover, numerous citizens will have ventured onto the lease market in order to till a small plot of land just outside the city walls, along with the practice of their profession or trade. This probably forced down the average size of Culemborg holdings. Nevertheless, the direction of the development is plain to see. Just as at Merenweerd, the number of large tenancies and the size of these tenancies increased considerably during the course of the period under investigation. In 1433, for example, the largest tenancy farmed out by the Lord of Culemborg amounted to merely 27 hectares, whereas in 1576, there were leaseholds of 34, 38, 40, 58, and even 114 hectares. With a few exceptions, the large tenants in the Ling area will have run their farms themselves, using wage labor. This is because these tenants were no wealthy citizens, members of the gentry or noblemen, speculating with lease land. Instead they were farmers living in the villages. Their tenancies lent themselves to exploitation as a farm, because apart from some extremes, most of these large holdings were between 35 and 70 hectares in size, which means they were indeed large, but still, by all means, workable and manageable for one farmer. Because of the location and configuration of the various parcels too, these tenancies were usually particularly well suited to direct exploitation as a whole. At Merenweerd, for example, some of the large holdings leased out by the abbey appear to have consisted of the nuclei of former granges. These granges were split up in the course of the 14th century and were subsequently farmed out in parcels, but as a result of the concentration of lease land in the course of the 15th and 16th centuries, they were revived, albeit in the form of tenant farms, in the hands of large farmer entrepreneurs. In many respects, the former granges were well suited for this purpose. As a result of the careful land acquisition policy of the abbey, most parcels were situated conveniently with respect to each other and were easily exploitable as one farm. Furthermore, the large tenants needed well-equipped farms with large yards, which provided sufficient space for sheds, barns and stables. These buildings had to be preferably located in the center of the farmland. Former granges satisfied all these criteria and were, therefore, an obvious choice. Besides, they probably appealed to wealthy tenant farmers, because their stately appearance differentiated them from ordinary farmhouses. A moat, for instance, not only provided a sense of security, but certainly added to the effect too. A good example of such a former grange restored to its former glory was De Haag in the village of Buurmelsen. By the second half of the 15th century, the farmstead of De Haag was already the center of a large holding, comprising more than 50 hectares of land grouped closely around the farmhouse. In the 16th century, The Hague apparently had become such an evident unit that the individual parcels were not even mentioned separately anymore in the lease administration of Merenweerd. Thanks to a number of notes in registers and lease contracts, we gain an impression of what the Hague must have looked like: a large brick farmhouse with a hall and outhouses, furnished with cellars and glass windows. In its turn, the farmhouse was surrounded by stables, barns, haysheds and a sheepfold. The maintenance of these buildings required enormous amounts of money. In 1548, no less than 477 Carolus guilders were spent on timber, ironmongery, bricks, mortar, thatch, and wages for a renovation. With a view to the social prestige and economic gain associated with the tenure of such farms, the large tenants probably tried to keep the farms in the family, which they often succeeded in doing because of their financial power. In this way, in spite of the fact that leases were granted for short periods, most tenant farms remained in the hands of the same families for decades. This was because, in contrast to the use of separate parcels, where the mobility of tenants was high, lease terms of these large farms were frequently extended, and the lease was often transferred from generation to generation. As a result of this, a kind of rural aristocracy arose in the villages of the Ling area, holding a considerable economic power, which derived mainly from the tenure of lease land, not allodial land. The large tenants, who had been hardly present or not at all in this region before the 15th century, also acquired a social preponderance within the village communities, for instance because they employed fellow villagers as wage laborers or seasonal workers, commissioned skilled labor, rented out or borrowed equipment, extended credit, etc. In sum, during the late Middle Ages and the early modern period, a new class of rural capitalist tenant entrepreneurs came into being in the Ling area, who exploited their extensive tenant farms by means of wage labor. The structure of the rural economy, dominated earlier by medium-sized family farms, worked with family labor, was thus changed fundamentally during the 15th and 16th centuries. As somewhat later in large parts of England, in the Ling area a tripartite hierarchy of large land-owning lords, big tenant farmers and wage laborers came into being. 4. The size of tenancies in the Land van Heusden. In the Land van Heusden, not too long ago the subject of an in-depth study, we should expect to see a development much like the one which we have described above, because this area, part of the county of Holland since 1357, was similar in many respects to the nearby Ling area. The Land van Heusden, its 7,300 hectares of agricultural land being somewhat smaller than the investigated region in the Ling area, was also situated in the Dutch River Land, a transitional zone from maritime regions to inland districts. It has about the same soil structure as the Ling area, consisting mainly of river clay, with alternating stream ridges and backlands. Stream ridges, however, were lower and smaller than in the Ling area, and subsoils contained some peat layers. In this respect the Land van Heusden was in a kind of intermediate position between the river clay area and the Holland peat districts. The same goes for population figures. There was only one small town in the area, Heusden, which numbered approximately 300 households around the year 1500, about the same as the town of Culemborg. At the same time, there were 16 villages in the area, with a total of about 800 households, which is a population density of about 60 inhabitants per km. Of agricultural land, considerably more than in the Ling region, and more resembling the high population densities on the Holland countryside. Contrary to what one might expect, a process of scale enlargement of farms as described above did not take place in the Land van Heusden during the late Middle Ages. In the 16th century, nearly all tenancies in this area were of limited size, as in the 15th century. Around 1550, for instance, 26% of the tenant farmers held less than 1.7 hectares of land, and over 88% had tenancies which were smaller than 8.5 hectares. The largest farms in the area, consisting of both leased land, allodial land, and land held in hereditary tenure. 194. Elements in the transition of the rural economy. only measured some 25 to 30 hectares, with the largest not exceeding 40 hectares. This was clearly different from the situation in the Ling area. The marked difference in size of tenancies between these two regions can also be illustrated with a comparison between the abbeys of Merenweerd and Bern. Both were Premonstratensian abbeys and owned large estates, a significant part of which was situated in the respective areas under study. Around 1580, the Abbey of Bern in the land Van Heusden had farmed out in short-term lease a total of 425 hectares to 103 farmers. Which shows us that the average size of the tenancies was 4 hectares. We saw earlier that the average size of Merenweerd tenancies at that time was almost 14 hectares, which was more than 3 times as large. With respect to the percentage of large tenancies, the difference is equally striking. In 1580, only 2% of the tenants of Bern had tenancies which were larger than 17 hectares, whereas at Merenweerd, this figure ran to no less than 22%. How can we explain the almost total absence of really large farms in the land Van Heusden, whether consisting of lease land or allodial land? According to Hoppenbrewers, this should, among other factors, be attributed to the fact that the town of Heusden never came to become a commercial and industrial center of importance. It is doubtful, however, whether this explanation is correct. The Ling area did not have a flourishing commercial center within its borders or in the immediate vicinity either. Moreover, during the late Middle Ages, distances were not an insurmountable problem for the transport of agricultural products, so commercial centers like Hertogenbosch and Dordrecht were within easy reach of the land Van Heusden, at distances of 15 and 30 kilometers respectively. At that, trade here was not hindered by heavy tolls, duties or other trade barriers. In these respects, the situation did not differ from that in the Ling area, so this cannot be the key to the explanation. Nor can the observed development in the Ling area be ascribed to a deliberate leasing policy of the Abbey of Merenweerd, as the Abbey apparently did not favor its large tenants, either directly or indirectly. This leaves the combination of an ample availability of lease land, relatively low wages, and high food prices which enabled the large tenants to acquire farms of this enormous size. These are the factors, therefore, to which we have to turn in order to find the explanation for the differences in development between the land Van Heusden and the Ling area in this respect. Of these factors, we can dismiss the influence of wages and food prices, because the two regions were practically bordering on each other, so movements of wages and prices will not have differed significantly. In fact, in markets throughout the Low Countries, the correlation coefficient of corn prices had risen to great heights in the course of the 15th and 16th centuries. However, with regard to the availability of lease land, the discrepancy between the two test regions was large, as a result of considerable differences in property structures. 195. In the land Van Heusden, small allodial property was predominant in most parishes, and it was at least strongly present in others. At the beginning of the 16th century, no less than 52% of the cultivated land in the region was owned by autochthonous villagers, either as allodial property or on the basis of tributary tenure, hereditary lease, or feudal tenure. In contrast to the Ling area, most fiefs in the land Van Heusden were small in size, and had mainly passed into the hands of local peasants, who in general have used the land themselves. Besides, there was no large landownership to speak of in the area. The largest of all landowners in the land Van Heusden, the Abbey of Bern, owned about 700 hectares, whereas the Count of Holland, as Lord of Heusden, owned no more than 280 hectares. Other landowners even had a great deal less, so large landownership in this region sinks into insignificance compared to that in the Ling area. In sum, the property structures in the two test regions differed completely. Small peasant property was predominant in the land Van Heusden, whereas the Ling area was dominated by large landownership, most of which was given out in short-term lease. This difference had drastic consequences for the rural population. In the land Van Heusden, the farmers usually had a firm grip on the land, often owning it themselves, whereas available lease land was scarce. A peasant structure of small, family-worked farms, consisting mainly of owned land, remained intact, a structure which seems to have been very resilient. As a result of this, land transactions fitted to this peasant structure, and possibilities for accumulation were small. At that, lease land was scarce, and did not offer much possibilities for accumulation either. Moreover, in most cases a peasant structure seems to have gone hand in hand with a relatively high rate of population growth, and often resulted in population pressure and a concomitant fragmentation of farms. These circumstances, and the high prices many peasants were prepared to pay for small plots of land, also presented a tendency towards the accumulation of land. These factors were probably the main reason for the fact that large farms did not come to dominate this region. In the Ling area, on the other hand, there was ample land available for lease, and it could be freely accumulated by financially powerful farmer entrepreneurs, benefiting from the socio-economic circumstances and the development of the wage-price ratio, and who in the process of accumulating land gradually pushed aside small and medium-scale tenants. By using the possibilities for capital-intensive market specialization and reducing labor inputs, they even further increased their profits. In addition, because large tenants were better able to withstand the effects of the political and military crises of the late 16th century, and because wages, food prices, and rents developed even more strongly to their advantage, they managed to further strengthen their position during this period. Elements in the transition of the rural economy. Conclusions. As described above, the developments which took place during the late medieval and early modern period with respect to farm sizes in the Ling area and the Land van Heusden can be reconstructed to a considerable extent. This reconstruction reveals considerable differences between the two test regions, both situated in the Dutch River area. In the Ling area, large tenants turned economic circumstances to their advantage, continually increased their profit margins and were able to acquire ever larger holdings. As a result of this, numerous small and medium-scale tenants were gradually driven out of the lease land market, they had to give up their farms, and they became dependent on earnings from wage labor. These developments had started as early as the middle of the 15th century, and after a standstill of several decades, continued from 1530 onwards. They reached their greatest momentum at the end of the 16th century, in a period of political and military troubles and skyrocketing food prices. During this period of 1.5 centuries, a far-reaching process of concentration of land and a sharp increase in the number of large farms thus took place in the rural parts of the Ling area. It is remarkable that wealthy citizens, merchants, institutions, and local noblemen played no, or only a small part in this process. In fact, it was villagers who accumulated capital and farmland. As a result, socio-economic polarization within the village communities greatly increased. Whereas the rural communities of the area had been quite homogeneous before the beginning of the 15th century, this was certainly not the case towards the end of the 16th century. In the Land van Heusden, this emergence of large farms and polarization of farm sizes apparently did not take place, in spite of the fact that, from a demographic, physical geographic point of view, the area was not very different from the nearby Ling area, and was subject to the same economic processes and price developments. In order to find the reasons for the absence of a process of polarization of farm sizes, we turn to the property structures of this region. Small-scale peasant property dominated in the Land van Heusden, whereas in comparison with the Ling area, large land ownership was weakly represented. Consequently, available lease land in the Land van Heusden was relatively scarce and the land market showed little elasticity, so that there were only minimal opportunities for major accumulation of land. This study shows that demographic factors have not determined the divergent developments in these two regions, since in this field there was clear resemblance between the test regions, one small town, a rather densely populated countryside, and similar trends in population figures. Differences in price and wage movements were not the underlying cause of the divergent development either, since the Ling area and the Land van Heusden were practically adjacent to each other and the correlation between prices in the two regions was very high. As it turned out, property structures are the key to the explanation of the divergent developments in farm sizes. As a result of the dissimilar property structures in these two regions, the same price and wage movements had different effects in the Ling area and the Land van Housden. In the Ling area, they resulted in the emergence of large farms and in the rise of a new socio-economic system, consisting of a tripartite hierarchy of large landowners, large capitalistic farmers and wage laborers. 197. The developments in farm sizes, as observed in the Ling area, and the underlying factors too, resemble the simultaneous development in most parts of England, as analysed by Brenner. In both areas large land ownership was predominant. In both areas the monoreal system and serfdom were replaced by the leasing of land to non-serf farmers. Notwithstanding this transition, in both areas the nobility and the large institutions continued to keep firm control over the land. Peasant property was virtually absent, and remained so. In the 15th/16th centuries, most of the land thus consisted of lease land, which was farmed out for short terms by large landowners, and which was freely available for accumulation. The price and wage movements, combined with competitive market-oriented production, subsequently led to a process of socio-economic differentiation among the tenant farmers, and eventually to the rise of a new socio-economic structure, consisting of the above-mentioned tripartite hierarchy. In the Land van Housden, dominated by small-scale peasant property, such developments did not take place. This does not automatically mean that this region followed the French model, which Brenner compared to the English model. In contrast with France, the Land van Housden, for instance, experienced neither an extreme fragmentation of farms nor a process of agricultural involution. The number of developing models seems to be larger and more varied than the Brenner debate suggests. The debate should not, therefore, be limited to the English and the French cases. Furthermore, it does not seem correct to hold this debate on the basis of large geographical units. The number of differing factors, then, becomes so large that it is difficult to isolate the determining variables. Moreover, these developments mainly occurred within a regional framework, and consequently could differ strongly from one region to another, even in almost adjacent regions such as the Ling area and the Land van Housden. Future research should, therefore, be principally aimed at regional, instead of national developments. An interesting subject for future research would be the roots of the property structures. These structures are not the product of the late Middle Ages, but are the outcome of a long process which has taken place in preceding centuries. By investigating the course of this process, we would be able, for instance, to clarify the way in which religious institutions and the nobility managed to accumulate their sizable estates in the Ling area, and how monoreal structures and direct exploitation of the land gradually disappeared and were replaced by the farming out of land, which in its turn paved the way for the developments described above. In this respect, the developments in regions such as the nearby Land van Housden will turn out to have been quite different. Future research should also deal with the economic effects of the described developments. Brenner assumes that the English model opened new roads to strong market orientation, a transformation of agriculture and the rise of agricultural labor productivity, whereas the French model, characterized by small peasant property, led to production for subsistence, declining productivity, and stagnation. However, this may not be a law of the Medes and Persians. In the Low Countries it seems to have been possible that a proportion of small farmers did actually abandon self-sufficiency and became more market-oriented. The possibility that small and medium-scale farmers, by means of capital investments, improvement of techniques, cost-cutting, specialization, and by converting to market-oriented crops, could succeed in enlarging labor productivity and profits cannot be precluded in advance. In regions like the Land van Housden, where large farms were practically absent, growing market orientation and agricultural dynamism during the late medieval and early modern period does not seem to have been impossible by all means. By comparing the degree of market orientation, innovation, and specialization of farmers in adjacent regions with different property structures, the existing situations may become more clear. The present investigation was limited to the developments in farm sizes in two test regions, situated in the Dutch River area. The study tried to offer some insight into the factors which played a part in the polarization of farm sizes and the emergence of large farms. The main driving force behind this process turned out to have been changes in the wage-price ratio, which occurred almost continually during the period 1450 to 1570, and which greatly favored the large tenants. Moreover, the large farmers had the financial reserves for market specialization in capital-intensive and labor-extensive cultures, which enabled them to reduce labor input and thereby to maximize profits. This development, and the effects of the wage-price ratio were even strengthened at the end of the 16th century by the political-military crisis, which the larger farmers were better able to withstand than their smaller colleagues. As a result, the process of polarization of farm sizes and the emergence of large farms, which had already started by the middle of the 15th century, culminated at that time. However, in areas where large land ownership was relatively limited, and where small peasant property prevailed, land for lease was hardly available, and there was only limited opportunity for accumulating land, as a result of which the number of large farms hardly increased, if at all. Only in areas where enough land was available for lease, that is primarily in areas dominated by large land ownership, did the economic circumstances in the Dutch River area indeed lead to the emergence of large farms. 9. Grain provision in Holland ca 1490 to 1570. Milje van Til Hoor, ABN AMRO Bank. Introduction. According to R.P. Brenner, the development of the Dutch and Flemish agriculture during the transitional phase between feudalism and capitalism was unusual compared with the rest of Europe for various reasons. One of the reasons was the enormous amount of grain imported from the Baltic Sea region. While discussing the Flemish case, Brenner states that this import allowed the Flemish farmers to give up any strivings towards self-sufficiency. Instead, Flemish agriculture became well known early on for its specialization and market-oriented production. Brenner stressed the importance of this Baltic grain import for Holland as well. He referred thereby to the literature concerning the economic development in Holland in the late Middle Ages, which generally assigns a significant role to the necessity of importing grain. Since the end of the 14th century, local grain production in Holland was insufficient to meet the needs of the Dutch population. However, it is not clear from the literature actually how much of the total amount of grain required was imported. Therefore, the following question forms the basis for this paper: was only a small, progressive fraction of the Dutch rural population dependent on imported grain which could be obtained in the town markets, or was the vast majority in this position? While the significance of the grain imported from the East in, for example, the setting of prices is indisputable, difficulties are still presented concerning the size of the import trade. There are even doubts about the continuity of this grain import in Flanders and Brabant during the 15th century. However plausible Tits Diewade's argument that the import must have had a more permanent rather than an incidental character, the question of the quantities involved remains. As shall be made clear below, the export in the 15th century from Danzig, the most important grain exporter in the Baltic, was clearly not sufficient to feed a large part of the Flemish, Brabant and Dutch population. Therefore, the Baltic import can have freed only a limited percentage of the Dutch countryside from the need to grow grain. It is thus vital to examine the role played by imports from other regions. In the following three sections the various sources of grain available to Holland are described: first, local grain production in Holland; second, the import from the Baltic; third, the import from other areas. In the fourth section the importance of the Baltic grain will be compared with that from other origins. The study period is restricted to ca 1490 ca 1570. The absence of source material makes it impossible to start any earlier. The stopping point is defined by the beginning of the Dutch Revolt, during which trade in general and the Baltic Sea trade in particular were disrupted for long periods. The years from ca 1490 until ca 1570 were marked by a sharp increase in grain import from the Baltic countries. This makes it possible to examine whether the grain imported from other areas managed to maintain its share of the Dutch market. 2. Grain production in Holland. Studying the grain provision in Holland, it is important to distinguish between on the one hand the hard grains, wheat and rye, and on the other the soft grains, barley and oat. These types of grain had different functions. The hard grains were primarily used to make bread and thus represented the most important part of the human diet. Wheat was relatively expensive. It was made into white bread, which was eaten by the well-to-do and on feast days by the common people as well. The cheaper rye bread was the daily foodstuff for the majority of the population. The soft grains, in particular oat, were used primarily as animal fodder. As cattle breeding occupied a prominent position in Holland, the demand for oats was correspondingly great. In addition, barley and oats were important as the basic ingredients in beer brewing, since medieval brews were generally mixtures in varying proportions of oats, wheat, and barley. Dutch grain cultivation had been declining since the 14th century, and what remained was increasingly devoted to soft grains. In the 15th and 16th centuries, hard grains were rarely grown. The most important cultivation areas for bread grains were probably in the southwest, the Westland and the South Holland islands of Vuren, Putten, Goeree and Overflakkee. The islands produced enough to be able to sell on the markets in Rotterdam and Delft. As already mentioned, much of the land in Holland was not suitable for growing hard grains. For example, in the Noorderkwartier farming was relatively insignificant. According to the Informatie, a survey carried out in 1514 on behalf of the sovereign to determine the financial resources of the towns and villages in Holland in order to set new taxes, the village of Assendelft, which lies in the Noorderkwartier, did not possess any arable land at all. Therefore, many Dutch villages were not able to fill their grain requirement from the local produce. This is apparent from the inquest of 1494, a forerunner of the Informatie. Therein it was noted in Muiderberg that the rye, oats, and other crops planted by the inhabitants on the available arable land barely made up a quarter of the village's needs. The villagers of Sassenheim worked several fields, but they could not feed themselves with the harvest. In various country regions of Holland, then, the agricultural practice was insufficient to meet the needs of the local villagers, let alone produce enough grain to sell to the towns. We would like to know what proportion of the total grain consumption derived from imports. There is only one contemporary source that makes mention of it. In 1501 the city of Amsterdam responded to a prohibition of grain export by the central government. Concerns were expressed that the foreign traders might stop bringing grain to the city if they knew that they would not be allowed to re-export as necessary. If grain imports were halted, Holland and particularly Amsterdam would have serious difficulties as the domestic grain accounted for less than a tenth of the total required. According to this, the Dutch population depended on foreign imports for more than 90% of its needs. A second indication concerning this subject was contributed by the Estates of Holland in 1536. In a plea against the levying of a tax on grain exports, they stated that 3/4 of the land consisted of dunes, moors, and lakes which produced more disadvantages than advantages, and that the remaining quarter could not produce enough wheat and rye to supply one of the 6 large Dutch towns. This argument was repeated in a remonstration from 1545, concerning the imperial prohibition against exporting grain to foreign countries. Thus, according to the Estates, Dutch agriculture produced enough for one of the 6 large towns. The size of the population is not known for the 1530s or 1540s, but it is possible to make an estimate for the first quarter of the 16th century based on the data given in the Informatie of 1514. The most recent calculation puts the population of the 6 large towns in 1514 at between ca 6,000 and ca 13,000. This represents only a small part of the total Dutch nation, which was reckoned to be 254,000 from the data in the Informatie. Dutch agriculture thus could only supply about 4% of the requirements according to the Estates. The letter from Amsterdam in 1501 and the plea from the Estates of Holland in 1536/1545 were both political documents, aimed at bringing about a free grain trade. Surely, the Dutch grain harvest was purposely presented as totally insufficient. Nevertheless, the claims could not be so put that the political opposition could simply throw them out as nonsense. We must also ask what methods were used by Amsterdam or the Estates of Holland to measure, on the one hand, the Holland grain production and, on the other, the amount imported. It can hardly be anything other than a judgment on the Holland side communicating the general impression. This stemmed from observations of various matters, such as the massive import of foreign grain in Amsterdam and other places, for example Dordrecht, and the movement of grain from the town markets to the surrounding villages. They had access whenever they wanted to data sources such as harbor records in which the imports were registered. Of course, the figures produced by Amsterdam or the Estates of Holland should be regarded as a minimum that is close to being realistic. We can presume grain provision in Holland ca 1490 to 1570. That at least 5 to 10% of the total population of Holland, and at most a quarter, in the first half of the 16th century could be fed with locally grown grain. For 16th century Europe this must have been an appallingly low percentage. 3 imports from the Baltic Sea region registered. The Baltic Sea region grew during the 16th century into a grain exporter of great proportions. The grain export from Danzig was already impressive by 1500 and increased afterwards. To gain an impression of this development, several export figures are available. For the period up to 1560, these come from the harbor records of Danzig, and for 1562 to 1569 from the sound toll tables, in which is recorded how much of the grain passing through actually originated from Danzig. The numbers have been rounded up to 100/AST, a measure of volume of 30.1 HL. Naturally, the export from Danzig was not the same as the total grain import in Holland from the Baltic countries. Nevertheless, Danzig was by far the most important grain supplier in the Baltic. Of the total quantity of grain mentioned in the sound for the period 1562 to 1569, 79% originated from Danzig. The import figures from the Dutch side match well with those from Baltic sources. For example, my link estimated the import in Amsterdam in 1507, on the basis of an extrapolation of the import data for 4 months, at ca 15,000 AST. This difference between 6,000 to 10,000/AST in 1490 to 1492 and 15,000 JAST derives partly from exports from other Baltic Sea ports such as Riga and Reval and partly from the 15 years separating the two statistics. We can roughly estimate from these numbers that the import of Baltic grain in Holland in 1507 stood at 10,000 to 15,000/AST per year, or about 300,000 tot 450,000 HL. For the years 1560 to 1569 there is available, in addition to the sound toll figures, a description of the Low Countries written by the Italian diplomat Guicciardini about 1560. Guicciardini stated that yearly 60,000 AST of grain was imported into the Netherlands from the east. Even after deducing the import from the German Bight from Guicciardini's figures, they match the quantity of grain listed in the sound for these years rather well. The importance of these figures becomes evident as we compare them with the grain consumption per member of the population. Estimates of the apportioned consumption of bread grains run from less than 150 kilograms to just 300 kilograms yearly. Given that the specific weight of rye was 70 kilograms per hectoliter, these values correspond to about 2 to 4 HL of grain. Taking the average of 3 HL, then 1 jast of grain was enough for the yearly bread consumption of 10 people. By 1500 about 100,000 people could live on the quantity of grain imported from the east. In the decade from 1560, this figure rose to the impressive total of 600,000. Of course it is not sensible to compare the estimated quantity directly with the grain consumption in Holland. Although the Dutch population had been steadily growing since 1514, it remained well under 600,000. Thus, much of the imported Baltic grain must not have remained in Holland. It was distributed in any case to other Dutch regions. An estimate of the total number of inhabitants in all of the Netherlands and of the per capita grain consumption was made by Scholiers. For the period 1562 to 1569, the grain imported from the Baltic countries supplied 23% of the needs in the Netherlands. Considering that in that period an unusually large quantity of grain came in through the Sound, he proposed the same calculation for a longer period, namely 1562 to 1601. The end result reveals that the Baltic grain represented in that period a smaller part of the Netherlands' requirements, that is, 13.5%. Registered, even this figure appears to me to be basically too high, as part of the Baltic grain undoubtedly was destined for regions outside the Low Countries. With regard to the summer of 1561, there is a revealing document on this issue. In January 1562, the Sheriff of Amsterdam informed the governess Margarita of Parma about the grain trade in the city. He wrote that in the previous summer a very large quantity of grain, wheat as well as rye, was brought to Amsterdam from the east and stored. From there it was transported continuously from July 25 to England, Scotland, Ireland, the countries on the Rhine and Meuse rivers, and thereafter to Spain and Portugal. Our sources tell us practically nothing about the relationship between this importing and re-exporting of Eastern grain. The only mention comes from the previously cited remonstration from the Estates of Holland against the prohibition of grain exporting, which was produced in 1545. The Estates questioned why the Emperor wanted to prohibit export when 6 times as much grain was imported as exported. They thus estimated the level of re-export as 1/6. Here again it would be interesting to know the basis for this judgment. If the document does indeed stem from 1545, then there was one interesting source available to the Estates. The export from the Netherlands was recorded between 1543 and 1545 for the purpose of levying a 1% tax. The study posthumous produced based on this record of the export from Amsterdam revealed that between August 10, 1544 and September 30, 1545, that is, a period of about 1 year, grain was exported to the value of 121,433 pounds of 40 groten or guilders of 20 pennies. From this, a small proportion was exported to Groningen, Overijssel and other non-patrimonial provinces, while the larger part went to foreign countries. The latter must have amounted to about 100,000 pounds. As only export was taxed, the value of the import is unknown. For this we have to resort to data from 10 years earlier. It was stated in 1534 that the amount of grain imported into the Netherlands from the east rose to more than 600,000 guilders every year. Although the ration between these two numbers is the same as the 1/6 proportion given by the Estates of Holland, it is not advisable for many reasons to compare the figures side by side. There is a 10-year difference between them for one thing, and large yearly fluctuations could have occurred in the import and export numbers. In addition, the 600,000 guilders applies to the import for all of the Netherlands, while the approximately 100,000 guilder export concerns only Amsterdam. Lastly, only Eastern grain was included in the import calculation, whereas the export from Amsterdam may have contained some Dutch barley and oats as well. Despite these restrictions, the figures lend the impression that a small part of the Eastern grain was sent to foreign countries. In this sense, the declaration from the Estates that 1/6 of the imported grain was re-exported gains credibility. One must remember that in the decade from 1540 Holland was just at the start of a development that would make it into the grain entrepot of Western and Southern Europe. It is possible that the proportion of the Baltic grain that was re-exported has grown since the above-mentioned declaration by the Estates of Holland. For imports from other areas. Some of the grain which was called Eastern did not actually derive from the Baltic but from the German Bight. Bremen and Hamburg lay here at the mouths of the Weser and Elbe rivers, which connected them with an extensive hinterland. Whenever the Netherlands suffered from a shortage of grain, the grain trade with the German coast flourished. Bremen and Dithmarsken gained advantages from the closing of the Sound, as in 1532, 1536 and 1542 and number 425, my link, 1923a, 82, PAR 38, but even the crisis of 1557, which could not be attributed to such a closure, led to huge profits for the inhabitants of Dithmarsken. Much grain also came from Bremen and Hamburg to Holland in that year. In March 1557 some 1,000 or 1,200 jast arrived from Bremen and Hamburg in Amsterdam, and in May of the same year ships were daily unloading wheat from Bremen in Amsterdam. The German Bight delivered not only grain from the outlying hinterland but also soft grain growing in the coastal region by the North Sea. Thus, at the beginning of the 16th century, the Dutch were plying a regular trade in oat from the mouth of the Elbe. This appears from the account of a tax on trade and transport from 1507, the so-called Last Geld. The charge was imposed between September and December 1507 on particular categories of ships and goods arriving in Amsterdam, Waterland, and the Noorderkwartier. Among the taxable goods, those coming from Hamburg included only beer, oats, and several sorts of wood. The account covered 8 Dutch ships carrying cargoes of oat ranging from 16 to 30 jast. In all, the import from Hamburg and from the Elbe during these 4 months made up 155 jast and 225. This concerned only trade involving Dutch merchants, as foreigners were not obliged to pay. The total import was therefore most likely greater. Certainly on a yearly basis this flow of trade must have been of some importance. Soft grains were also imported from Schleswig, and in the second half of the 16th century the grain shipping along the Schleswig coast soared high. In addition to Eastern grain, Holland imported in the 16th century all types of Western grain. In fact, this was a collective term for all grain that was not Eastern. Into this category fell not only grain from England and France, but also for example from Germany if it entered Holland via the Rhine or Meuse rivers. Of old a very important source of Western grain was northern France, namely the areas around the Seine and Somme rivers and northwards to Artois and South Flanders. In the 14th and 15th centuries much grain was exported from these regions to Holland. The significance of this trade waned radically, however, during the wars between the French kings and the Burgundian princes in the last quarter of the 15th century. This did not mean that the import from Flanders and France remained insignificant. After peace was established between France and Burgundy in 1493, Dutch ships regularly carried grain cargoes past the Zeeland tollhouse of Eerskruid. This grain must have originated in Antwerp or Ghent, where much Flemish and French grain was traded. In the years 1494 to 1499 a total of 194 Dutch ships loaded with grain sailed through Eerskruid. Most of the ships were registered in Delft, and the rest in Gouda, Dordrecht, Schoonhoven, Amsterdam, Haarlem, Purmerend, Westzaan, Alkmaar, Rotterdam, and Maasland. The ships had in all 75,392 virtels of grain on board, or 60,035 HL, giving a yearly average of 12,565 virtels or 10,006 HL. This is certainly not the total import of Flemish and French grain into Holland. For ships coming from the Flemish or Artesian coast or from the Seine and Somme rivers, the route past Eerskruid was too much out of their way. They would have chosen another route through the Zeeland waters or entered the Meuse at Den Briel. For a long period after 1499, there are no accounts from the Zeeland customs available. The accounts of 1,570 from the tollhouse at Sas van Gent have been preserved. Since a canal connection to Gent had been established from the middle of the 16th century, a tollhouse of the Zeeland customs had been set up in Sas van Gent. The grain which passed by that tollhouse must have come from the market in Gent. In contrast to most of the accounts of the Zeeland customs, in these the destination of the ships was usually given. It appears that between January 1 and December 31, 1570, 21 ships carrying grain sailed past Sas van Gent on the way to a Dutch destination. 10 of them went to Delft, 3 to Amsterdam, and 1 to Gouda, while the destination of the remaining 7 was just given as Holland. In addition, 2 Gouda ships with grain and an unknown destination passed by, but a Dutch harbour is assumed. In total these 23 ships transported 1,650 mud of grain, or about 15,000 HL. Other sources also indicate that a significant quantity of French grain came to Holland during the start of the Dutch revolt, when the delivery of Baltic grain was seriously hindered. The toll-keepers in Arnhem-Uden in 1570 registered many grain ships from France. No fewer than 113 shipmasters gave their port of origin or of departure as St. Omer, Newport, or Dunkirk, or stated that they came from Flanders. Asterisk. An important grain exporter was Zeeland. In fact, the Zeeland Islands made up together with the southwest of Holland an area suitable for cultivating bread grains. The export was concentrated on towns in the south of Holland, such as Delft and Dordrecht. Zeeland wheat was also well known in the more northerly town of Leiden. Leiden's St. Catherine Hospital bought Zeeland wheat quite regularly in the 16th century. Degree. Utrecht's grain was brought, according to the inquest of 1494, to Leiden via Woerden, among other destinations. Grain from Utrecht was also regularly brought to Amsterdam. That this import of grain from Utrecht became significant in the 4th decade of that century was shown by the creation of a new grain market specifically for it. In 1547 a new market was installed in the Udezijdsbergwal for grain reaching the city in barges on the Amstel, which came from the direction of Utrecht and southern Holland, or in carts entering by one of the gates on the east side of the city, St. Anthony's or Regulierspoort. Clearly this concerned other grain than the eastern import, which arrived from the IJ. Amsterdam statutes affecting bakers were concerned with the explicit use of Utrecht wheat, 168 and 453. As far as neighboring provinces were concerned, Holland imported grain not only from Zeeland and Utrecht but also from Guelders. Grain reaching the Low Countries via the Meuse or Rhine rivers was usually traded in Dordrecht. Merchants from Venlo and Roermond, which belonged to the Duchy of Guelders, transported grain via the Meuse to Dordrecht. This is evident, among other things, from conflicts with the customs officials in Lith, a toll station on the Meuse route to Dordrecht. These conflicts recurred throughout the whole of the 16th century and mostly affected the trade in wood, salt, and grain. The grain exported from Venlo and Roermond was typically rye, grown in the region surrounding both towns. From Gulik came mostly wheat. D. Chardonnay wrote in his book about the Netherlands that Dordrecht had the staple right for all grain that came down from Guelders, Gulik, Kleef and other nearby areas. The staple regulations required everyone transporting grain via the Meuse or Rhine rivers to unload at Dordrecht and continue their journey on local ships from the town. Wheat from Gulik, Kleef, and Guelders was important for the grain provision in Holland. For example, the Estates of Holland protested against the renewal of the grain export prohibition by Charles V on October 8, 1535. They were worried that the merchants from Guelders, Gulik, and Kleef would avoid Holland if it was included in the export prohibition. The grain would probably no longer be sent via the Rhine or Meuse rivers to the Dutch towns bordering them, but rather overland to other regions. According to the estates, this had already happened several times and had led to price rises in Holland as the 3 principalities affected were its leading suppliers of bread wheat. Finally, England must be mentioned as the supplier of barley and malt. Trade between the British Islands and foreign countries is better documented than in any other country in the Middle Ages and the early modern period, because it was registered in the customs accounts, many of which have been well preserved. Gras produced tables based on these data concerning the import and export of grain from the 14th to the 17th centuries. From them it can be seen that the grain export was often not large, but could regularly swell to a significant size. This pattern particularly applied to the ports of King's Lynn and Great Yarmouth, which acted as exporters of produce from the fertile counties of Norfolk and Suffolk. In the 16th century, according to the customs lists, the most sizable exports, that is, of more than 5,000 quarters or about 14,000 HL. Degree. were realized in the following years. English exports involved mainly soft grains. Thus, the grain transported on Dutch ships from King's Lynn consisted 60% of barley and malt in 1523 to 1524, 95% in 1530 to 1531, 96% in 1538 to 1539. It appears that in the Netherlands in some years there was a greater demand for soft grains from England as the local harvest, or that from the German Bight, from which oats and barley usually came, was damaged by flooding. In November 1530 large parts of Zeeland, South Holland, and Brabant lay under water, and the harvest in 1531 was practically ruined. In the winter of 1538 to 1539 the German North Sea coast was hit by storms that caused flooding along the Weser and Elbe rivers, and the Meuse, Waal, and IJssel burst their banks, 514. The customs accounts have not come down to us complete. Sometimes other sources reveal that the English grain export in a certain year must have been quite important. The anchorage records from Arnhem-Uden registered no fewer than 96 English ships filled with grain at anchor in the fiscal year 1547 to 1548. Here also there seems to have been a predominance of barley and malt, 62 carried malt, 12 barley, and 22 wheat. Within the scope of our investigation into the grain provision in Holland, we should uncover to where precisely the English grain was exported. It could be Holland or Zeeland, the southern Netherlands, France, etc. One failing of the customs accounts as a historical source is that the ship's destination was not recorded. It is known that the English grain arrived in Zeeland and Brabant, and also that it appeared on the markets in Holland. The shipping traffic in the middle of the 16th century between King's Lynn and Great Yarmouth on the one hand and Holland on the other was at least as intensive as that to the Scheldt Delta. It is therefore reasonable to assume that a significant proportion of the English barley and malt ended up in Holland. The Dutch markets offered an assorted array of grains, differing in origin and thus in quality and price. A good example of this is the grain trading practiced by the Delft merchant Claes Adriaens van Adrichem, whose diary has been preserved. It records the buying and selling of grain for the years 1566 to 1571, including a section with details of his grain purchases in Delft. Usually the origin of the grain is noted, and the list is highly varied, not only Prussian rye and Eastern wheat, but also Zeeland wheat, Bremen wheat, Scottish wheat, Brabant and French rye, etc. Claes Adriaens traded often in barley as well, but its origins were not specified. Possibly, the majority of it was Dutch. He bought all these sorts of grain at the Delft market from other merchants. Then he sold the grain in smaller portions to a range of customers, including bakers from Schiedam, Gravenzande, and Delfshaven. It is important to realize that Van Adrichem's buying practices are not necessarily representative of the other Delft traders. His business journal does show, though, that even as the grain trade with the Baltic was flourishing, bread grain from other origins had not disappeared from Dutch towns. According to the origin of the grain, there were variations in price and quality. In general, foreign grain was cheaper than domestic grain. Among the foreign grains, the eastern ones from the Baltic Sea region and the German Bight were cheaper than the western ones from France, England, Zeeland, Utrecht, Guelders, Kleef, Gillik, etc. This applied to wheat as well as to rye. Amsterdam statutes tried to prevent bakers selling bread at inflated prices, by claiming that it was made with Western wheat, whereas in reality Eastern wheat was used. Thus, a regulation from 1522 forbid bakers who used Eastern grain from baking with Western grains, such as those from Kleef, Gillik, Utrecht, and such like, unless they had a special permission. A regulation from 1559 went even further and forbid bakers who used local or Western wheat from having Eastern wheat in their houses. English envoys who came to the Netherlands in the first months of 1546 in the name of Henry VIII to stock up on grain and other foodstuffs for the starving English people confirmed that the grain prices at that time were lower in Dordrecht than in Amsterdam. The envoys wrote that this was very advantageous as the grain in Dordrecht came in from Gillik and Guelders, and thus was of better quality than the eastern sorts. There is an extant price quotation of grain from different origins from 1565. Because of the rapid rise in prices, the Utrecht magistrate took action in the autumn of 1565 to fix prices for grain, as follows. From this, it can be seen that local grain was highly valued, eastern grain was rated lowest, while Cleve and Gallic grain occupied a middle position. Because of the low yield of Holland agriculture, the town markets at which foreign grain was traded played an essential role in the Dutch grain provision. As the import from the east grew strongly in contrast to that from other regions, the importance of Amsterdam as a grain market also grew compared with the South Holland towns such as Delft and Dordrecht, whose markets traded western grain. Amsterdam's function as the grain warehouse of the Netherlands became particularly prominent in times of price increases. For example, let us consider the winter of 1556 to 1557. The grain stores in Amsterdam were inventoried on January 14 and found to be 7,181 jast of wheat and rye, many times the needs of the inhabitants. The amount of bread grain consumed by the townspeople between January 14 and February 17 was estimated at 300 last, or 60 last per week, representing about 3,000/ast for a whole year. It was only truly necessary to hoard enough supplies for at most half a year, as in the summer new supplies could be expected from the Baltic and also a new local harvest. The governors of Amsterdam wanted to keep 2,000 jast at the end of February to supply the local population and to provision a fleet, but it is clear that Amsterdam had a large excess quantity for export. Large parts of the Netherlands were able to call on this huge supply in Amsterdam. 5 weeks after the inventory in January, the supplies were considerably reduced as Brabant merchants and others had secured 4,306 last of grain. Directly afterwards, Amsterdam restricted the grain export for fear of a riot in Holland and other northern provinces. In a petition presented at the end of February for the export of 150 jast to benefit the population of Antwerp, the condition was imposed that this must not lead to grande discommoditeit ou criërie among the inhabitants of Holland. In March, Amsterdam had refused to export rye to Antwerp, Bruges, Mechelen and other Dutch towns. It was felt to be more pressing to provide for the needs of Holland and the surrounding provinces Guelders, Friesland, and Overijssel. The cause of this was clearly fear of rioting. The need in the northern provinces was so great that quelke emotion could have been expressed if Amsterdam had approved the export to the southern Netherlands. Most likely the attempts by Leuven, Maastricht, Valenciennes, and Mons to secure 40 or 70 jast of grain between March 14 and May 1 were also unsuccessful. That quite strict policy towards granting permission meant that at the beginning of April, Amsterdam had a rather large supply left. An inventory from 7 and April 8 revealed that there was still about 2,000 jast of rye and wheat in the town. Other Dutch towns probably had no supplies left over by then. No town or village in Holland had any stores worthy of mention, and they had to fetch their itelco on every day from Amsterdam. The Amsterdam inhabitants seem to have been protected the best against starvation. Once the long-awaited first fleet from the Baltic Sea arrived in Amsterdam on June 8, 1557, the entire cargo of 9,000 to 10,000 jast of wheat and rye was freely distributed outside Amsterdam, namely in Holland, Friesland, Brabant, Artois, and Flanders. The conditions during the time of high prices described above in the first half of 1557 focused attention entirely on Amsterdam. We cannot, however, deduce from this that Amsterdam had developed into the sole grain entrepot for the Netherlands or even for Holland. It is almost certain that in years of high prices an excessive emphasis was placed on the cheaper Baltic rye, while in other years Western grain was more important. Thus, in March 1557 the distressing situation arose that sufficient wheat was available in Dordrecht and also that 1,000 to 1,200 last of wheat from Hamburg and Bremen arrived in Amsterdam, but that this grain did not relieve the shortage as it was too expensive. On May 17 the Town Council of Amsterdam resolved not to export any of the inventoried rye from Holland, considering that foreigners could supply themselves with wheat, which was still available. It is known that the demand for wheat tends to wane in periods with high grain prices, while that for rye grows. As there was a predominance of rye in the export from the Baltic compared with that from other areas, the importance of Baltic grain became disproportionately large. In normal and cheap years the position of Western grain strengthened somewhat. In 1547 and 1548 the grain prices were conspicuously low. Unger studied an excerpt from the corn excise records from Gouda. For the period February to July 1547 he found that the export of wheat and rye from Gouda was a little over 253 hod. This grain was distributed over a large area, not only an entire assembly of villages and small towns around Gouda but also towns and villages in North Holland, including Amsterdam and Haarlem. A large part of the total export was destined for Amsterdam, over 108 hod. In Delft during the same period French grain was being traded. From an investigation into the trade in foreign grain conducted in 1547 it appears that wheat from Douai was sold in Delft to a man from Leiden. We have already seen that in 1547 a new market was established for grain coming into Amsterdam from a southeasterly direction and that nearly 100 ships from England came to Zeeland with grain. Probably, the great influx of eastern rye during the 16th century put the masses of not rich inhabitants of the Netherlands in the position of supplying their needs for a basic food item in a relatively cheap manner. In the 16th century the poor and the middle classes did not change from eating their usual rye bread even in hard times. Previously this was rather different. According to a price study by van der Wee, consumers in the 15th century turned to barley in times of high prices, and probably on a large scale. From the first decades of the 16th century, however, this phenomenon no longer appeared. The economic situation of the population groups who usually ate rye bread had apparently so improved that they could afford to continue doing so even in times of high prices. They turned to employing barley or oatmeal only when there was absolutely no other option. Thus, the plea by the Estates of Holland in 1536 for a free grain trade stressed that if the Dutch had not delivered foreign grain to the Flemish, they would have had to eat barley and oaten bread. They wanted to say that the grain export was literally vital. Statements such as these are encountered in many sources. A chronicler from Cologne exemplified the severity of the price rises in 1490 to 1492 by stating that bakers had resorted to making bread containing barley, beans, and peas. In this context it is interesting to note that, particularly in Holland, another approach to supplying basic needs was theoretically available. Barley and oats used in baking are truly difficult to digest, but in cooked form can form an essential item of the diet. In the course of European history they have often served so. People in large parts of Central and North Europe and also northern England and Scotland relied on all sorts of porridge made from barley, oat, buckwheat, and millet as their basic diet until well into the 19th century. The constitution of the Dutch soil in the late Middle Ages could well have led to eating habits in which barley and oats were more important than wheat and rye in the human diet. Similar eating habits would not have stimulated market-oriented production. The preference for bread can be partly ascribed to cultural factors. In addition, the access to foreign grain surpluses undoubtedly played an important role. 6. Conclusion. In order to supply its grain needs, Holland turned not only to the far-off Baltic Sea region, but also to nearby countries and provinces. Investigating the issue of the Netherlands grain provision, historians have probably overstressed the imports of Eastern grains. Part of the blame rests with the unevenness of the source material. There are no records for the shorter transport routes comparable with the sound toll registers. The concentration of grain from a district ranging from Lijbeek to Reval at one point on its journey to the Netherlands, namely at the Sound, contrasts sharply to the multitude of routes by which, for example, Utrecht and Zeeland grain reached Dutch towns. Another reason for the great emphasis on Eastern grain is that in times of price rises, periods in which the most is written about food provisioning, the cheaper Eastern rye was in the greatest demand. Taking into account the diversity of grain suppliers, the contemporary statements about the limited Dutch production become more credible. Amsterdam's assertion in 1501 that Holland could not feed even 1/10 of its own population, 215, seems clearly over-exaggerated, when only compared with the amounts of grain imported from the East. 2 On close consideration of other historical sources, it is nonetheless reasonable to assume that not only the towns, but also the majority of the Dutch countryside were indeed already dependent on grain imports by the transition from the 15th to the 16th centuries. 10. Digging for a dike. Holland's labor market ca 1510. Petra van Dam, Vrije University of Amsterdam. This case study on dike repair work in Holland 1510 to 1515 sustains the evidence for internal economic changes preceding the great shift of international trade from Flanders to Holland in the 16th century. According to Van Zanden, an important factor of internal change is the formation of a proto-capitalist labor market characterized by high mobility, regional migrant labor, regional specialization, and a seasonal labor cycle. The evidence on dike labor sustains this model for Holland north of the WJ, in particular the Zaan region near Amsterdam. As such, this study follows the trend in the debate on the late medieval transition set by Epstein by viewing the late Middle Ages as a period of reorganization of the market. However, in Holland the transition and the integration into the international market was conditioned by the specific changing environmental conditions of living on peat moors in a river delta. As a result, already around 1500 the Dutch reorientation led to a proto-capitalist labor market, with typical specializations such as dike building, fishing, exporting the natural energy reserves of peat and trading foreign goods. Introduction. Internationally, investigation into the late medieval transition has a respectable historiographic tradition, which is also known as the Brenner debate. The various movements in this debate can be simplified into a few prevailing dichotomies. A classic, somewhat ideologically colored antithesis is the one between historians directing attention to especially economic, demographic, and technological factors on the one hand, and on the other historians viewing the essence of the transition in the light of altered production relations, especially of relations between the two main classes of lords and peasants. A different principle for the transition debate concerns the political scale based on which transition is studied. Investigators who base their study on the state consider as significant the influence of state constitution processes such as tax assessment, as well as the commercialization and proletarianization of the countryside. If on the other hand the local level is taken into consideration, as was done by Epstein for Sicily, light is shed on the effect of urbanization processes on rural changes. Urbanization processes play an essential role in the case of Holland that is under discussion in this volume. Object of this study is the effect of urbanization processes on the rural labor market of 15th and 16th century Holland. Since J. de Vries used the concept of peasant as a central characteristic for the early modern labor market in his classic thesis of 1976, discussions fell silent for a while. When J. Lucassen applied the seasonal labor cycle model to rural Holland, however, and J. L. Van Zanden integrated this into a proto-capitalist model in 1988, discussions were enlivened once more. Where de Vries stressed the quick change of Dutch peasants into farmers in the 16th century, Van Zanden proposes a model of a proto-capitalistic countryside, starting already at the end of the 14th century. In addition, recently attempts were made to situate the labor market in a comparative international perspective. My contribution to this discussion on transition is an attempt to investigate the Dutch labor market by means of a case study on a typical kind of rural labor in Holland, a number of dike repairs at a large sea dike near Amsterdam, the Spaarndammer dike, in the period of 1510 to 1515. This investigation provides new data for several aspects of proto-capitalism: surplus labor, regional specialization, regional migrant labor, a seasonal labor cycle, wage patterns. The essence of the source material lies in a large number of sample rolls unique for this period in size and detail. 2. Proto-capitalism. Let us first deal with the existing theories. With the introduction of the concept of proto-capitalism, the economic historian Van Zanden goes back to the dual labor market model, an open system theory. It is suggested that in the pre-capitalist world there were capitalist islands, namely the towns. The wages earned in the towns were scarcely enough to make a living there. Therefore the people in the pre-capitalist world usually lived in the surrounding rural areas and only came to the towns for a short period of time, like a kind of seasonal workers. As Van Zanden adapts the model to the Holland situation, town needs to be replaced by the whole of market-oriented, non-agricultural activities. The most important of the non-agricultural activities are fishing, duck and geese farming, catching fowl, cutting peat, carding and spinning for the urban industry, cargo trade, and earthworks for water management. These activities were clearly not concentrated in a certain location, but they were concentrated on the towns, economically speaking, because the employers were usually townspeople. It is important that the organization of the non-agricultural activities and the trade in the products yielded by these activities was in the hands of townspeople, also because they were the people that could provide the capital to invest, to give credit and surety. When Van Zanden constructed his model, it had little empirical foundation. There was only some evidence for the beginning of the 16th century and the end of the 14th century. It was among other things difficult to determine it when commercialization took place in which non-agricultural activities. Meanwhile, F.W.J. Van Can's investigations into the Leiden patriciate proved that by the end of the 14th century the influence of Leiden entrepreneurs had already been noticed in various non-agricultural activities such as the extraction and deprocessing of peat, lime burning, brick making and fishing. For hydraulic engineering as well, proof has now been found that in the early 30s of the 15th century urban entrepreneurs mediated in the building of sluices in rural areas. Degree 3. Surplus labor, regional specialization, and the seasonal cycle. The non-agricultural activities show an obvious relationship to the regionally greatly varying possibilities offered by the natural environment in Holland. J. Lucassen presented a plausible argument that regional labor specialization caused seasonal migrant labor, and Van Zanden integrated this phenomenon into his model. The labor market experienced extreme fluctuations where demand was concerned in the pre-industrial period. Almost the entire economy was regulated by the seasonal cycle. The greatest demand was in the summer. There was very little work in the months of December through February. The demand peaks overlapped only partly and were for the greater part connected to the harvest cycle. Other activities such as peat cutting and groundworks depended on the groundwater level and prevailing weather conditions. The great fluctuation in labor demand was taken care of by the elastic supply of hired labor from the large group of small farmers from the inland peat areas. It was exactly the limited size of the farms that caused such a large labor surplus, since they only required much attention part of the year, while the wives were able to manage on their own for the rest of the year. Based on these facts, Lucassen constructed a labor cycle model for North and South Holland separately. In both regions the private farms required labor from March through November. In addition, groundworks for water management were carried out in spring from March through May, that is after the high spring tides and before the risk of storm tides and before the rain increased again. In June hay and grains were harvested. From July through December workers from the countryside sailed the sea for herring fishing and merchant trading, and in January and February seasonal unemployment prevailed, which was overcome by domestic industry, probably primarily in the province of South Holland. In South Holland, peat cutting was a second main activity in addition to groundworks that took place during spring season. In the summer and in the autumn, hunting and inland fishing was of limited importance in North Holland. This labor cycle schedule broke down in the beginning of the 17th century, when the small-scale structure of the farms disappeared and the labor surplus within Holland was replaced by foreign migrant workers. The earliest sources that Lucassen cites for the existence of migrant labor within Holland date back to the second half of the 16th century and concern dike labor in particular. It contains advice from the well-known, ahead of his time civil engineer, Andries Weierling, to end the dike repairs at the South Holland Islands before the coming harvest, because the laborers would otherwise disappear. The other source is a passage from a South Holland polder resolution that there was a multitude of North Hollanders working on the dike, most of them seamen that had already started to sail out for herring fishing and merchant trading. Degree 4. Labor surplus and wage level. In 1992, De Vries strengthened his theses of 1976 on the labor market in a synthetic study of the Dutch labor market in the period of 1460 through 1680. Blockmans supplied contradictory material for the 15th century. In his labor market study, De Vries presented a number of partly new wage scales that he used as a basis for statements on labor reserve. Here I confine myself to the early beginning of the research period, the transition from 15th to 16th century. De Vries asserts three statements. 1. In the period of 1460 to 1480 the highest wages in the Burgundian/Habsburg Low Countries were already paid in Holland. Therefore low wages cannot be an important factor to account for the rise of Holland. 2. The nominal wages of unskilled labor hardly went up in Holland between 1460 and 1550. 3. Unskilled labor was relatively abundant because the relative difference between skilled and unskilled labor increased in the 16th century, education was valued more and more. In addition, this was suggested by the masses of laborers available for dock and diking projects. I will deal with the first two theses only briefly and discuss the third below. The fact that De Vries does not include Bruges or any other Flemish towns in his dissertation immediately takes the edge off the first thesis. The concise contribution that Blockmans makes for the wage level in the 15th century is unambiguous. Departing from real wages, he points out that in the second half of the 15th century the wages in Holland turned out to be considerably lower than in Flanders. Data from Bruges were used for Flanders, those from Leiden and Haarlem for Holland, and grain prices for Leiden were recalculated based on the original sources. Therefore, low wages around 1,500 can surely be a factor to account for the rising of Holland. Where De Vries' second thesis on the nominal wages of unskilled labor is concerned, some remarks are relevant especially for the 15th century. They are largely in line with the ones Noordegraaff and Schoenmakers published in the commentary on wage scales in Daglinen in Holland 1450 to 1600. Quantitative data on wages are very scarce for the 15th century. This however is not very clear from De Vries' tables. He bases his Holland scales mainly on Noordegraaff's scales, but for the earliest data he seems to have read the graphs without having studied the tables in detail. In addition, it is regrettable that he gives little commentary on the calculation methods and on the nature of his sources, even in the case of the new scale from the accounts of the Rhineland regional water authorities. The fact that the information on the 15th century is so scarce makes it even more regrettable that De Vries leaves out considerations about the qualitative aspects of wages. This is an important factor that he did consider in his later article on the functioning of labor markets. Therefore, in my opinion, De Vries' data tell very little about the development of wages of unskilled labor and its relationship to the development of the wages of skilled labor before about 1525. It may well be that, in opposition to what his figures suggest and to the first and second statement above, labor shortage in the 15th and early 16th century was expressed in increasing rewards in terms of secondary labor conditions, such as leisure time or free beer, as De Vries states for later periods. Let us now turn to our case study. The bursts of the Spaarndammer dike ca 1510, geographic, political and economic context. A quotation from the accounts of the Rhineland regional water authorities places us into the reality of a large dike break in the Holland countryside of the late Middle Ages with one leap. On the first day of October 1514, Master Philips Frankenzoon, clerk of the Rhineland regional water authorities, travelled north to find out whether the Spaarndammer dike had burst by any chance. For the land had partly flooded and there had been a heavy thunderstorm the day before. In a time without telecommunication it would take a while before it could be determined why the ditches ran over and the pastures were flooded. On October 1, 1514, it was not the abundant rainfall of the previous day that proved to be the cause of this, as it had been before. The reason was, that the larger part of the 300 meters long Spaarndam had been flushed away, including the 8 drainage sluices, each about 3.5 meters high and 4 meters wide. In addition, large holes had been made in the Spaarndammer dike. This dike, situated on the southern bank of the IJ, was to protect the Rhineland north and south of the Ude Rhine against the violence of the Zweitersee. The 1514 burst was the dramatic highlight of a series in the Rhineland dikes since 1509. The years of 1510 to 1515 constituted an absolute administrative low in the history of the Rhineland water authorities and marked the beginning of a period of organizational change. However, the crisis had very adverse consequences for the local economy as well. To realize the sizable closing activities, a special committee was initially instituted in addition to the dike reeve and water authorities. Later on, the so-called Board of Hoofdingelanden came into being, to influence the financial policy. The board consisted of representatives of the most important large landowners, nobles, abbeys, and townspeople. The old dike maintenance system was replaced as well. Dike maintenance, for that matter, used to be divided over only the liable villages, which were situated at the dike. In the new system, all Rhineland villages shared the costs of dike maintenance, including the inland ones. Centralization of maintenance made reformation of taxation to land area, the so-called Morgengeld, necessary. In the past, every village collected their own taxes according to their needs and on an irregular basis. By means of these taxes, local repair works were financed as well as the assigned share of the works to be maintained jointly, like the Sparendam. From the middle of the 16th century on, the control on the collection of the Morgengeld was centralized. The crisis found its origin in a series of dike bursts and floods that started as early as the late 15th century. In 1496, 1497, 1507 and 1509 large parts of the Rhineland flooded as a result of dikes bursting in bordering water districts such as the Lek Dike, the Velser Dike, the Mutter Dike and the Vecht Dike. We know of damage and burst of the Sparendammer Dike in 1502, 1508, 1509, 1510, 1514 and 1515. This fits well into the picture of the late Middle Ages as a period characterized by intensified storm tide frequency, higher sea levels, numerous breaks in the dike and floods in other places as well. Until recently, historic geographers considered these phenomena an expression of a general late medieval transgression phase, which caused the sea level to rise due to bottom sinking and melting of the glaciers. Nowadays, alternative views stress the importance of the dynamics of local and regional systems, and they focus attention on the changes man caused in the landscape and therefore on water management. The historical hypothesis that the poor economic situation at the end of the 15th century together with the numerous wars did not benefit dike maintenance, fits into this modern perception. The desperation of the Rhineland villages in these years becomes obvious from the 1514 Informatie. This famous source is a government investigation into wealth, ordered by the Habsburg Emperor Charles V. Many villages had incurred great debts in order to contribute to dike maintenance, especially after the bursts of 1509 and 1514. Meanwhile, this imposed enormously on their means of subsistence. The villages had been flooded, the lands were completely ruined, the wood plantings were destroyed and the peat had floated off. The dike villages were the worst off. The remark in a small Leiden chronicle that the salt water killed all the trees in the vicinity of Leiden, Amsterdam, and Haarlem is an illustrative example. In the total malaise, the dike reeve and regional water authorities were no longer able to make ends meet in the long run. When the Sparendammer dike broke near Halfweg once more on the 27th of September 1509 after it had just been closed following the bursts of 1508, the big towns no longer put their faith in the administrative strength of the regional water authorities. They requested the national government to take action. One of the most prominent government officials, Lord Claude Carondelet, was authorized to organize the closing of the dikes with a committee of Holland councillors and representatives from the towns of Amsterdam, Haarlem, and Leiden. At the end of 1509, Carondelet was employed for a couple of weeks and continued from the 1st of July through the autumn of 1510. During the authorization of Carondelet, the dike reeve and regional water authorities were suspended. Therefore the 1510 closing near Halfweg was entirely arranged by the government committee. The 1514 and 1515 closings, however, were carried out under the supervision of the dike reeve and regional water authorities. Furthermore, an additional 30 laborers were registered individually in this category, only some of them had forks. In the second week the classification in couples was maintained. Tools, however, were hardly ever mentioned, and by then only 74 of the 269 laborers were paid in couples. Remarkably, newly hired laborers were slid in with the old ones, sometimes as a replacement of laborers that had quit, but not always. 9 laborers were referred to by rotmeester, a well-known term in dike works, equivalent to foreman. After the second week the division in couples was maintained, but payment was totally individualized, and when new laborers dropped out, the classification in couples shifted completely arbitrarily. These data suggest a certain shift classification on the dike, into so-called rotten, of which the size remains absolutely vague, and these were subdivided into couples. This distribution of work had no bearing on the wage administration. As will become clear below, wages were primarily individual, not subject to the kind of activity, and the rotmeesters did not distinguish themselves either from the rest in this matter. Therefore this information was left out of the payrolls in the course of time, and what was left is more of a layout usage for the administrative document. From the point of view of labor efficiency, it is altogether quite remarkable that the different kinds of groundworks were initially clearly distinguished per person. From later times we know that in groundworks a foreman had the different activities circulate because some were harder than others. The evidence suggests that crews were formed by fellow villagers. On the one hand, a rudiment might still be traceable of the old, medieval system of dike duty, for which each village needed to supply a fixed number of laborers corresponding with its land surface. On the other hand, working and family ties still coincided often in those days. In the first 6 weeks the laborers were lined up arbitrarily, and mutual comparison of the rolls teaches us that it was most likely the order of arrival in which individuals, smaller and larger groups, took turns. Correspondence of patronymics suggests that quite a few men worked with their brothers or sons. Only a couple of times a combination of names and brackets and other reference marks suggests village and family ties for a larger group. An example of this in week 6 is the arrival of Simon Marts, Van Assendelft, Eert Alberts, and Dirk Lewis. Together with Simon, Cornelis Marts, Claes, and Arend Marts. His brother, Magan, and neighbors, as this company would be described in medieval terms. In week 5 and 6 a number of new arrivals were suddenly supplied with a village name as a cluster. Thereupon from week 7 on and at later closings a classification was indeed used. In view of the above information the impression seems justified, however, that this had a purely administrative function that gradually arose from a practical need of more order in the accounting. I emphasize the administrative character of this change because in a superficial examination of the later rolls the village division soon suggests a correspondence with dike duty. In 1510 the crews were managed by some 7 homanen or hoofdmannen. This is a reasonably current term that can be traced back to the homensippen that referred to the districts in neighboring towns as well as for instance in the Count's army of the 14th century. In dike maintenance these were originally the hoofdmannen of the 4 quarters into which each village was divided, who each had responsibility for a part of the dike. The particular, high status of the homanen becomes clear from the fact that they were not paid every week through the sample rolls, but that 229. They were paid all at once through the account during the whole period they worked, varying from 25 to 50 days. Their wages were high too. They all got 6 stuvers a day. 5 homanen came from villages located directly at the dike, Osdorp, Slitten and Slaterdijk. At least 2 of them belonged to the local administrative elite, Willem Gijsbers, sheriff of the village of Slitten, and Claes Nord, who is registered as representative of Osdorp and Slitten in the 1514 informatie. Degree. This fits well into the picture of other diking projects where local authorities acted as supervisors at the daily course of events. Degree 8. Pattern and size of the labor employment. The Grotgat near Halfweg had originated at the dike burst as a consequence of storms as early as October and November of 1509, and attempts to close it had later been undone again, mainly by the storm of September 27, 1509. Meanwhile, it measured up to 120 meters wide and 7 to 9 meters deep. The small strip of land that separated the IJ from the Spearing Mere had been washed away, which gave the seawater free access through the Spearing Mere to the Haarlemmer Mere and the Leidsee Mere, the three largest lakes that would constitute the large Haarlemmer Mere in the course of the 16th century. Rijnland was flooded up until the Hoge Rijndijk, and even Leiden had flooded. By the summer of 1510 the whole must have been eroded substantially, for due to the circumstances described above it had been open all winter and summer. As can be seen in Annexa 1 and Annexa 2, tables 10.1 and 10.2, the number of laborers that were involved in the repair works was impressive. The first 2 days as many as 475 men were working on the dike, and this increased very quickly to over 900 in the fourth week. The larger part of the laborers were deployed from the second through the sixth week, in which yet a period of more intensive labor can be distinguished. The sample rolls give a non-stop account of the third through the fifth week, from July 22 to August 10. This includes Sundays and obligatory holidays. In later weeks the work was stopped during the larger holidays, due to which over half of the number of working weeks was shorter than 6 days. A small group of laborers even worked nights in the fourth and the fifth week. After the sixth week the number of laborers reduced by half, and it stayed at this level until the end of the 13th week. Not all people involved in the repair project are included in this investigation. After week 13 a huge breach can be detected. No work was done for over 2 weeks, and afterwards only a small number of laborers showed up. I suspect that this was a special job, more or less separate from the actual closing. In further observations I therefore did not include the weeks from week 14 on. The above figures are purely limited to the laborers accounted for in the sample rolls. These, however, were not nearly all the people involved in the project. Apart from the laborers, others were involved in the diking project, including administrators, managers, and some 57 sailors and cartwrights who transported officers and materials. Because of the inaccurate dating of their services and the fact that they were not paid daily, they are excluded from this investigation as well. For the later dike closings of 1514 and 1515 the composition of the source makes it impossible to count the laborers per week. However, it is possible to get a general impression of the pattern of the labor employment pattern. In the 1514 accounts labor expenses reached a remarkable peak right after the first week in the 4 weeks of November 19 through mid-December. Around Christmas, work came nearly to a standstill, and from January through March there was very little left. Just as in 1510 the laborers worked continuously through holidays in the peak period. The priest of Sparendam received compensation for preaching to the workers on Assumption Day because diking had to continue on that day as well. Registered in 1515 work seems to have lasted only 22 days, administered in a period of 9 days and one of 13. In both periods over 1,000 people were paid. These figures of the 1510, 1514 and 1515 closings suggest that dike closing was characterized by a large concentration of labor in the first couple of weeks, after which the number of laborers could be reduced to half. 9 types of labor. Table 10.2 has already shown that various kinds of labor were distinguished in the sample rolls. The largest group was constituted by the diggers, the offzetters, and the berry-dragers. In a sample roll of the first week within this group a classification into laborers with a grieven and those with a vork is applied. Apparently the latter were the offzetters, who had the task to spread and even out the earth or to place the sods as well, just as the selectors at the 1556 Zijp diking. The group of laborers without tools were the berry-dragers. They carried the soil with carrier barrows from the location where the boats unloaded. The soil was supplied by the navigators with a fleet of over 100 boats of various types and sizes, Damlopers, Evers, Almanan, Utrix-Seshuiten, and Roiskawieten. No carts were involved. In the soil transport, which leads us to believe that all of the soil was supplied from outside the dikes from the spacious Sparndammer dike foreland, which was easily accessible to the boats. This soil was not free incidentally. Many names of soil sellers are mentioned in the accounts, and 2 land surveyors had the task to administer these purchases together with the reed purchases. The price of the soil was strongly linked to its quality. The most expensive category was the top layer with the sod still attached to it, which was used to constitute the body of the dike, a building method that is discovered at recent excavations. It was impossible to conclude from the sources whether the diggers only worked at the dike or if they were involved in digging up soil as well.